Welcome to the 2025 SFB Podathon Year 8. I'm amazed every year at how great the production becomes that you guys still let me host this, because I don't think I'm worthy of what we're producing here today, but I've got a lot of people fooled. So we're kicking it off strong with my man Lawrence Jackson. And let me tell you about timeliness. He showed up right on time. He was like, I'm going to let them think I'm not coming. And then, boom, here he is. What's up, Lawrence? I think they know who you are, but definitely introduce yourself.
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for having me. Yeah, you 12 o'clock right on the dot, baby. You know, that's how I roll. I was ready to go at 11:02, but just how things work out for me, right on the dot, man. But I'm Lawrence Jackson Jr., and that's really all there is to me. Nothing else at all, So what's happening, guys?
What's going on? I think three of us were going to duck out and let you guys take the show for the next half hour, but we couldn't help just say hi to you before we went.
Hey, Scott, I appreciate that. Good to see your face on here too as well. Before you head out, I was just like when I seen my face on the screen, I was like, oh shit, I'm on like right now. But it's all good though, man. What a joyous day. What a great Sunday to kick off this Podathon. And again, I'm honored to be on it, and definitely honored to be helping kick this thing off, man.
That's awesome, man. And likewise, good seeing your faces. Every time I run into you at a conference or whatever, I'm like, I love seeing Lawrence. I just love seeing Lawrence in the wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to share a drink with Lawrence in Boston last year at the SFB Live, the gala, and the beginning of FSGA last year. So that was a good time. And throughout the day, Lawrence, we're gonna have different people joining me. I am going back to my roots. When we started the SFB Podathon 8 years ago, we were live for 24 hours, meaning me, Steve, Kevin, 24 hours. We didn't go to sleep, and the guests joined us. And we went back to our roots this year, 24 hours straight. My intention is to be here, but I'll have Bob and Russ and Zach and many others throughout the day. JB and Scott will pop in to keep me awake. But let's get it rolling with you. You're in the Liberty division, so you're a New Jersey guy, right? Is that your ball?
Sure. Yeah. I'm out in Jersey. That's kind of why I went with the Liberty. Defending WNBA champs. I actually went to the opening game this year for the Liberty at the Barclays Center. They was playing the Las Vegas Aces. So I'm with the Liberty. So I mess with them. So I figure I'll hop in that division this year.
I was looking back and I'm a New York guy, born and raised New York guy. I lived in the area.
And I'm a Lynx fan, so we're gonna have some. No, I'm just
for sure. Yeah, definitely.
If you go through the most recent New York champions, it's the Liberty, and then it's the Gotham ladies soccer team.
Yeah.
Men don't win championships in New York anymore. Just know
that. No. And speaking of the Gotham, I'm actually I'm gonna get to one of their games. They don't play again till August, because the NWSL kind of like on some July break or something. I don't know how that worked, but they play again in August. I'm going to get out to one of them games, definitely.
Yeah, you got a couple of different tournaments going on in the ladies field right now. I think you got the Euro going on and some other stuff. So those players, there's a lot of those ladies playing in those for their countries right now. So, but let's get to the SFB, what this is all built around, and how many years have you been playing in the Scott Fishbowl now?
Shoot, for me, this is year 4 for me. They got 12, 13, 14. Yeah, I think I came on in Scott Fishbowl 12 was my first one. So, yeah, man, I'm going to continue to do it as long as I get that little invite from Mr. Fish over there. I will gladly accept. And, of course, we know it's for a great cause. So how can you not want to be a part of something so great? It kind of bring everybody together. It's one of the few times, we ain't arguing about somebody A-dot and why they going to be wide receiver 6 this year. So it's all good, man. Definitely.
Yeah. And you used to get that invite back when you were sitting on the side of the road in the truck. So now that you're a big shot on sports, we can't help but send you that invite. That's coming every year for sure. Plus, your personality's fantastic. We love people with good personalities. What's your best finish? What's the most success you've ever had in the fishbowl?
It was actually last year when I finally finished with a above 500 record. So this year I I like the rule changes every year, but I like to know a little bit about them, but I don't want to study them to the core because I just want to stick. I do know that carries, you get points for that. So my same strategy of just picking Lamar Jackson first every time. I'm just gonna keep rolling with that. Although I don't even remember what pick I got this year, but usually I go and I got the 3 picks, so I'll probably still get Lamar. If I don't, then I'll just take Josh Allen or Jaden Daniels, and the same rule will apply. But in past years, I would just get the number 1 pick, take Lamar, and just see what happens. So now, like I said, last year was the first time I went over 500 in the league, right? So I'm switching it up from having the first pick to now the 3rd pick. I knew it was something I had to change because I actually want to win my league. Like, being in the position I'm in, that I'm so blessed to be in, definitely. I want to be able to win the damn league sometime. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because listen, you work in the business, right? And I remember,
I can't have all these people trash talking me like, man, I whoop Lawrence in the league. Like, no, sir, you about to get my best efforts this year.
And that's what happens. I can remember when I was doing a weekly show and I would put my stuff out there and people would just be dogging me. I'm like, well, I'm giving you everything that I know, which isn't a lot, by the way. I'm not that good, but I'm putting it out there and you're using it against me. You're jumping on my pickups before I could actually get to my pickups. You're taking my trade ideas. So, yeah, I know where that goes. Scott, I think I cut Scott off there for a second.
No, you're good. You're good. I don't even know what I was going to say. I'm just listening and reading the chat.
Well, listen, let's ask the 4 of us here on the chat. Lawrence, I don't know if you've paid attention to any of the ADP that's out there or any of the live drafts. I've been in Vegas live and I've been in Chicago live with Scott, and we've seen every draft is different. But we've seen some interesting people go at the 101.
Has Travis Hunter went 101 in one of these leagues?
Yes.
I think the highest I saw Travis Hunter was 5.
5. Okay. Oh, so that might be a little option for me at 3 there. That might be a little option.
Brock Bowers has gone 101 in Las Vegas. He was a 101 pick, and he is consistently in the first round. So, you're picking 3. You spoke about your past history and your romance with Lamar Jackson. But if you had the number 1 pick and you saw these rules where you get like 75 points for a tight end, sniffing him, okay, if it flies past his head, he gets 1,000 points. Who would you pick with the 101 in this year's Scott Fishbowl?
With those tight end premiums, I still wouldn't go tight end. Man.
I can tell you consensus out there really has been Bijan and Barkley as those top 2 picks.
Yeah, I was going to say pulling up the scores from last season with this season's scoring, Bijan scored the most points, but Saquon scored the most points per game because Saquon didn't play the last game.
Right.
And I mean, this is hot takey, and it's just a full on get your guys. I have the 101, Lawrence.
Yeah,
I'm taking Genty. I don't care because I almost went to Boise State. I love the city of Boise. I had a lot of fun out there. I was in that Jai fan when he came out. I'm just gonna take Genty and have fun.
Yeah, that's how I kind of would feel with with like a Travis Hunter type of player. As I'm looking at Matt's comment right here as someone that had the 103 in ATL drafts, being that I'm from that way, I might mess with Bijan too, because I don't think I think it's between him and Jahmyr Gibbs, who I like in regular fantasy leagues this year. But for Scott Fishbowl, I might just keep it home team, and go with Bijan Robinson.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah, and it looks like you might be able to get Travis on the way back with the way the drafts have been going. So that's not a bad plan.
Yeah, I'm gonna let because of that 101 pick. Like I'm gonna you're gonna be like, man, who should I take at the first pick, especially with these new rules, right? That kind of help out every position. So that's why you really got to strategize, because there's something for running backs, tight ends. You're talking about carries. You look at quarterbacks who run the ball. So all of those things factor. So when you got that top pick, it's like, man, dude, you're going to be so focused on not messing it up. Meanwhile, I'm sitting at number 3. Like, I'm just going to take whoever y'all give me, and I'm going to live with that.
Yeah, I'm at the 12 again, traditionally at the 12. I've drafted live in New York City the last 2 years, but I have decided to go back to drafting online this year. And this Podathon leads right up to the online live draft. So tomorrow morning, 22 hours and 45 minutes from now, the drafts kick off on Sleeper, MFL, depending on what you pick. And if we don't get the 12 by the time this Podathon ends, I might miss my pick because I will be going to sleep. I'm up already 4 hours today. So it'll be about 28 straight hours at that point. I'm going to be awake. So I may not know who I take because I'll probably get Scott will drop me right out of the league, by the way, if that happens.
You got to set that queue. You got to set that queue up.
There you go.
Throw about 15 players in there and, just live with whoever you get left with. Yeah.
I like it.
Russ, you've been a little quiet. So where are you drafting, Russ? What's your pick and what's your league? And if you had the 101, what way would you go?
I'd probably go with Saquon. He scored the most points per game. He is there's no reason that he won't do the exact same thing again. Elite players play elitely. I'm not really scared about the over 300 touches rule or whatever it is. I believe in Saquon. So if I did have the 101, which I'm very glad I don't, I actually did the 101 for the past 3 years. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to change it up. I'm going to do the 112 and let myself stress out the entire first round because I have no idea who I'm going to pick. And I have to wait to see who falls to me. Oh man, someone I think it was Reebok Joe, who's usually in our chats, had the 12 pick in one of the lives, and he ended up getting McBride and Trey McBride and Brock Bowers on that turn. Oh man, that's my dream at the 12.
You're right. And I'm not mad not that I'm not mad at it. I love that you're sticking with Saquon. Way too much talk out there about potential regression, and when people that word regression just gets used like a machine gun shooting out fast bullets. Like when we talk about regression, so if Saquon Barkley rushes for 1,650 yards instead of 2,000 yards, which has only been done by 9 guys in the history of the NFL, sure, technically it's regression, but you could still be the top 1, 2, or 3 fantasy running back. Like that's not a regression to me. Regression to me is if Saquon Barkley fell out of the top 10 running backs in fantasy, and even then, that's small regression. So yes, if he doesn't have another historical season, it's regression. But if he rushes for 1,600 yards and no one else does it, then he'll still be the top guy. And that's kind of how I feel about Jaden Daniels as well, because he has such a great rookie season, the best rookie season ever out of a quarterback, probably, right? Where he threw for 3,500 yards, 25 touchdowns. They're just saying, well, there's some regression. Maybe, but I think he's still going to be pretty damn good, I would say. So, yeah, man, draft the hell out of Saquon Barkley this year.
I hope, Russ, that you're on when Liz Loza comes on. She wrote an article recently about why it's Genty over Saquon this year. And that was straight draft, not dynasty. So we're going to be sure to bring that up to Liz when she comes on in a little bit. How about Achane at 101? I think you might have flipped everybody's board.
Achane is actually one of 7 players that has gone. 1 of 8 players that has gone 101.
Yes.
So
I saw a board where Achane did go 101.
I did not see that. Okay.
Was it Nate? I don't know who it was, but I saw one of the live boards where Achane did go 101.
Yeah, he's got as high as 1 and as low as 29. Back to the Travis Hunter thing you were talking about a little bit, Lawrence, about considering it 3. He goes in the second mostly, but he's gone in the first. He's gone in the third as well. I had someone at one of the live events telling me, they get defensive scoring. He'll get his defensive scoring. And they said, what if he's an awesome wide receiver this year and he doesn't play much defense? And I'm like, then you drafted an awesome wide receiver.
Yeah, you got no problems.
You should be fine with that.
No problems either way.
Yeah. Which I thought it was a funny moment at one of these live events, which these live events are awesome, by the way. Just awesome.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not getting out to them, I mean, you're missing out on amazing things like everybody who enters gets one of these awesome T-shirts with all the sponsors on the back. We have great giveaways like these Scott Fishbowl helmets. I got a little bit of a glass. I'll go down like this. And at the live events, there's a chance that this gentleman over here will sign it for you as well. And I think Caleb, yes, that's Russ. I bet Russ will sign that for you.
I got that.
In Chicago, it was a battle for a little bit. Who was going to go for more money? An autographed Caleb helmet or an autographed Scott Fish helmet? And it was I don't know.
Close. Yeah. You got the 101 in the 2024 NFL draft. Then you got the 101 in everybody's heart. So it's tough. That's tough, man.
Appreciate it.
When you're that guy, it be like that.
Yeah, Caleb Williams let a few people down with his rookie season. Scott has not let anyone down. So, I mean, if we're talking rankings, I see no reason why Scott wouldn't be above him.
Every year. And I might be my guest that comes on at 1 a.m. They DM me that we're going to have a live draft during a segment, and we will be drafting fish. So maybe they're not watching right now because the 101 has got to be Ian Fish, not Scott Fish, of course. But, Scott's got to be in there somewhere.
I appreciate it. Very, very kind words. Very kind words spoken.
Scott does not take as many sacks. That's true. I'm
going to take just a half second here and say thanks to Game Blazers. They're in the corner there, presented by Game Blazers. They have graciously donated and sponsored to be the sponsor of the whole Podathon, Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. They got a new app that just came out this weekend. So thanks to them.
Yeah. We'll be doing those reads throughout because, as Scott pointed out,
we'll let you know all about it. Yep.
They're the official sponsor of this Podathon. So, and I think our old buddy Matt Harrison is involved over there.
Yep.
It's been with us many different times on the Podathon and some other iterations. So I can't wait. He'll be 11 a.m. tomorrow morning, right before Matthew Berry, which we also have a big Matthew Berry to do in that final segment where you can get a chance to actually play in Matthew Berry's SFB league this year. There's 30 minutes of time to donate and get selected to be in that final spot. And that is the man you get to work with daily, Lawrence. So tell me how life is different in the last – is this your third year on NBC Sports and Matthew?
Shoot. Fourth. Yeah. This is – because I started doing fantasy football happy hour midway in the 2022 season. So how's my life been different? Well, my money different. So, that's cool. I've been getting a chance to, eat with that show and, in other spots at NBC Sports, I've been able to, move around and take on, some different roles and things like that. So that has been cool. But I'm gonna keep it the same. All of you guys, you've seen me out there, doing some content prior to me even working for anybody. So other than that, I'm just going to keep it the same and kind of stick to what got me to this position. And but I will say this, I find myself like, a few years ago, I was a guy trying to, trying to get in there, trying to get to where I'm at now. And now that I kind of see things from a different scope and I have some experience and I'm learning and continuing to learn all different parts of the industry, I definitely see myself now looking at other people who trying to come up in the game, because I like to see new people, who have some talent as well. And I would love to see, how somebody saw me when I was, trying to get into this thing. So I think that's a different part of it for me, just kind of looking in, like having an eye for certain talents and things of that nature.
Yeah, and it's amazing. And I know we've had this conversation in the past. I remember you being on the SFB Podathon and on your account it said free agent, and I said you will not be a free agent long. And I think you somebody brought this up right here, Scott Frankel. On that same year, the day after that SFB, Matthew announced that he was leaving ESPN and basically going to NBC and being able to go full into the fantasy life thing that he had created for so long. And you were one of the first people, I believe, that he tapped for that next iteration of his career. So I know we saw that in you. I know Scott's seen that in you. When I say that, I take zero credit other than noticing that you were just a talent.
It's like you made a good call. It's like, sometimes in fantasy, we make these calls about players and we hit and we miss. You just hit, and I'm me and my family glad you hit, Sal. We glad you hit on that.
Yeah, I took the over and it paid off well for you. But yeah, and one thing I always loved about you is because you are Lawrence Jackson. You are who you are. You've never tried to be somebody different, and you believe that if I could come forward being who I am and translate that to people, and people like who I am, which is a good human being, then it translates to success. And that's the way I've always tried to carry myself in whatever I do, whether it be in my regular job, which is not fantasy related, or in a fantasy community. Getting out to these events, these live events, and getting to meet people. It's amazing to me that I stay relevant for my little part in this community. But I think that goes a long way. And I could say meeting you in person and having you back on the show every year, you continue to represent yourself exactly as who you are. I
appreciate that. And the important thing you said right there, Sal, is meeting in person. And I personally think that's something important. Like, just over the years going to, because at this point I've either been to a Scott Fishbowl live draft. I was there last year, Boston, or an expo or an FSGA, and meeting somebody in person and really getting them vibes is really where you could, kind of build a rapport with somebody, whether it's somebody you knew or whether meeting somebody new. Because when you only can see it online, there could be you can be like, oh man, I gotta avoid this person at all costs, just based off what you're saying on here. But then you might see the person and come into somebody who nice and humble and confident and have a great mixture, all that, and it's really just a beautiful thing.
Truly is.
Yeah, and I think there was 38 live drafts around the world this year. A handful outside of the country. Some that are going on as we celebrate the 4th of July Independence Weekend here in the United States of America. There's a handful of drafts going on, and I believe Pittsburgh is drafting live today, very soon. So hopefully we get some check-ins from them folks.
Hey man, clap it up for that, man. 'Cause look, I think when did Scott, when was the first year these live drafts start popping off? Because I think the first year I played was the last year where there was no live drafts.
Yeah, you are correct. You said 4 years earlier. I think this might be you've played 4 years. This is your upcoming 5th.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So this is the 4th year of live events.
Yeah. And I remember you talking about it years prior, maybe 2 years before. And then like, hey, because people started saying, hey, why can't we? And you heard the people. That's why you the 101. Scott, man of the people. He heard the people and he delivered. So now, Sal, you saying 38 live drafts, man? That's crazy, man.
Yep. Nearly
Yeah,
1,500
live locations.
Yeah.
38 live locations with upwards of 9 drafts at some of these locations. So,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but to the people out there wondering, I will have USA Mexico on the side over here today. I will be watching 7 p.m. in the East for the CONCACAF Championship. Go USA. I'll also hopefully see the Yankees win one game against the Mets this weekend. Right now, I got Wimbledon on the side, but it has not been a good run for the Yankees. Not even for the Mets, but luckily they got to play the Yankees the last couple of days to get right.
You hurting over there about that, Sal? You hurting?
A little bit. I see you have a Dodger hat on. That hurts a little bit.
This just for aesthetics, style, and looks. I don't even watch baseball for real. If the Braves end up being good again, then you will see me being a Braves fan on here. That's what you like when I was very proud when Acuna came back and he hit a home run off the bat, and I was like, "That's my boy right there. That's my boy."
Man, the Braves. We got some history there too. Two Lawrence Lynx Liberty and Braves Twins. Yeah. Remember that play where Ron Gant for some reason took his leg off the base?
I would know more about the throwback Minnesota Twins.
Yeah.
Than like Kirby Puckett.
Oh, yeah. Ken Herbeck and all those guys back when they played the Braves in 91.
Yeah, oh man, don't get me started on the 90s Braves, man.
Right.
That's like the last baseball roster I know. They was so loaded on that team, man.
Elmar and Bell and Tommy and Glavine and Madden.
Twice in the World Series. Didn't the Yankees beat those 90s Braves twice in the World Series? I don't know. My memory as I get older, but
keyword 90s, man, it's crazy.
Was Chipper Jones on that 90?
Man, Chipper Jones. Yeah, that's back when he was. That's back when he was dating Holly Berry. So he was popping back then. Oh no, that was David Justice. My bad.
Oh yeah, that was David Justice. That's
right. Don't want to get the Braves.
And
Chipper Jones probably watched and saying, "What this guy talking about, man?"
Lawrence, we're up against 12:30, so we're gonna give you an opportunity to make a final shout out to anybody you want to, or promote anything you want to promote, and say what you have to say before we let you get out of here.
Shout out to everybody that's in the Scott Fishbowl. Shout out to everybody that's getting ready to play fantasy football this year, period. And definitely shout out to all of those who watch whatever I watch going on and support what I got going on in my career. Watch fantasy football happy hour this fall. That's it, man. Appreciate y'all for having me.
Appreciate you always, Lawrence.
Always good seeing you, man.
No doubt.
All right. Be well. All right. So we want to remind you that the Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. The action doesn't stop at the final whistle with Game Blazers. Rip packs, play mini games, and complete roster upgrade challenges to level up your battle pass and earn rewards. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15 for a special Scott Fishbowl pack and a bonus offer today. So we're off and running. Russ and Scott, he escaped as I was doing that read. I look back at the screen. He's gone. It's just you and me as we wait for the hitman, for Mike Wright. We know it's early out there in Arizona, but we hope he remembers to come and join us. Please, Mike, come join us. But how you feeling this morning, my friend?
I'm good. I have my coffee ready to try and keep me awake. I mean, I'm ready for my midday nap, which I'm missing out on because I'm here. Not because I have kids that don't let me sleep ever anyway, but...
Oh, you have all of that. No nap, kids that keep you awake. I live alone now in this black room. It's just me and this curtain.
It's terrifying, by the way.
Yeah, no, okay. Last year it was the New York City landscape. Yes. This year it's just, I don't want to distract anybody. And my kids are older now. My youngest is in her 20s. I would like to use the word self-sufficient, but I don't believe they're that yet. They still need a lot from their dad, but what they don't need is to wake me up. So they don't wake me up.
Yeah, they moved out at least. I moved out I think I was 21 when I moved out of the house finally. My brother was like 24, 25. So you could have had it a little worse. At least they're gone.
Yeah, no, I moved out.
Okay, first of all, index of suspicion, it's Labyrinth, and it's called an oubliette.
Oh, damn. Do not come here with your lack of information about stuff.
Come on. Classics, my man. Classics. Well, person, index of suspicion. I don't know if you're a man or not. Sorry.
If Scott or Bob are listening and they can reach out to Mike Wright, let me see. You got anything going on in the private chat?
Nope.
If they could reach out to Mike and see if he forgot about us, or maybe he just doesn't love us anymore. I don't know.
Well, he doesn't know who I am, so it's really all about you. And I have to say, Sal, the moment of growth you showed in that last segment when you did not take credit for Lawrence Jackson's success.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't want to do it to his face. Now that he's not here, we could all let everybody know that I took him off the side of the highway and put him into the expressway to success. I've done the same thing for guys like Matt Harmon. I don't know if you've heard of him. You know, he was just toiling around doing backyard banter when I first met Matt, and after he met me, superstardom. You know, other people like this who are ripped from the dregs of fantasy football hell and put on the path to success. Welcome back, Mr. Fish.
Yeah. I just sent Mike a message. You got to remember, it is like 9:30 a.m. where he's at. So it's on a Sunday morning. It's still early, probably.
Yeah, Mike usually joins us like outside, getting away from the family.
Yeah.
He likes to come on this time. If you don't remember, year 2 of the Podathon. Bob Harris remembers. Bob, I wasn't born yet, but
Bob and I were at a heavy metal concert, and Sal saw us and was like, "Hey, you two, do you like fantasy football?" And Sal got us, me and Bob Harris, in fantasy football. Just saw us at the concert.
Dude, they'd never even heard of it before.
Yeah.
Scott, people want to know about that trip to Scotland.
It was good. It was awesome. I've talked about it a little bit on the Wednesday night show, but we traveled all over Scotland. Saw a lot of things, had a lot of fun, drank a little bit of whiskey. It was a good time. That's for sure.
The whiskey thing shocks me. I know Scott landed and basically did a quick turnaround to Vegas.
Yeah,
for like 18 minutes and hopped the plane to Vegas.
And then Chicago, and just it has been a whirlwind for 2 weeks. But now I'm in my house for 2 weeks. I'm excited about this.
I don't get back on a plane until the expo, so I'll get a solid month on the ground, and I need it after what I went through on last Monday trying to get back from Chicago, which was basically on a plane 2 hours, off the plane, on a plane a little bit later for 2 hours, off the plane, and then shipped off to a murder hotel where undoubtedly somebody had died in the room I was staying in at some point. I firmly believe that.
Did you said a murder hotel?
Yeah, like there was definitely death, murder, mayhem in this hotel at some point. It was just, I'm not even sure it was a real hotel. It could have been just something out of a Stephen King novel.
No, it was a hotel. It's just been shut down it's been like condemned for a few decades, and it was just ghosts running it.
So something we haven't talked about yet is that during the entirety of this Podathon, we should have SFB spots available for Sal to give away. If you are watching now or you're in the chat now, keep coming back. Tell friends you know who are not in SFB that Sal will be giving some away all during the Podathon. I'm not sure how many, but he'll be giving them away. And then the culmination of the Podathon, the final segment with Matthew Berry, Matthew will be giving away a spot to play in Matthew's league with Matthew. I believe it's draft slot 11 in that league. So stay tuned for that as well. But check out the whole Podathon. It'll be a fun time.
Yeah, and I think that we'll come up with ways to give those spots away. But a good way is to be here, be present, contribute. Don't ask me questions like which hotel was it, because I know you're just setting me up for the next time I go to Chicago to be murdered. So I'm not going to answer that, Obi-Wan.
It wasn't a murder hotel, but now it is.
Yeah.
See, no, Sal did not kill a guy, because if you know anything about Sal doesn't get his hands dirty. Sal's management now. Sal tells other people to take care of business.
I perfected the phrase, I got a guy.
I got it.
Yeah. We're going to do that type of stuff yourself. So, no time like now to remind everybody that this entire 24 hours is sponsored by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. Game Blazers goes way beyond DFS. Rip packs, collect items, level up your battle pass, and so much more. It's a whole new way to play fantasy. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo SFB15 for a special Scott Fishbowl pack and bonus offer today. I'm looking forward to jumping on there and getting involved. I'm looking for new ways every year to enjoy fantasy football. And, the gambling industry is under attack right now in a lot of cities and possibly around the entire country. So keep looking for ways to –
the fun legal ways,
yeah, always. So this here is that's a co-worker of mine and a very good friend of mine, Jonathon, and that's his son, Vinny. And you guys know the story of Vinny, this young man. We found out he had leukemia in October of 2023. He's been a warrior. He's battled. He's got a full, beautiful head of hair back now, and he got to go back to school, and he's playing soccer again, and he's at summer camp. He's doing all the things a year ago they weren't sure he was going to be able to do. And Fantasy Cares stepped up and made a great donation in his name to the hospital that he was taking care of at. They donated toys as well as money to that organization. So that's a thing for me that's touched my heart. And, never lose sight of what it is that we're doing here with Fantasy Cares, what Scott started and what many others have helped to take, to the next level. What we're doing every week with those live shows, those hangouts, trivia, the live events, every ounce of that. Yes, it's fun, but it's really about raising money for the important stuff, and not just children's charities, but a lot of children's charities, a lot of food charities, veterans, just great stuff. And if you go to fantasycares.org, first thing you see is that donate button. If you swing down, you'll see all the places that have been donated to over the years. But Scott, in the time we have, tell people how it feels to know that you had this idea back in the day, which was do something charitable through your fantasy league, and now it's become a 501c3 machine that's steamrolling.
It's a little surreal. I think the biggest part of where it's becoming surreal is just the community behind it, right? Like it's one thing to, have the donations in and roll and see the numbers, but to see the true effect that it's had out there, not just the places we donate, the places we help, the people we help, but also just seeing how much people supported, people connect in the chats of these shows, people connect at the live events, and we all just have this shared hobby, this shared interests, shared ideas, shared passion to do something good with this hobby of ours. And it's just wonderful to see. And I love every time I'm at these live events and I hear these stories of people who now do fantasy content because of SFB, or they met new friends because of SFB, or they're doing whatever with people they met in SFB, or just anything that this thing created out there. It's very surreal to think this weird little tiny silly fantasy football league had such an effect on a large swath of people. And it's very, very cool. Very, very cool. I love the community. I love this tournament. I hope it goes on for a long time, as well as Fantasy Cares, obviously.
Yeah, I only expect that it will grow bigger and bigger every year as it has.
Oh, dear God, don't put that on me. 10,000 teams next. I'm just kidding. But yes, I agree.
An old friend, Trader Joe. Joe texted me this morning to wish me good luck, and I was so nice to hear from him because it's been a while. And Joe's one of those guys. Russ and I, we've gotten out there in New York City before the live drafts were happening, before COVID. We were going to like the fantasy football's live shows and hanging out. Joe was one of those guys who's been around a long time. Thank you, Joe. Good to see you.
I went to a Footballers live show when it was in Minneapolis, one of those early years at First Ave. I think it was First Ave. I don't remember where it was now, actually. But. Yeah,
and I've speaking of Mike Wright, I've complained to him that he doesn't do those anymore. They do one show, I believe, in LA now. I don't know are they doing it this year?
I don't know. There's a lot that goes into those things for them. So
it is. I used to go to the Matthew Berry ones, when he was back at ESPN back in the day, and You know, something that you were saying something before, and I'll bring it up to Matthew tomorrow. It's probably something Matthew has mentioned in 100 different interviews, but way back falafel days, Matthew came on with us and we asked him his story, and his story is well documented now over many years because it's been 10 years since we even did that interview. Was that he thought of himself as a normal guy, and if he liked certain things, other people would like certain things, and we put that out there, and that's kind of what you see when we go to these live drafts. It's people like you, it's people like me, it's people, well, maybe not like Russ, but people like Bob. No, Bob too. But just regular ladies and men and human beings that are just, they love the camaraderie of the fantasy football league and what you get talking trash on the league and playing with your friends. But now it's live and you're with a group of people that you don't know, but you have that one thing that connects all of you. People immediately, it's like you know them for years when they come over to see you. And some of them I do know for years and never got the chance to meet in person. So we're going to push those lives and hopefully I want to see 50 of those because I know how easy it is to pull those off. 50 of those worldwide, you know, within the next couple of years.
We're not too far off. I think it's well within reason that we'll get there. So, yep. Well, if we got a few more moments here, I mean, Mike, I did send him a message. I sent it. We'll see if he jumps on. Maybe we'll get him on later in the show. Somehow we'll squeeze him in if it's a time zone issue or whatever. But I just want to remind people of two things that we got going on at Fantasy Cares. We have this awesome end of summer giveaway, fantasycares.org/campaigns. Just donate to that and you will get into a giveaway at the end of the summer. We have a Nintendo Switch 2 we're giving away, but it's going to be a show where we're just going to give away things for like an hour. We're going to go live for an hour and we're just going to give stuff away. And then we have our
Mania.
Yes, absolutely. Then we have our Underdog satellite. Just go to Underdog Fantasy, go to the NFL draft stuff, and it's one of the tournaments. It's $10, and we're adding some incentives to jump in. You enter once, and we're gonna do an Underdog supporter giveaway each week. Give away a little something every week. Enter 3+ times, you'll get thrown in that end of summer giveaway show. Enter 5+ times this month, and you'll be entered for a Puka Nacua jersey. 5+ times in August, a Josh Allen jersey giveaway. And then 20+ times you get into our 25 Days of Christmas campaign where there's 25 drawings for a signed jersey. And if you max enter, you're going to get into a drawing with all the other max enters to be an SFB 16. But by my math, that's probably a drawing between one or two people tops. So I don't think a lot of people are going to max enter, but why not? Go for it. If you do it, I think your odds are very, very good at being in that first SFB 16 wave next year.
Joey's asking some information about the Scott Fishbowl School of Graphic Design, which I got a behind-the-scenes look at on the road, you know, and what goes into your designs.
We've said this many, many, many times, and I'm just going to say it for Scott so he doesn't have to worry about ruining his voice for the rest of the Podathon. You can't teach what Scott has. It is born. It is innate. There's just nothing you could do about it. He just has the touch. He has the talent. He has the skill. He has the je ne sais quoi.
Yeah.
I did not know we were going multilingual on Podathon, but there we have it.
My wife, who's fluent in French, just gave like a don't try to speak French.
Again, Russ?
Nope. Nothing Russ does is authentic, so it's fine. It's a little embarrassing, but you stop feeling that little embarrassment after a while because you're just so used to it.
Heard it here first. SFB live in France next year, and we will all get French lessons led by Miss Fish.
Oh, there you go. You have to come to SFB Live in Paris next year, honey. The first live she'll go to, she says.
All right, boom, and
we all heard it.
Yep, it's happening.
Here, it lives on forever, right here on Podathon on the Fantasy Cares YouTube network. You know, I got an idea. We could do it in many countries next year if Zach Berger could just book us Epcot for one day, just Epcot, just for the fishbowl. And we'll draft in many countries.
Every round is a new country.
Right, and you only need a real ID. You don't need a passport to go there. So, perfect.
That would be a pretty fun live event. Epcot going around. You make a pick at each country. Round one is this. Round two is this.
But I want realistic time zones, so I'm going to need somebody with a backdrop. Just it's dark now. It's daylight over here.
Oh, nice.
Weather. We go to London. It's gloomy. A little rain.
And just in case you were ever curious, Sal, whether you have a reach to these people that are listening to you, I don't know if you saw the comment. Because of your voice and nothing else, Zachary did in fact order cannolis.
I did see it. I actually put that. I put that on the screen, and it's mostly because I would like a cannoli right now.
He texted me a picture of them. They look wonderful.
Well, I did get to eat cannolis with Mr. McDowell, with Ryan McDowell last year in Boston, and Scott as well. But there is a picture out there with Ryan and I with cannolis in mouth that will live in my heart forever. And I got to say,
was it the same cannoli, Lady in the Tramp style?
I'm not a snob about New York. I went to Boston. I would give their cannolis a 10 out of 10. I went to Chicago last week. First time I was in Chicago. We went to Pequod's, Scott. Was that the name of it?
Yeah.
Oh my God, was the pizza fantastic. So this New York Chicago pizza battle, there's no battle. They're really two different things to me, but it was amazing. And I would go back and have that 100 times. It was so damn good. McDowell's, not McDonald's, yes. We have the big Mick.
They have the Golden Arches. We have the Golden Hills.
We are, for those of you who are, and I see Lewis is in here, coming to the New York City live draft, the one and only Scott Fish will be coming to that New York City live draft. And the next day, hopping a train, the train is called Russ's car, to Philadelphia and going to the Philadelphia live. So July 19th and July 20th, a jam-packed weekend in the Northeast with Scott Fish and 2 live drafts should be very exciting.
Yeah, and they're very centrally located. They're, New York and Philly are very close to each other. And no matter how far you think it is for you, people travel farther for other lives. So get over yourself and just do it anyway.
That is always a weird thing for me. When people are like, I don't want to travel 90 minutes. And there are places that the average drive time is way more.
Yeah, and 90 minutes is literally just driving from where I am in Brooklyn to Williamsburg, Brooklyn. It takes 90 minutes to do that 5 miles.
Well, yeah, but that's also half a mile. That's just the way Brooklyn is.
I pulled up Mike Hoff, and Mike will be on at some point in the thing, but I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about Anthony Savino. And it's not to, bring down a Podathon at all, but, if you don't know, we lost Anthony about 2 weeks ago. Way too soon. A guy who I've known in the industry for about 10 years, a guy who podcasted with Mike on the fantasy football, the Fantasy Face-Off Network. Did I get that right, Russ? I don't want to get it wrong in this time. But Anthony was just a great human being, a great husband, a great dad. And I'm going to miss seeing him. I'm going to miss interacting with him at the New York Lives. Got some pictures with him the last couple of years. And shout out to everybody that donated to him and his family, because that's all we could do right now to help alleviate some of what they're going through. But carry on his memory and what we do here. They did that a mental health Podathon for many years. It was super successful, and I always joined them on that. And 2 great guys, and we love and miss Anthony. So just wanted to, we'll bring him up again during Mike's segment, but I definitely want to get those words out.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, I unfortunately never got to meet him in person, meet Anthony in person. This would have been the first year. It was heartbreaking when it happened. Still is, to be honest. But.
Yeah, it's it'll stay with us for a long time. We've lost others in the community before. This one hit a little bit closer to home. Let's just throw this up there. South Shore Bar Pizza over New York City Pizza. Sorry, not sorry. All right, Vincent. South Shore, Long Island, Vincent. Is that what we're talking about?
Bar pizzas, no, that's like, okay, so no, we're going to talk about this for a second. Oh, no, let's acknowledge that. Sal, yes, that was beautiful. Thank you for taking the time to talk about him.
Mm-hmm.
Bar pizza is like the equivalent of deep dish pizza. It's a separate thing. It's completely different. You can't compare bar pizza to a regular slice of pizza. It's just not the same.
Yeah, I had Grimaldi's yesterday in Brooklyn. Right, that gets a lot of club here in Brooklyn as well, and it's a very thin, like bar style pizza. It's good. It's tasty. At the margarita, that's how I prep for fishbowl. But I like a nice, crunchy crust. If you're ever in Brooklyn, go to Crispy Pizza, Crispy with a K.
Yep.
So damn good. I haven't had the chance to try New Haven pizza. I was up that way for a wedding recently, and New Haven, to Scott's point about driving 90 minutes, it was about 60 minutes away from the wedding we were going to, and for some reason we didn't feel like driving that far. So we tried some other Connecticut pizza, and I'm thinking that New Haven's probably better. But everybody knows this.
A real New York slice.
A real New York slice. That's where I like to go when I come in.
Oh, you guys.
I get that reference.
Yes, Brian, we know that if you've never watched The Office, it's from The Office.
Maybe we should have Brian Wright on the show. At least it's the right last name. Could have put him on here. Oh wait, hold on. We have words for you, Sal. Scott saying DeFara in Brooklyn is still the best.
Yeah, I think. Hold on a second, you guys. I think I might have something over here that even actually has a DeFara on it. Let me check. Hold on, Scott.
Just to show you how pale Sal is in real life, look how much light there is on his screen right now. But he is so white that it just absorbs into his.
Oh my gosh, that is crazy.
Natural light, guys. Here is my DeFara. You see that? It's a DeFara pizza coaster that I got here because I moved to Brooklyn 3 years ago, and now I'm authentic Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? Brooklyn all day, every day. I talk like this.
Hey, bada bing.
So that is not an uncommon thought out there that, yes, that DeFara is the best. So many good places over here. But again, there's so many good places everywhere. Yeah, wow. I did absorb that light.
I'm telling you, just right into you. Just go outside every once in a while, Sal. That's all we're saying.
I have there's outside right there. I have a balcony like 5 feet away from me. You want me to take the show outside? I might disappear.
Oof. Forget about it.
Here's JB trying to ruin it. That since the old man died at DeFara's, it's not the same. You live on Long Island, pal. Keep your Long Island pizza to yourself.
We got a guy backstage since Mike didn't drop in, at least for now. Do we want to bring the guy that's backstage up front 5 minutes early?
Well, is it awkward if we say no? Like, I mean, you kind of fed it that we don't really have a choice at this point by just bringing it out in public like that.
No.
I think the reason you should bring him on is I think it was last year that Matthew Berry completely hijacked his segment and didn't give this guy the opportunity to actually have his own segment. So give him the 5 minutes.
And then we're even.
That's it. After this, Heath, you get nothing more from us. Hello, sir.
What is going on, you guys? Thank you for having me. I will say I'm not sure I'm going to be at the top of my game because I was in the middle of my pregame routine when Scott suggested that you bring me on, and so I didn't get all my full calisthenics in. But no, I'm ready to roll. Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, thanks for joining us year after year. And people always ask me, how do you prepare for 24 hours? Are you ready for 24 hours? And it's like getting prepared for 30 minutes. It's the same thing. So I'm glad I stretched out this morning. I did. I got up, I stretched. I went for a walk. I did go outside, Russ. I saw daylight. I took a walk. I did 12,000 steps yesterday because I knew I'd be doing none today. And, Heath, I'd be remiss if I didn't say to everybody and you that the Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. It's collecting, gaming, and DFS all-in-one amazing app. Game Blazers is the new way to play fantasy sports with entertainment that goes way beyond the final whistle. Try it today and use promo code SFB15 when you sign up so Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. And don't forget to check out the special Scott Fishbowl packs. It's buy one, get one free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Download Game Blazers today. And I'm nailing those reads now, but like 12, 15 hours from now, it's going to sound mostly like this.
I'll come on and do some, but yeah, SFB15 for the referral code on Game Blazers, because we get money when you Fantasy Cares gets money when you do it.
We like money.
Heath, we moved Matthew about as far away from you as possible this year. He's on tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. So,
yeah.
How you been, pal? How's your year been?
You know, it's been a good year. It's gone by fast, like they always do. And I think it was actually 2 years ago, and it was a real pleasure to get to hang out with 30 minutes with Matthew Berry. So I was glad to do this. You know, it's been good. The most agonizing part of my year has been going through my projections and trying to Scott Fishbowl them, and then seeing that my projections don't match up with any of the results or ADP that I'm seeing. I think like this man I guess he's to my left now. Yeah. Loves to create mayhem, and he has done a spectacular job this year. Just absolute mayhem.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'm glad. That's the goal every year, is to make everybody mad. No, it's just chaos. I like chaos. I like people having to work their way through it.
You know, if you really liked chaos, the morning of SFB Live in Vegas, no drafts had kicked off yet. And I said, Scott, let's record a video now and just remove third round reversal. Right before the draft start, remove it. You have the power to do this. And he was so close. The people out there do not know how close Evil Scott was to showing up and wrecking everybody who took the 12th pick. I had the 12th pick, and I was down for it.
It was closer than people think.
I don't like, honestly, and this could be an over exaggeration, and maybe my projections are just way off, or like ADP never really means anything inside of a single Scott Fishbowl draft. But I don't know that the choice in draft slot matters as much this year. I think what Scott has done with you don't have to start anything you don't want to, and you can start 7 of whatever you want to. And the fact that the scoring system, like, I don't know if people think about this too much. I know I've seen people talk about it in the past, but with a tournament where there's 7 million people that you're playing against, ideally you'd like to aim for, like, unless you're like me and you're a coward and you just don't want to embarrass your name and you just want to make the playoffs. If you're trying to win the whole thing, you'd like to shoot for as much possible upside as possible. And Scott set this scoring system up to reward the most boring players that everybody just poo-poos all summer long. And then, you know what? If they get a whole lot of targets, catches, and carries, it's not going to matter if they're good, because they're good.
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, that's why I removed 3RR from all the emails. That's why I was not going to do it. And then people had a meltdown, not realizing. And even with 3R, like last year in normal leagues, picks 12, 11, and 10 were the top 3 most championship winners.
That's
like,
what went wrong for me. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
that's the only reason why.
It was not needed, and it's only going to overcorrect, I think, and I'm mad about it. He brought up a sore point for me.
You know, Heath, the drafts, I've been to Vegas and Chicago the last 2 weekends for live drafts, and I think we had a total of 9 and 5 plus a Tad Bowl draft in those. So I've seen 14 of these drafts live, and as I walk around and survey the boards, they're quite different. We've had some interesting tight end runs, as I mentioned in the first segment. The very first draft in Vegas, 101, was a Brock Bowers selection. We know that the tight ends have the premium in here, but we also know that there's point per reception on. I think on MFL you get targets, right? You get points per targets. You get points per carry. So to your point, a lot of stuff has been leveled off. But we had a question in the first 30 minutes if you had the 101, and who's the consensus 101 in a draft like this, or is there a consensus 101?
I don't think there's a consensus 101 at all. I think that there could be upwards of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 different players that I could justify going 101.
Well, the important question,
which tracks,
we know that Heath is drafting with the first pick.
Yes.
If Sal did his homework and looked at the sheet to know that Heath is drafting with the first pick, instead of trying to ask this in some hypothetical fashion, just say, Heath, who do you plan on taking 101?
Well, I think he wanted to reference a question from the chat instead of the more recent question from the chat asking who my 101 pick was, because the person in the chat, unlike Sal, also did their research. But yes, I'm probably going to be with that first drafter from the Las Vegas draft. I'm taking Brock Bowers.
Ooh, I love it.
I really think the bonus for tight ends is probably going to get over exaggerated for some mid tight ends and high efficiency tight ends, like maybe a George Kittle or a Tucker Kraft. And I think it may get underemphasized on those tight ends who could have 150 targets in a given season, like Bowers, McBride, maybe even Travis Kelce or TJ Hawkinson.
And just for the record, I do see on my sheet that Heath is drafting one, but it's the Kansas City Chiefs division, and I can't bring myself as a Raiders fan to acknowledge that. So that's why.
So Heath, what made you choose the Kansas City Chiefs?
Well, I'm a fair weather fan. I've only been a fan of the Chiefs since I lost my first bet. And I always get this wrong. I can't remember if it was the 85 or the 86 wild card game. And I was visiting my family in Texas, and one of my uncles bet me a nickel that the Jets were going to beat the Chiefs. And I bet him, and then I didn't have a nickel, and it was a whole ordeal. I was 6 or 7 years old at the time. Anyways, it's there. I'm in the Kansas City live draft. There were several great options available. I thought, you know what, I should go with the Chiefs.
Yeah. As a newer fan, only since '85, it's
right.
Yeah, support your team.
Just following on the coattails of the champions.
Always leave it to somebody like Mr. Showtime to make me feel old. I was born in '85.
I was about to say,
you know what, Mr. Showtime, you're also old now. So welcome to the club.
Welcome to 40, right? Is that
he's a man now? He's 40. He's a man.
I'm a man.
I'm 40.
I will never get old. I will love that kid forever. Somebody mentioned earlier I look like a floating head. I did notice that now with the black curtain, the black shirt, and the black chair, that if you were to cover up the SFB logo completely.
Can someone get Sal a cape, please?
Yeah.
A cape would be fantastic.
I fully expect Sal to wear a cape to live events now.
I have a scarf. Does that work? You want a scarf, Sal?
It's a beautiful scarf.
Cape or bust. Mr. Cummings said cape, and I expect a cape.
I think it should be red.
I know that we have 1,000+ people watching on different platforms right now. But if you see anyone promoting the Podathon, the links out there, anybody in the chat, please, repost those on the social medias. Let's get as many people in here as possible. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and the more people that hang around, if you're not in Scott Fishbowl this year, raise your hand in the chat, because we do have. No, you can't get in your own league. There's rules against that, and it was passed by the California governor that says that Scott Fish cannot be in his own league going forward. So. We have at least one spot currently available in the Scott Fish Bowl. We expect to possibly have some more, as well as the one that will go in the final 30 minutes to draft with Matthew Berry, based on donations. So some great stuff that will happen throughout the show. And we'll probably give away some other stuff at some point. Bob Gilchrist comes up with all kinds of wild stuff in the background. So,
and I can do the graphics quicker than anyone on our team. I don't know if you
won't be as good as Scott, but he could do them fast.
Yeah. Do you know this, Heath, about me? How good I'm at graphic design? It might be a career change for me.
I'm not aware of this. I'm glad it sounds, though, just from your tone and knowing you like I do, that you are as bad as I am at it.
I'm incredible. Like, here's my NCAA graphic.
That is fantastic. But I can see like the time and the effort that you put into this. I'm not sure. I'm afraid just that maybe we spent too much on the graphic. Did we spend more than we raised on that? Because that looks expensive.
Could be. Here's my graphic I made for Joey Wright's Garage Trivia.
It's a little too much Joey.
Yeah,
if we could get less Joey, that would be good.
I feel like that's true. Here's a T-shirt I made, me and Joey as Thelma and Louise.
Same problem.
Too much Joey. Got it. I do appreciate the constructive criticism and notes on how I can improve things.
Proof positive that we donate all of the money to charity and none of it goes into production.
It definitely doesn't go to that production.
Let's start the movement. Hashtag too much Joey.
By the way, I love Joey. Great guy.
Yes,
yeah.
Absolutely. Everybody.
Joey and I, again, have been together in both Chicago and Las Vegas. And oddly enough, we continuously need to pee at the same time. I'm not making that up. Every time he needed to go to the bathroom, I also need to go to the bathroom. So I feel like there's that little, with the two of us. So
bathroom buddies. That's okay.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with that.
I called it a different version of live streaming, Russ.
Oh, I like it.
Heath, all this wonderful talk. Tell us about, the real business, what you're doing these days, and anything new this year from the past that we should expect.
I've it's been a pretty standard year. I've spent the last couple of years trying to advance the Dynasty game in the CBS world and doing as much as I can on FFT Dynasty and creating Dynasty content. But the best thing that I get to do is this, or anything that we can do to use this game that I love and really enjoy. And I'm super thankful that it provides food for my family and a place to live. But when we can use this to help others and to raise money to do good things in the world, I don't think it gets any better than that. And this wasn't you giving me the opportunity, but I just want to say it now because I'll say it again when I'm in Kansas City next weekend. Thank you to everybody who's listening, because I know like the people, the analysts that come on the show and really help make this go. And Scott Fish has received more than enough accolades. Just kidding, Scott. Fantastic stuff you've done. But the truth of it is, like, none of this is a drop in the bucket without thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people that want to be a part of it. And so thank you for everybody who's watching right now or going to listen in the future or participating in Scott Fishbowl or Fantasy Cares in any way at all.
Well said. Well said. Except for the nice stuff about me, but well said on everything else. Absolutely perfect.
Speaking of CBS, that spot that we have to give away is in the Miami Hurricanes division. It's pick 7, and none other than Adam Azer is in that division. So
that's a huge win for whoever wins that. Like, to know that you're actually playing in an 11-man league instead of a 12-man league, your odds, you're going to have better players available to you in the draft. Waivers are going to be easier. Fantastic.
Yeah. It's almost an unfair advantage for like a large scale tournament like this to only have 11 people you have to face. Here's my goat meter, Heath. Yeah. If you like, there's lots of goats and you never know how much of a goat someone is. So I made a goat meter.
I like that a lot. I thought you were showing me where I ranked on the goat meter, and then you were going to make the point that Matthew Berry is just a little bit further.
No. I made this goat meter, and people in the chat think it needs to be on a shirt.
I think that's a really good idea.
There is a version of this with one of my former co-hosts, Stephen Marcus, in the area where there is no goats. Goatless.
Were those goats or llamas?
No, they were goats.
Okay.
They're ambiguous, I guess, but no, they are absolutely goats.
Zoom in, make sure it's a goat.
Yep. I'm told
Okay.
many of the graphics I do cannot be put on T-shirts, but I feel like that's an excuse being made.
They're so good. No t-shirt.
We're trying to save you from yourself, because the second one of them goes on a shirt, people are only going to want stuff designed by you, and you're going to do nothing but designing T-shirts.
Oh my gosh.
Right, we're going to lose him from his real power, which is showing up here and not taking compliments well.
Yeah, that is my superpower. But yeah, we do have an open spot to give away for Adam Azer's league at some point here. We got to figure out a fun way to do that. Is there anyone in the chat who's not in SFP? We'll
I
talk
saw
to
a couple
you.
of hands raised.
I wonder. I mean, maybe somebody should just from the chat that's not in the league could say what is it that Adam Azer, a certain meat that he likes to cook in the wrong way. We have a dynasty league named after it.
Ooh. Doesn't that's right. Yes. Okay. I know where you're going.
But
Yeah.
also, speaking of, there was a couple of people who asked if, when you first showed up on the stream, it's the 4th of July weekend, which means the smoker had to be out and working. What did you cook up this weekend?
Well, and thankfully you can't hear it, but there's currently a heavy storm coming down right now, and it's been doing that for about a week, off and on. So I did not brave the smoker. I went with the classic hamburger. I was on the grill because I caught an hour break of sunny and just went with the classic hamburgers and hot dogs.
Nice.
So nothing fancy this year, but every once in a while it's good to just go back to the classics.
As long as you make those classics the right way.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to. Yeah. Oh, there was an answer from somebody, but I think he's already in.
Yeah.
Well,
It was also the guy. Oh wait, maybe they're not in yet. But yeah, lots of correct answers in the chat. There it is. What do you guys think about that? A baked burger?
I don't know what to think about that. Honestly.
I hope you enjoyed it. I will not find out.
No, it wasn't me. It was Azer. Azer bakes his burgers.
Terminal Sarcasm is not in, by the way.
Is he signed up?
I sure hope so at this point.
Terminal Sarcasm, have you signed up for the Scott Fishbowl?
How did you search that out? Oh, he probably said so in the chat. Huh?
No, he said it in the chat. I did not look.
I see. Well, we got to figure out a way to find out who he is. Like by
He says he signed up.
Blue Sky handle or a Twitter handle or a...
Give us a little more information.
In honor of Heath getting hijacked, I think we might just need to make this an ongoing tradition.
Yeah. Hey.
Oh, look at that, Mike Wright.
Hey, I wasn't jumping on to. I was jumping on to say I freaking blew it, and I'm so sorry, you guys.
Oh no, I'm glad you.
I wasn't coming to hijack anybody's time. I couldn't
hijack me.
dude, I messaged Scott on Twitter. Scott, do you not have my phone number?
I think I might, but I don't think I.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying, like, oh my god, dude, I'm so sorry.
Mike, if you will stay for the next 15 minutes, I know Heath will not be upset if we have both of you guys together.
0%.
I am happy to do that, but I don't want to take Heath's time.
Please
be quiet.
This has become an annual tradition of just.
We were just talking about baking burgers, so please save us.
Good Lord, baking burgers?
You can guess. I think it'd be a fun game to guess. There's somebody who works with me who doesn't know how to work a grill, and so he bakes his burgers. You don't have to guess. It's kind of putting you on the spot.
Say it, Mike. I feel like it's right there.
Scott.
It's the host. It's the host of his
Wait.
show.
AA.
Adam.
Wait. Okay. Oh. Okay.
I think
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
All right. My mind is all a mess because I was running around my house trying. My AirPods are dead, and I was like, I'm just. That Azer. If Azer doesn't know how to grill, that totally checks out.
Yeah, 100%.
For those of you watching at home, hoping to get into the fantasy industry, you think it's glamorous. Look at Mike Wright. He's a mess today. The AirPods don't work. The family kicked him out onto the porch as usual. He's out back. But it's here.
I didn't even turn the misters on. It's a bajillion degrees. I'm going to be profusely sweating and red in about 3 minutes.
Sal's inside and he will too, so it's all right.
I will say this is a little bit worrying because I think Mike will agree with this. Like, it's usually like October or early November when this hits the fantasy analyst, where you just have lost track of all days or times or anything that you're supposed to be doing.
Honestly, what messed me up the most was Friday being the 4th. So we didn't work. And so then I was just like, dude, I don't have anything to do on Sunday. And I didn't look at my schedule like an idiot.
Well, we're going to blame Mike Fiella, who booked you on the show. We're not going to blame. He's not here, so it's easy to blame those who did not.
No.
Never blame the talent. Let's blame.
No, this one is totally on me.
This person said, Mike, you better not be late for Sundays during the football season.
No, I'll be there for that one. I remember football on Sunday. I don't know what day it is right now, though.
It's a day of the week ending in Y. That's all you need to know. So, how was the celebration this year? Did you get once you got done with work? Did you get to party with the family?
Oh yeah, for the 4th. Our 4th was we just had some cousins, some siblings over. I grilled like a man.
Oh, direct shot.
What are you talking about? I'm just saying. I'm just expressing how manly I am with my grilling. I'm really bad at grilling. I have to look up every single time. I'm like, how long am I supposed to do this?
Oh, I love grilling. This was the first year for the 4th of July grilling down at my in-laws' house where I took over for my father-in-law. He's always been the grill guy, and this year I did the grilling. It felt like a tiny little pass torch, a little in the.
No, you passed the tongs, brother.
It was tongs. Yes, it was good though. It was good. I had a good time.
I have a foolproof plan for the holiday. Every year I go to someone else's barbecue. It never fails. Food's always good. I'm always relaxed, and I eat well. So
that's a pro move.
Doing Mike Wright's barbecue next year.
Oh, you are not invited.
Clear that up right away.
Invited?
No, I don't want there to be any mistakes.
Well, I'm gonna need a minute, Russ. Maybe you take over.
I know. I kind of want to let this moment stew in. I almost want the silence to just coat Sal in the shame and despair that he was just put into.
Well, I'll quickly shift to, while we have Mike here, I know that the ballers generally, you guys draft the team together in a Scott Fish Bowl every year, correct? You take turns with the picks. Is that how it goes?
Generally speaking, yes.
So I don't see a division or a draft pick for you guys here.
Yeah, I think we, like, this whole thing snuck up on me. I think we missed our invite, honestly.
No, you're in. You pick 5 in the Phoenix.
We figured out who to give the free spot to, Scott.
Wait. No, because I had talked to Scott, or Scott, was I talking to you? I don't know. I was talking to, or maybe it was Bob, but I was like, they were like, hey, do you want to be there at the live event in Phoenix? I'm like, absolutely. And then I'm not hearing from it. I got a bug on me, guys. This is terrible. And then a few months, and then oh shoot, and then someone who reached out to me.
Maybe Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly. I was like, her name is escaping me, and she was like, hey, just making sure you're in. I'm like, oh, I hadn't heard from you guys. Perfect. As long as it's not in one of these days for this vacation I had booked for a year ago. Yeah. And then that was the day. Yeah. Of course, yeah. So that's all right. I messed up this. I've messed everything up this year.
No, you've messed nothing up, my friend. Yeah, you were picked 5 in the Phoenix Suns division. Slow draft starting tomorrow. Well, one of your team will make a pick. one of you guys.
You might want to. I don't know if anybody knows that. You might want to shoot me a email or an invite or something.
I will send a message. I will say someone. Nope. Okay. I'll send you a message.
that means no one has linked their account.
I will talk to one of you 3 or all of you 3.
Yeah. See, like I told you, this whole thing snuck up on me, and I don't even remember. I mean, we got the official invite email, and then I don't know. And then I don't remember. I don't know what happened. Heath, I'm stealing all your time right now.
You
with
know,
my
this is really quite. I'm enjoying it. It's all good.
it's just my buffoonery.
Heath is like, wow, they're just making us look better every year. Yeah, talk amongst yourselves.
You would have liked the live event if it didn't hit your vacation. The live events, everyone on this panel has been to them. They are something else. They're kind of incredible, and they're all different, which is really
my boy Lanny was in the at the Chicago one.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yes. Oh yes, we hung out with him. He's fantastic. Like, great donation. He had a Mortal Kombat.
That's him.
By one of the creators for us to donate. Brought in quite a few $100s. Fantastic prize. It's just an overall great guy. We hung out for a while, and he told me he'll be in the chat all day today, so he's probably watching right now.
No, that's my dungeon master.
Yep.
That's how he first introduced himself to me like 5 years ago through DM. I'm like, Dungeons and Dragons. I'm like, sweet. I've never played, and I probably would, suck at it, but.
Well, the good thing about that is you can't suck. You just do it.
No, yeah, it's all about the story. You just have fun and enjoy.
I mean, I generally suck at everything, so this is my calling. I'm trying to convince Scott to make the Vegas SFB in a weekend all by itself, because I did go this year, and I think Scott used the words magical, right?
It's magical every year.
Out at Vegas. So if we do that, Heath and Mike, you need to come out to Vegas next year. It's early June, mid-June. For the SFB, we had Liz Loza out there this year. Laquan Jones was out there this year. Quite a few other great people in the industry, but we'd love to get you guys out to that.
It sounds like a really fun time, and I think as long as you can just clear that with my wife, we're great.
Give me the number. Give me the number. I'll take care of it. You'll probably not be able to speak to me again once that conversation's over, but I'll try.
Yeah.
What's the worst that could happen?
With coming to Vegas, or with the Fantasy Cares D&D live stream? Because you can go a lot of ways there.
D&D.
You guys are hiding the story here, and that is this right here.
Oh,
and
yeah, good work there, Sal.
Yet Mike still doesn't want me at the barbecue. I don't know.
No, because I like cool people.
That suddenly explains every time I see Mike. He's like, "Yeah, good to see you," and then he runs off really quick.
Yeah, no, that's why I hide from Scott.
Yeah, that's 100% it. Oh no, that's good. That's good. Sal, is Mike Wright one of the people you take claim for making a star?
Yeah, when I first met Mike back in 2016, he came on that Falafel House podcast way back in the day. He did a fan-friendly league with us. You remember that, Scott? You've mentioned that a few times.
I did too.
Mike, they were toiling around. They couldn't decide they want to do video games. They wanted to go forward with this, this footballers thing. And I was like, Mike, just focus on the production. It's all about production. And boom, killer production. And look at these guys 10 years later. They are the it in the industry. So you're welcome, Mike.
Good job, Sal.
It was the falafel appearance, I think, was the turning point.
It was some kind of a turning point. I'll tell you. I don't know if you know my story with CBS, but they were a local affiliate network.
I need like a 30, not a 30 for 30, but like one of those old documentaries with like black and white photos of you guys. And like, but did you know that before all of the fame and success, there was this man? I need a documentary. Bob, can you make one in the background there?
Me with like a little hairpiece.
Could we do next year? The divisions for Scott Fishbowl are just people who Sal made.
I'm gonna have to add more leagues and more people.
I was about to say we'll need to raise the amount of people in, because Sal's the kingmaker in this industry.
I've been working on Russ for years. Haven't gotten him there yet, but coming.
And
I'm
for
the exception to the rule.
That'd be great if people at home have a bingo card with a list of names, and every time Sal mentions that he made them a star, they daub their bingo card. That'd be good. That'd be good. Well, we're an hour and a half in, and we're off the rails completely now. This is a good way to go. I like it.
Seems right. I think it's a good time, Scott, to remind everybody that the Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. Build your squad, choose your lineups, win cash at Game Blazers. You can enter free weekly contests to win huge prizes with your inventory. Plus, earn more rewards with roster upgrade challenges and mini games. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with the promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack you purchase. Plus, take advantage of the BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack that's in the app now. Buy one pack, get another free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Sign up today.
Pro read and transition there.
BOGO's come a long way since Payless Shoes, right? I mean, feel like that was the first place I used to see BOGO but now it's everywhere, you know?
Did you start that one too?
Payless never sold shoes. They were selling sandals before I showed up.
Like, you remember when I was looking at Payless?
Were you just admitting to predating BOGO? Like, you remember the beginning of the phrase BOGO?
Until I bought something and got something free. That never happened.
Back in your day.
Yeah.
You had to pay for all the things you got.
I just want to remind the chat, you get 24 hours of this, and Sal getting more and more tired as he goes through it.
I'm not young, fellas. I hit 50 last year, so it's, staying up 24 hours. Yeah, I know, Mike. It's hard to really handsome.
Mike, knowing nothing of the scoring or that your pick was number 5.
I'm a busy man, Scott.
What do you think? No, it makes a great show. The scoring is very volume heavy. You want volume this year. Lots of volume.
Okay.
Carries and catches.
Who am I going to take with the 5th? Let's see. So we're talking volume. So we got what's the PPR? How many bonus per 7-yard runs specifically?
No, it's just basically mostly all volume. There's IDP scoring for Travis Hunter, but it's mostly all volume. It's a 0.5 point per carry, and it's 2.5 points per catch.
Good.
I just
3.5 for tight ends, right?
Yeah,
extra
3.5 for tight end catch.
I love, every year Mike is like, can you tamp that down a little bit, Scott? Can you make it more normal?
We just want to walk into a draft room with our own rankings, so we don't have to think at all, and we just pick the guy at the top.
Yeah, I think last year's eliminators were make a terrible team or something like that, and I'm like, I refused. I will not play your little game. I will take the guys that I want to take.
Oh, I love it. No, it's I'm sure Mike, Jason, and Andy will figure out who they want to take.
Oh yeah, we'll get it
tomorrow
going.
morning when they're on the clock.
I thought you said Tuesday.
It'll probably be Tuesday.
It's hopefully tomorrow.
Well, the good news is you get 8 hours to make that pick, Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. I'm gonna use the entire clock.
Yeah, and if people are slow behind you, you'll get the overnight shut off too, and yeah,
Fantastic.
Plenty of time to make.
Well, to both of you gentlemen, we are up against 1:30. As much as I love having you both here, and I definitely appreciate your time. Mike, since you were supposed to be here first, we'll let you sign off first. Tell everybody. I think everybody knows what you guys do and what you got going on, but just give a little refresher.
Oh, I don't deserve any marketing time right now, dude. My name's Mike, everybody.
All right. And
That's it.
That was the FF Hitman. Heath, let them know.
Yeah, I mean, I already talked about it. Go support Fantasy Cares. Go follow all the social media accounts. Go to the YouTube page and go watch Joey Wright. Go be a part of thousands and thousands of people using this wonderful game to raise as much money as we can for people who need it.
Amazing, both of you guys. Year after year, you come on and you help us promote this and amongst other things. So can't thank you enough. We'll look forward to seeing you guys in a year. And Mike might get it right by then. We'll see.
Hey, I made it. This counts. My streak is alive.
I'm with Mike on this one. This counts.
Thanks, guys.
See you later, Heath.
I do like that Heath got interrupted every year. It's
a tradition now, and
we don't even plan it that way. It's just natural interruption.
it's one of the beautiful things about the Podathon is you don't know what's going to happen. It generally goes off the rails. I can't believe it took 90 minutes. It usually takes a lot longer than that. And coming up, I got a guy who's going to be here for 2 hours co-hosting. So Russ, you're welcome to stay. But if you want to get a little bit of a break, JB Barry with the Sal Leto graduation head in the background. That is my high school graduation picture that JB has in his, which is very weird for me. But you should know that I did win prom king that year, guys, and I invented being a prom king. People were not wearing crowns before I came along, so remember that. And speaking of off the rails, JB, back when this person used to join us, usually it was in the evening time. Usually she was trying to catch a flight, and usually it quickly got off the rails. But here she is in what can only be vacationing somewhere. Oh yeah, put the phone down, Liz. It's Miss Liz Loza joining us again on the SFB Podathon. So great to have you back. What is up, Liz?
Hi. Greetings from McCall, Idaho.
Wow.
If anyone, same. That's was how I felt when I landed in a place called Idaho. If anyone remembers the Chris Harris little podcast that could days, no more finger wagging at me for not showing the flyover states enough love, because I have sunk plenty. I have stimulated this local economy very well for the past week.
When did they start doing F1 in Idaho?
I haven't watched it yet. No spoilers. Truth is, it does not get dark here in Idaho until 10:30 at night, which means I do not get put to bed until the morning, which means I sleep in the morning. So the glasses are staying on, and the coffee is not even barely, it's still warm.
Yeah, well, we're going to need plenty of coffee to get through another 22. How many hours are we in? 90? We're only in 90 minutes? Oh, my God, do the math. 22 and a half hours left to go with this stuff. But
don't try and do math, Sal. It's just not going to go well for you.
Does it ever go well for me?
Anything? Usually no.
It went really well for me in Las Vegas. I got to hang out so much with Liz, who it was just a great time. Liz and Scott and Joey. We sung, we laughed, we had such a great time. Liz,
we sang. We didn't sung, we sang.
And Liz is continuing to correct me, as she did every time I spoke in Las Vegas. Just kind of smacked me in. We sung, we sang,
we sang. We sang, we hung. We didn't hang. We did hang. We sang, we hang. No, we hung. It was a good hang in which we sang.
Joey claims to have harmonica. I did not see that. Yes, there is video, Scott Frankel. Some of which I was forced to edit. But no, we danced. I danced on Fremont with a newly married couple. I know that happened towards the end of the night. I've never been down to Fremont before that trip. So what a great time. And we're thinking about, I don't know if Scott's doing it, but I'm going to make this an annual standalone event, whether Scott likes it or not, in Las Vegas.
I think that's the way it's headed. That I wouldn't even be surprised if we even push it up another week to avoid some of the heat a little more.
No, it was perfect.
You thought it was perfect? Ooh,
yeah, because then I got Sal in the pool. It was so hot that I got Sal to jump in, and you too in your snowsuit.
Yes, in my snowsuit. Do you know how easily I burn? It's so ridiculous.
You were wearing a full like it was as if we were about to go harpooning or something. You had like a hood.
That's what sleeves. It is. It's a swim shirt. Yeah.
That exists. There are things called swim shirts for people who are not surfers, like just to go in the pool. That's a thing.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. In fact, kids wear them a ton nowadays, at least in Minnesota, to protect from the sun.
I'm a horrible parent, I guess. And also, like,
an absolute, they're probably a little more frowned on in California. People probably look at you a little weirder, but maybe, I don't know. But in Minnesota, lots of kids wear them. Lots of adults wear them.
In the spirit of like confessions, I don't really wear sunscreen, like on my face, but like I don't burn ever.
Well, Liz, we have a little bit of a darker like base tone. Like it's harder for us to burn. Like Scott's got to protect himself.
I
guess
burn like
it's true.
crazy, have to sunscreen like crazy, and there's a lot of skin cancer in my family. So
Okay, thanks, Scott.
Bring
now
it
you
down.
make me feel like a real.
No. I'm just saying. I got to protect myself. But I agree. It is a little weird to wear a shirt and a hood and all that. But they make them so thin, they breathe so well that it's not like heating you up at all. So at least there's that.
You should get one to sponsor. You should get that company to sponsor you.
Yes, I agree.
For real.
I agree with that.
Well, I have news for you. Even if it's 2 weeks early, I'm getting in the pool. But hopefully we could do it out the wind. I would say the one thing I didn't like about Las Vegas was that
the wind.
The draft boards almost blew away multiple times, and they were steel frames.
Sandbagged.
Oh my God, we had sandbags all over them. It was wild. I'll never forget that weekend. It was a great weekend. Joey Wright has stated, he'll be on later, that the night at the piano bar was one of those nights he will remember for the rest of his life.
The last 2 years.
Magical.
Yep. It's magical.
Magical.
We've said that a lot about Vegas on this show already. How magical Vegas is for that.
So JB just joined us for the first time, and I feel like he hasn't gotten a chance to get a word in. But nice shirt, by the way, pretty sweet shirt. Unlike me, you're not blending into the curtain in the background where I look like a floating head. People have said if I suck my arms out like this, it's just my head. But JB, why don't you ask Liz some of the traditional SFP questions we have? You don't have the list in front of you, so you don't know the division.
Well, no. Normally my question, Liz, is where you're drafting and what position. But I know you drafted live in Las Vegas. I think you were towards the back end of the draft, if I remember right. So, what was your target there, and did you get your target?
I don't remember.
Las Vegas was so magical that it was just.
No, I think wasn't my first round. Did I get Ashton Genty, or was that Joey?
Joey got Ashton Genty.
I know that I got I got Jaden Daniels. I wanted, yes. So because Scott, and I said this on one of my shows recently, is such a scoring madman, I decided to go like high ceiling all across. Like I'm not playing it safe. I didn't really like even focus on high volume or high floor because of potential volume players until much later. So I wanted Jaden Daniels. Also, Scott Frankel knows how much I love Jaden Daniels and how much I loved him getting out, like going out his rookie year. I talk for a living. I've clearly been on vacation a week. So last year, Scott sniped me on Daniels because he was doing the LA live draft. So I was very excited to like get in there and finally get Daniels. I was happy about that. And then in the second round, I wanted a high upside running back. I wasn't interested at that point. Everyone off the board, all of the like high ceiling running backs were off the board, save like I think Josh Jacobs and Jonathan Taylor were the next two per regular rankings. I don't want either of those guys. So I went Omari and Hampton and caught a lot of like flack for it. A lot of people like saying I was reaching, and that's fine because I feel like in a draft with this particular format, you have to reach because otherwise like nobody wants to like finish in any league 6th, right? It's like the worst play. I either want to finish last or first. So that was the plan.
Okay. And did you feel like you benefited from the third round reversal just to bring it back up for Scott?
I don't think so because I think I was in the pool and people were screaming at me to pick at that point.
That is
and I had
true.
forgotten about it.
That is factually true.
Yeah. So I think I was like, oh, wait, I just picked. I had plenty of time. Sam Holt and I jumped in the pool. There was a bachelor party nearby, which was not for me, but maybe someone else. And I didn't like the third round reversal because I had to jump out of the pool and pick.
I feel like
So
I have
don't
to
even know
go
who
to
it
Vegas.
was.
All you guys' stories, like I feel like I got to get to Vegas.
Oh yeah, it's a thing. You got babies, my friend. I mean, how old is your youngest child right now?
He's 1.5.
Yeah, you have babies. Your
Apologies.
wife, I'm not talking to your wife. We've already said I can talk to Heath Cummings' wife about convincing. He's out there on the West Coast. I'm not getting you to Vegas. Yeah, I'm just trying to get you back to the Expo for God's sake. But
Exactly.
yeah. So Liz, a little bit earlier on, we talked about somebody asked what the consensus 101 was. And Russ, our dear Russ Fisher, said he would go with Saquon Barkley. And I said, well, we'll have to talk to Liz Loza because Liz has an article out there that she beats her phone and tries to get rid of that bug.
She's trying to smack me for my take. I'm like, all right, come on.
How dare you, Russ?
Explain to Russ Fisher why Ashton Genty is the pick over Saquon Barkley this year. Or just tell people where to find your article.
Well, you can go. It was a fantasy face-off with my dear friend Tyler Fulgham, who had to host SportsCenter on 4th of July, so he was extra salty. And he is like the biggest Barkley stan. Obviously, the production historic, right? All-time single season leading rusher. But 482 total touches, including the postseason, is also a historic number of touches. And I am not convinced that the regression that he will absolutely suffer is going to be worth a top 3, let alone number 1 overall pick this year, both in this format, in any format. Also, I just love this little like stat. This is one that like I go to bed like I was actually on the water daydreaming about this little nugget because I'm a nerd and I had a bunch of Huckleberry lemonade spiked with vodka. And it is that, so last year, the narrative about the running backs was that nobody got hurt. It was historic. Oh my God, nobody got hurt. But that was because in 2023, not one single running back cleared 300 rushes. This year, or heading into this year in 2024, 6 running backs went over 300 carries. So I'm anticipating, hate to be a downer, a bunch of injuries and efficiency regression.
So does that mean in a format like this, you'd be more so looking for a pass catching back where you're looking for the volume? If you think that, maybe injuries are going to take that rushing volume down, you're going to really be focused on those pass catching backs?
I think it does support a 0 RB or anchor RB strategy, which is one that I'm pretty much a fan of a lot. You could call Barkley, though, a pass catching back. So I think any volume back would work. I am really high on Hampton. I don't think the chasm between Genty and Hampton is as vast as people were talking about. And I think that while Najee Harris does exist behind him or potentially in front of him, like I don't think we're looking at I keep hearing the comp like that Hampton and Harris are similar to maybe like Javonte Williams and Melvin Gordon back in the day, and everybody was really hoping that Vontae would not sit behind Melvin Gordon as long, but I just don't anticipate that happening, and I'm just going to be higher on it because I think eventually it might take a little bit, but eventually he's going to steal that job. And I love, obviously, the system that he's working in with Harbaugh.
Liz, what do you think about the New England situation with Henderson and Stevenson? Do you think that's going to be
That's a little bit tougher. I feel like Henderson is the shiny new toy, and so his draft stock is creeping. But we have to remember that Ramondre Stevenson coming out, the running backs coach at the time mentioned, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but the running backs coach, Stevenson's, I believe, rookie year or sophomore season, mentioned what a surprisingly good pass catching back he was and was becoming. And we saw him really start to flash in the preseason, and that like carried him over. So I think Stevenson has built quite a bit of like cred in New England, and he's going to be harder to push to the side than Harris. So I think I have those two ranked much closer to one another than Harris and Hampton.
Love that answer.
Liz, I have to imagine your draft has ended by now, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, what was your overall feeling when you were done? Overall, you felt like,
I know I'm supposed to give like it's going to be my year answer, but I always feel like when we get to, I don't know, the last 4 rounds are sort of like, sure, if Kyle Williams is going in like the 13th round or something, the like 12th round, then like you're pretty screwed by the 16th,
I'm generally screwed by the 2nd round in these drafts. Additionally, I did make the semifinals in 2018. That's my one claim to fame. And I lost James Conner and Aaron Jones in the same week.
You still remember it. I also think just another plug for like going to a live draft. and I understand the slow draft and people have lives, JB. You cannot leave your 1.5-year-old. I mean, you should, because that's an awful age, but you should probably want to stay married. And so I would say the cool thing about the live draft was that everybody in the chat, once we moved to the slow draft format, was like, we'd already like hung out together and built rapport, and we were like giving each other, talking smack, and, you know, just like reminding each other that we were on the clock. And that was, I thought, really, I don't think that normally happens without the in-person introduction and fun times had. Like, that was really fun. Like, you asked me about my draft. I don't really remember the players, honestly. I just remember like everybody still chatting and having a good time virtually. Just something that only Scott Fish can like plan and make happen.
Come on.
You know what the beauty of it is? Scott just puts it in place and it just happens. It's organic.
Yeah.
And we've talked about that, Liz, how great it is. They get out to these live drafts, and Chicago was another outstanding time last week. But I saw somebody write earlier, I'll try for Vegas next year if I get a golden ticket. Come even if you're not drafting. I didn't draft. I've been to multiple. I'm not drafting in New York City this year. I'm still going.
I'm going to LA.
Yeah, like Liz is showing up to a lot of them as a fine board member representative of Fantasy Cares organization. And that's what we're out there doing. We're doing everything we can to assist, help, have fun, make it a great atmosphere. Liz and I did the raffles. Thank God she came, because, you know, she dominated my voice. She helped me get those raffles out there. She Liz put me in my place quite a few times, and I'm not even mad about it. But yeah, and we saw it. I did not get to see Robin Thicke, but it must have been Joey that made that comment in the chat. Where is he?
Oh yeah, Joey and I saw Robin Thicke in person, and Blurred Lines still hits. That song has been in my head ever since. That man is magical. He had in case anyone needs like a little support moving through life, Robin Thicke answered that issue by carrying with him an emotional support towel. And we're not quite sure. He just like used it to mop his brow, but also could not. It was with him at all times. It was like a binky. Kind of like I'm hoping the new tight end in Indianapolis will be for either quarterback. Was it Jalen Warren, the kid out of Penn State?
Tyler Warren.
Tyler Warren, thank you.
To mention this to Chef, over 70% of SFB is just regular fans not in the industry at all. Over 70%. So that's
awesome.
It's a lot of just random people who love fantasy football connecting is really what.
Yeah, and it's so true to that. Like when I got into SFB 480, right? That was way back. I think that was SFB 6, technically. You know, we were podcasting. That was our first year of podcasting, 2016, but it was always a mix of regular people playing fantasy with their friends and people either in the industry trying to get into the industry, and it's grown that way. But the beauty of it is you go to events with folks like Liz and Mike Wright and Heath, and it's all normal people that just happen to work in the fantasy football industry, right? Everybody remains the same. Oh, Lawrence Jackson, who we had on in the first hour. Lawrence is so traditional and true to who he is. That's why it's remained this type of contest. If it was just like a exclusive thing for people that worked in the industry or a podcast, and it wouldn't have that feel, it wouldn't have that vibe, it wouldn't feel as authentic as it does. So a good point, Scott, that you know a lot about your own league you created.
And honestly, the Scott Fish Bowl turned me into a podcaster, right? The friendships that I made through Scott Fish Bowl came through the group chat that we were in, the same pick chat, and me, Andrew Cooper, Kevin Tompkins, Jordan Loop, and Lindellians all just kind of like formed a bond and started taking our like side chat into our own little text chat. And then we're like, hey, let's make a podcast out of this. And that's how the Fantasy Besties podcast was built, and we still remain friends to this day. I mean, we're still texting about things. I went to Coop's wedding. Like Scott Fishbowl, I tell the story every year, but Scott Fishbowl brings those lifelong friendships and different opportunities that you never even think about.
Yeah, they keep inviting me out like a Make-A-Wish kid to have fun. You know, like
they see the bald head and they make assumptions.
Yes, this has been my dream. I'm not in all seriousness. I have to go. I work a full-time job at a hospital that's very demanding, and when I get to go on trips like that, I get to feel like you're part of the team. It's kind of like it's a break for me. It's a nice. It doesn't seem like a vacation to some, but for me, that's how I take my vacations. I love it. I mean, I won't mention Aruba and the other trips that I take. I'm just saying this too.
SFB 16 Aruba.
We're in talks for a cruise. Russ doesn't know this, but we're in talks.
No, you can't do a cruise.
It's picking up steam.
People want it.
That's the second board member vote for no. Just putting it out there.
We have board members on the show. Can we get a quick vote on this SFB cruise?
I'm the backup bald guy. It's kind of like the old Scott Van Pelt's, like when people find Scott fish in public and think it's him. It's usually just me. Like, oh, I thought you were taller in person. Oh no, I'm not Scott.
Siobhan was awesome. Of course, we liked him, Joey. He was awesome.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of I loved also that people would come over and be like, "Hi," and I'm like, "Hi, I've had 13 skinny margaritas. What's up?" And, and they were just chatting with people all over the place, and then making these random friendships. Like Joey is just saying in the chat that he brought his best friend who isn't in our space at all, Siobhan. I ended up Siobhan and I are besties now. And and someone else in the chat I thought said something really salient, which was most normal podcasters most podcasters are just normal people with microphones.
Yep, that was Zach, his fellow board member Zach.
I don't even use a microphone.
He goes by a tacit assassin on there, so you had no way of knowing. But yes, that I agree. Very, very salient.
There was a kid, Rodney, that came to the New York City draft 2 years ago, Sal. I don't know if you remember this, but he randomly showed up at the bar, and he liked fantasy football, so he was kind of just following along with what we were doing. And I started talking to him and explained to him what was going on. And he absolutely loved it and ended up being a part of it the next year and winning a spot for a slow draft that year, I think, actually. And it's just that type of connection where, we're all normal people. Everybody just wants to be a part of the fantasy football community and events like that, the live draft. And yes, Liz, I did go to the live one. I planned on going again this year, but it's while I'm going to be in Florida, so not going to make it. But those live drafts are awesome, and it creates that type of environment.
Wait, you're missing the New York City draft again?
Bro, I'm going to be in Florida. I come back the 21st.
JB, you're not allowed to host the rest of the show. That's it.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
So I didn't quite get the vote on the cruise. What was the vote?
Yay.
No, I was joking.
It depends on the carrier. Who are we partnering with? Are we talking Norwegian Princess? I'm not going on some some Minnesota River shit though. I'll be honest.
No.
Spirit has expanded to cruise ships.
No.
It's actually just their blade, but they made it so it could go on water.
Right. It is a plane. That is correct. You just stand on the wings,
Yeah. Let's see here. I was thinking of something.
Bob says yes.
I saw someone say them and their wife are coming to New York live. I don't know if you're drafting there too, but that's fun. I'll be there. Sal will be there. You should go to live events even if you're not drafting, because
Russ is always there too.
Thank you.
Going again, Russ?
We should do a Mexico crew. If we go to Mexico, although I don't know if I want Sale to be in Cozumel. I don't know if that's a good mix of energies. But we could see Mauricio.
Yeah,
he's always a good time. And Gemma, his wife. Yep. I would love that.
Liz, my children are part Mexican, so it's kismet for me to be there.
Well, that's exactly. I don't need you going and making more of them on this cruise in Mexico. To my point.
Little known fact: I can't make any more.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, guys.
We're back off the rails.
Plenty was not inquiring about your situations.
Oh boy,
is a medical procedure that could be spoken about in public. It's not.
There's nothing to be ashamed of.
There's nothing taboo about that.
Men's mental health.
I also don't know. Are you is that an invitation to people? I mean, I feel like that might be a line that you use. Hey,
It wasn't the first time he said that, for sure.
It's actually his starter when he goes out. Hey, my name's Sal. I can't have kids.
Just so you know,
Here's my business
I'm
card.
good.
He just has a shirt that says I'm snipped.
Yeah. Just a pair of scissors.
Wait, Scott, that might be your next creation. The t-shirt.
Holy cow, you just got flamed. The chef he told you to get blue chews. I'm dead. Oh my god, my time is
I'm open for it.
Okay.
I'm open for anything.
Bob, can you make a T-shirt with like a name tag on it that says "Hi, I'm Sal. Sal, I can't get." You know what? I'm on this.
I've been snipped.
Hashtag snipped.
I got this one.
Oh man. Yeah, that's got to be a Scott creation, Scott.
Yes.
The wording is going to be important.
This has been a fun half hour.
It's always a fun half hour when.
Oh, there's Hema. Hema's in the chat.
Yeah.
Emma's ready. Emma wants us to come to Mexico.
What a great couple, too, her and Mauricio. I mean, Mauricio, when he. I'm going to say this. I'm not taking credit for Mauricio.
Liz, do you know this about Sal, that he takes credit for a lot of people's starts in the
Success?
Liz was just doing X's and Y's when I met her. She meets me, boom, Yahoo, bam. Way to go, Liz. Congratulations.
Now ESPN.
No, Mauricio, the first year he came on the Podathon when he was breaking into the business, he was on at the same time as Shane Manilla. And Mauricio, I felt he came away so shell-shocked for that 30 minutes. So I'm very happy to see, like 7 years later, he's exploded in what he does. Mauricio is the one. He's the one. No credit, Mauricio. It's all you.
Liz is just taking this in at this point.
I thought of something, but I was like, there was an interesting pun on the heels of our conversation about surrounding the word exploded coming out of Sal's mouth, but I am just sitting back.
Yes, that is better suited for.
Yep.
After that comment.
Our friend Buck did the Monterey Live draft this year, right? Was that the first Monterey Live draft this year? It looked like that was a big success.
Yeah. Every live that I've seen post about their event seems like they've all been pretty big successes. Pretty cool.
Is there really a potential Scotland trip? Is that why you were there scouting?
No. Well, I was in Scotland for a week, but I don't know that we're going to have a Scotland draft. Maybe. I don't know. We don't know yet. Every year we seem to add more.
There's definitely a contingent of Ireland of Irish fantasy football players. And
oh
we do
my God, I would totally go to Ireland.
Fantasy Scott in the chat right now, I'm sure, can be the 101 draft pick for our Scotland draft.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we got one.
There you go.
Up against 2:00, and we have a slew of folks coming on at 2:00. So I want to give you an opportunity to say what you have to say. If there's anything you want to promote, anything new you're doing this upcoming year with ESPN, now would be the best time to do that.
Thank you. Well, I mean, Mike and the other guy who were on were
Heath.
so gracious. Heath, thank you. We're so gracious and said, nah, just support Fantasy Cares. But I will tell you that I have a new show and you should listen to it and also support Fantasy Cares. Available in the Fantasy Focus podcast feed are a couple of one-off episodes called Facts versus Feelings, the podcast. It is building upon the column that I created 2 years ago at ESPN, also called Facts versus Feelings. We will have a televised episode hard launching the concept next month with a very special guest who I'm not going to tease, but I reunited with very briefly in Vegas. Thank you, Scott. And Joey Wright was just on the first episode of Facts versus Feelings, the podcast, last month in June. So I appreciated him coming on. So please check that out. And then honestly, everybody at the entire ESPN.com crew is going to, once I get back from this vacation next week, ramp up the content. So just, play the game, read the content. Mike Clay's rankings, Field Yates's rookie dives, Daniel Dopp's vibes, Stefania's injuries. Everyone is really, really awesome. We're very excited, and we just appreciate everyone, and appreciate most of all Sal, yes, JB, yes, Scott, of course, the board, of course, for putting this together. And make sure to support that which we are all podathoning for. Truly.
Thank you.
Thank you always, Liz, and really appreciate your friendship. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your week in Idaho. Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome, and I will talk to, I'm sure, each of you soon.
Before you do whatever you're about to do, before you bring in the next guest, before you do your read, I'm going to bow out for a little bit, take my little break. I'll be back at 4. See you later, everybody.
Russ, before you go.
Okay.
I want everybody to be aware that ESPN does that fantasy marathon every year, and we all know that was born out of my Podathon. So credit to me for creating the ESPN Fantasy Football Marathon. You're welcome, ESPN.
I added that to the list.
Russ, thank you for 2 wonderful hours, and you will be back. We'll see you soon, buddy.
Later, bro.
I might bow out in a second here too, but I'll just dip. I won't even say goodbye. I'm just gonna leave.
Well, you have to stay for our next guest. At least say hi, because he's one of my faves.
Yeah, and when I saw this guy in the background, I'm like, oh, how perfect. Now I know why JB decided to jump on during this time.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, boy. Oh, what a traitor.
Now I'm ready.
On hat for that?
No, I'm ready.
Oh, jeez. Okay, hold on. Now he moved up in ranking here, so I got to click on. I have no credit to take for Howard Bender at all, other than, man, what a good-looking guy. You posted that picture the other day. I mean, I got tickled.
Well, first and foremost, don't be so modest, Sam. Sal, I'd like to thank Sal for giving me my opportunity in the fantasy football space. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Sal. So
here's what I love about this is because I am the reason Sal got made. Like I'm the reason Sal was able to, like, he's below my tree, right? So like because of me, he's around, and because of him, you're around. So really, I should get the credit for all of Sal's success.
You have a lot of branches, Scott.
Isn't this why we call Scott Fish daddy all the time? I mean,
no, that's a totally different thing. But
certainly.
I'm like the Andy Reid to his Mike Holmgren. It's like I'm a subset of that tree, and I couldn't be. I used to have hair before I met Scott, but it worked so well for him. I shaved it off. I just went with that.
He used to look like that.
I used to look. That is me, Howard. That is me. You talk about old pictures of when we were good looking. Look at that picture of me in my high school yearbook. Way back there. Yeah, bring that up front, JB. Let the people see when I had hope and promise. Look at that mushroom cap. It is like
a handsome dude.
Yeah, I won prom king. I ain't too proud to admit that.
I'm
Howard,
responsible for everybody being in the fantasy industry. I brought everybody up.
I was doing standalone headshots before people were doing them. Just let me remind everybody, the Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. Make your contest lineups even stronger by amplifying your inventory on Game Blazers. Play mini games, complete roster upgrade challenges, and level up your battle pass for boosts, contract extensions, and franchise tags that'll make your teams even better. And when you sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, you can get a special BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack with every dollar going to Fantasy Cares. Download the Game Blazers app today. And Matt Harrison with Game Blazers will be on with us tomorrow morning at 11 a.m., helping us round out the final hour of SFB Podathon. So, Howard, I was in Las Vegas, and I ate at Barry's with all the people. I sat next to Jen Panchetti. If I'm saying her last name right, as Italian guys, I got to make sure I say that right. And I said, Jen, let's take a picture because I have somebody who's going to love this picture. And that is my good friend, Dancing Nancy Hopkins, whose husband, Chris, and I are longtime friends. And we play in a fantasy football league together, Chris and I. And I know that Nancy and Jen have battled in one of your leagues in the championship. And Nancy's fantastic. She loves you guys. She always says, make sure you say hi to Howard when you see Howard. So it's amazing, how we all get involved in this community, but then the subsets of our friends also get involved in stuff.
Right. It's not coaching trees, they're coaching bushes and they're shrubs, and it's all this nice little incestual group. Yeah, the Man Smart Woman Smarter League that I created, I don't know how many years ago, but Nancy was one of the founding league members. She's been in it. She's won the champ. I think 2 years ago she won the championship. So yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean, listen, when you've got a league that doesn't have any turnover at all, and it's been around for probably, I would say maybe 7 or 8 years that we've been doing it, there's nothing better than that. There's really nothing better.
Well, JB's been dying to speak to you, so I'm just going to let him take the wheel. Go, JB.
Well, I mean, you talk about everybody evolving from what, and before I was even anywhere near this industry, I was a fantasy football fan and a fan of great content and great content creators. And Howard Bender was the first guy that was just that real guy. I mean, you talk about when people were talking about the live drafts and, meeting up with everyone, how Liz was saying, people were just coming up with her or whatever. Howard's the dude that you could DM a question to, hey, should I trade this guy for this guy? And he's not ignoring you. He's asking questions back. What do you need? What is your roster construction? Right. And he's one of those guys that really took the time to teach me fantasy football. And I had the honor of working for him a couple of years ago, and just everything about this man just symbolizes what this industry is about. So I can't say enough good things about Howard. There's not a question there. Just how you doing, bro? I miss you.
I miss you too, man. Absolutely. I love, man. It's been, years. You are talking about years and years together. Absolutely. I mean, we're talking at least a decade now that, you and I have been chatting up about fantasy football. And yeah, absolutely. Listen, the community is what this whole thing is all about, isn't it? I mean, yeah, we're in this industry and we're, having a great time. We're raising money for charity, but I mean, it's this community and the camaraderie that you get from, people you've never met, it's just, it's unbelievable. So thank you very much for the kind words, JB. Very, very cool of you to say all of that. And yeah, I'm glad that you, among other people, have had such positive experience with me in this industry.
Absolutely. And you haven't drafted Scott Fishbowl yet, right, Howard? You're drafting slow draft. I'm looking now, your Florida State Seminoles division, my cousin's college. And you're drafted from the 8th spot. So without giving away any of your strategy, obviously with the scoring rules this year, is there a direction you're looking?
Is there a direction I'm looking? Yeah, it's to get all the value. So funny thing about the Florida State League. So the majority of people who are in that league are all kind of connected in some ways. My friend Chris Carotto is the lighting designer for Fish. His daughter actually goes to Florida State. She was on campus at the time of the shooting, and she was in lockdown. So one of the things that we wanted to do is we're going to be raising money for charities at Florida State to help support the victims, families of the shooting, as well as, student counseling and everything goes like that. So be on the lookout as we start drafting that we're going to start, raising money, giving some donations and just kind of contributing on that front to just kind of help raise awareness. I mean, there's just the mass shootings that are going on in the world. I don't want to bring the world down here, but the mass shootings are they're insane. They're really insane. And when it happens on a college campus like that, I mean, it's a scary thing. It really, really is. So, we're hoping that, we can raise some money for the victims' families as well as just raising awareness as well.
Yeah. And Howard, it is a shame, but it's the reality that we live in, and we'd be remiss if we didn't point it out. And I worked actually in hospital emergency management for a long time. And one of the things when I would deliver, I used to give the active shooter training to the people that worked in the different facilities. And I would ask people if you knew how many mass shootings occurred in the United States up until this date, whatever the date was. And people would always be under the number because you don't see every one of them on the news, right? You'll see the ones on the college campuses or in elementary schools and high schools, unfortunately, where they happen. But there are multiple mass shootings in this country a day. There are multiple hundreds a year, probably upwards of 1,000 a year. You don't hear about all of them. So they do need to get attention because we're losing people really unnecessarily. But I think a great thing and it wasn't born out of the Scott Fishbowl. It's just born out of the generosity of people. But year after year, we see leagues come together, groups come together and spawn off to donate and raise money for other events. And it just furthers the message of what Fantasy Cares is doing. It's not just Fantasy Cares message. There's folks like yourself and others that have done charitable things in the past outside of here, but it does bring the group together to know that we have a wonderful group of men and women who do this stuff.
Agreed.
Yeah, we always talk about shopping, right? We do the shopping trip at the end of the year, and like that was the big, culmination of the Scott Fishbowl charity. Everybody doing the Toys for Tots drives. But to your point, like look at all these other subset or fundraising events that are just fantasy football for a cause. It's just such a great thing. We get to play this game we love and support something great at the same time.
And is that not the most fun thing to see? Like the videos of like Scott and like 5 other people with like 20 shopping carts filled with toys and stuff like that. Andrew Cooper, who I work with over at Fantasy Alarm, he was part of the Boston run last year, doing all the shopping. I haven't had a chance to do one of those. But I mean, listen, it looks like it is just the most exciting thing. And when I just sit there and I watch those videos over and over and over again, it really truly does make me feel good about being a part of this community. So
I get to watch Sal drive a kid's bike through Target. That's fun.
So I've been leading those shopping trips on Long Island for since 2019, Howard. And JB does get out there. And did you bring your son out last time?
I did, yep.
JB brought his older child out last time. And what it's grown into for me, my children are 20, 23, and 25 now. So they're not babies. Christmas morning is not, that big reveal surprise that it once was. So getting to do that Toys for Tots shopping, my kids coming with me, my kids bringing their friends, JB coming with his kids, other members of the fantasy community that are on Long Island coming with their kids. And then we go into the store, and the thing I started a few years ago was finding parents that were shopping with their kids, going up to the parents, saying, hey, would your son or daughter like to pick something out they think a kid their age would really like for Christmas this year? We're going to pay for it. You're going to put it in the shopping cart. And we get all the kids involved. And for me, that's like my Christmas morning now, because it's there's just so much goodness from it. So, and we usually have a good friend of mine who's great at doing video, come along and make a nice professional video out of that. So you can't express enough how great that is.
Yeah, I'll get to do one. I'll get to do one next year. It's not a secret around the community that I'm actually moving at the end of this month, and I'm moving up to Juneau, Alaska. Scott Fishbowl 16 live Juneau draft at McGivney's. Yeah, that's already in the works and it's already happening. And we are going to want to do our own little shopping spree up there as well. So we'll make it a part of it. And we're going to grab that extra state up north there that nobody else is in the fantasy world. We're going to pull that in together.
I love that. That's cool. And good luck on the move. How are the dogs going to take to Alaska?
I mean, how do you think wolf dogs are going to take to moving to the Great White North? I think they're going to absolutely love it.
Awesome. So I'll bring it back to a Scott Fishbowl strategy question, because obviously there's an emphasis on volume and those volume backs, and everybody knows those key names up at the top of the draft. Can you give the people somebody that you might be looking at later in the draft, or someone that people should be looking at that maybe they're not?
Well, I mean, listen, there are a number of guys out there, and I'll just, listen, I've been talking about this on air all the time. So, certain players that people tend to kind of leave, and, you see these guys going in like the 4th round, maybe even the 5th round of some drafts right now that are taking place. Kenneth Walker and Chuba Hubbard are 2 guys who are going to see an insane amount of volume here. Clint Kubiak running the show in Seattle. He's run first. Rick Dennison, his offensive line coach. They're gushing over the outside zone running that they're going to get from Kenneth Walker. Dave Canales he turned a mediocre back like Rashad White into a top 5 fantasy back strictly because of volume. Chuba Hubbard got that last year. He's going to see it again. this season. So, I'm looking for guys like that, Walker, Chuba Hubbard. I'll tell you what, a guy like Calvin Ridley, I think people are kind of sleeping on the fact that he's the number one wide receiver in Tennessee. Sure, Cam Ward's going to have some, growing pains, but he's going to be using Calvin Ridley as like his security blanket, right? And that's, one of the things that you're going to want to see, because it's points per target, it's points per reception, it's everything that you're getting there. So, guys who are kind of sliding down draft boards because maybe it's an unsexy name or, people just aren't 100% sure of what's going on. Like that's the volume guys that I'm looking for a little further down in drafts.
And you make such a good point about the coaching, right? So many people look at the names, look at the stats, look at the numbers, but you've always done a great job on Fantasy Alarm looking at the coaching and the impact that coaching has on not only the scheme, but on the player that's in that scheme and what they're going to be doing. So when you look at, changes in coaching and changes in just mindset of a team, like that's such a key that a lot of people just don't look at. So I'm so glad you brought that up.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I'm going back and forth. The Alvin Kamara truthers out there, Coop included, are giving me a tough time here with Kellen Moore. And I said this before, and I'll just I'll give this out to anybody out there who's listening in right now. Kellen Moore. The biggest complaint about Kellen Moore when he was with Dallas is that Tony Pollard never got involved in the passing game. Yeah. Then Kellen Moore went and he was the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Chargers. And he took a career year from Austin Eckler and basically just demoted him in that offensive scheme because he's got his quarterbacks looking downfield, not checking it down, right? I mean, Austin Eckler with Joe Lombardi as his offensive coordinator, to the moon. You give him Kellen Moore, and all of a sudden it's a different story. And while, yes, Saquon Barkley was going for a record and, and running the football a ton, think about this. Saquon Barkley only saw 53 targets last year, which was a career low for him, with the exception of the one season where he only played like 2 games. So I'm not saying that Alvin Kamara is going to be dead to us, but you need to watch a guy who's never had a 1,000-yard rushing season, who's made his bones in the NFL as a pass catching running back, right? 3 straight years of 81 catches. Oh my God, it's Alvin Kamara. If Kellen Moore has Tyler Shugg or Spencer Radler, whoever's going to be under center in New Orleans looking downfield, it's going to be problematic, I think, for Alvin Kamara. A coach doesn't change his stripes. He fits the players into what he wants to do.
What I hear is a lot of sacks then, because he'll be looking downfield and nobody's going to be there.
Yeah, probably. I mean, because that offensive line is like.
By the way, shout out to Austin Eckler, who randomly happened to be in Las Vegas the week of the SFP live draft and showed up at the hotel to have a conversation with Scott. So I was with Scott, and I didn't join the conversation. We had to have that conversation. Well, I told my son he was coming, and I said, Austin's known for being pretty jacked, so I said I'm going to flex on him when he gets here. Just let him know about the old man strength, But and what I did when he came was go, "Hey, Austin, how are you?" That was it. That was all I said.
Dude, he is an unbelievable person. You guys just were talking to Liz Loza, and she did like a regular show with Eckler. I got a chance to interview him on the Fantasy Alarm show, and I mean, this guy was just. I mean, you want to talk about an ambassador to the fantasy game from reality players to fantasy players. And it's absolutely unbelievable. He promised me that I could give him an awkwardly long hug the next time I get to see him.
He did. He showed up with his wife. He couldn't have been more gracious. They stopped and had a conversation with Scott about some of the stuff with Fantasy Cares. And I again, that's, Scott's conversation, but seemed like a really genuinely good person. And anything I've seen from him is promoting and pushing the fantasy industry.
Yep.
And, we never like to see a player's career come to an end, especially one who we've all benefited from the successes in fantasy football. But I know that when his career is over, he's going to have a long career doing some analytical stuff and more than likely in the fantasy space. So I look forward to that as well. Maybe up in Juneau, Alaska. Who knows?
I would love it. You know what? He can be my co-host on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio then. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with that. Maybe Index of Suspicion will tune in. I'm seeing him in the chat right now. He's not happy with my Kamara takes here, which I love. That's what everybody. And when I told everybody not to, I had a guy. It was so funny. When Kellen Moore became the offensive coordinator for the Chargers, I had a guy who was like, "You can't put that back in the bottle. There's no way that Austin Eckler is going to be, whatever." He told me, he sent a letter to SiriusXM demanding that I be pulled off of the air because I didn't rank Austin Eckler as a top 5 running back that season. Demanded that I be taken off the air for it. So Index of Suspicion, it's rotobuzzguy@gmail.com. Hit me up. We'll talk, baby. I'll help you out.
That would have been a fun love letter, wouldn't it?
Oh, it was.
You always know your greatest success is when people want you removed from something, taken down, create the opposition of whatever your thing is. Our little modest falafel thing that we had back in the day, 2015, 2016. And for those who don't remember, Falafel is Fantasy Life app, Fantasy Football League. We were born on Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life app. And that chat grew to 15,000 people organically, 24 hours a day. And there was an anti-falafel chat created on that same app because there was the group of people that were mad that they weren't seeing the success that we were seeing on there. So that's when we knew we made it. That's when we started the podcast and started writing. And that is how I got into all this stuff. February of 2016, the off season of fantasy football, we started a fantasy football podcast. And Howard, back then there were not as many people doing podcasts in 2016, and we saw some moderate success. We had our sponsorships from Draft app that eventually sold off to FanDuel, and we had some great people on back then. And a lot of those people still come on with me now, which is Scott and Mike Wright and Matthew Berry, of course, and Liz was Matt Harmon back in those days. And those are the beginnings of what led to 2 years later, the very first SFB Podathon in 2018. This is the 8th year that we are doing the SFB Podathon. We can't thank enough folks like yourself, Howard, who make the time to come. And we know what you're about. We know you're always going to say yes when we reach out. And that's why we keep reaching out. We don't like rejection.
Appreciate
we even reached out like 2 or 3 times from separate people this year, didn't we?
Yes.
But Howard, you did have some pretty groundbreaking news that you shared last week. I don't know if you want to mention it here, but you got some big things coming up, and I think it would be a good platform to share it with everyone listening.
Without a doubt. So if you go to fantasyfootball.ai, now, I get it. Artificial intelligence is a very polarizing topic here in the fantasy community because there are lots of people who are afraid that AI is going to push out the content creators. But I'll tell you what, the content creators who are worth their salt are going to maintain, because while AI is a fantastic tool to use, it's not going to replace the podathons. It's not going to replace the radio shows. It's not going to replace the live streams. What fantasy football AI is all about is just becoming another tool to help you out, and Fantasy Alarm is right there on the ground floor right now. So basically what it is that we've created a fantasy football assistant so that not only is it going to glean from all around the internet, but it's going to feature my rankings, my thoughts, Coop's rankings, Coop's thoughts. You're going to ask fantasyfootball.ai a question about Alvin Kamara, and it's going to tell you all the great things about him that Andrew Cooper says, and then it's going to turn around. It's going to be like, oh, but keep in mind, Bender says, worry about this aspect. So, to me, this is one of those situations where you're going to get real-time answers from the people who you're asking the questions of. So if, let's say you work the night shift and you get home from, you work at a bar. I worked at a bar for 20 years, right? And I'd get home at 2:00 in the morning, and I would either start writing an article or I'd be doing my waiver wire work or whatever it is like that. Imagine that you're home from the bar and you're sitting there, it's 2:00 in the morning, and you have to set your lineup for Sunday, and you have questions. Well, right there, Fantasy Football AI is going to be able to give you those answers from me and Coop and you guys, everybody around this, this industry to really kind of make an impact. So it's not replacing anybody. It's just, it's a supplemental tool to help you get the answers that you need in the time frame that you need them. So we are looking for beta testers, right? So if you go to fantasyfootball.ai and you sign up to be a beta tester, we'll throw you a promo code to get 25% off on all Fantasy Alarm products as a way of saying thank you. But more importantly, like, this is your opportunity to help shape it and your opportunity to help, understand exactly what's happening, right? Embrace the future, embrace the change. Progress is just a natural part of life, people, so you're either going to adapt or you're going to flounder.
And people fear AI because they just think robots are taking over the world. But when you explain it and you explain what this platform is, you're not asking a robot what their thoughts are on Alvin Kamara to get some, rando answer. Like, it's involving the minds of Howard Bender, Andrew Cooper, and the like to have that in real time. So, like, I love this idea, and I think it's going to be great.
Yeah. And to Paul Matthew, it doesn't cost anything. Just sign up at fantasyfootball.ai. And it's free.
And I'll tell you this, my full-time job is not in the fantasy space. I'm an assistant vice president of facilities at a hospital here in Brooklyn. And I recently went to an event called Health Spaces, which is all about facilities and healthcare. And I took every single opportunity to sit with people who are pushing AI products and talking about AI and delivering. You can't be afraid of it. And what they said was, AI don't be afraid of it. You're older. You think it was created by people older for you. It's not a younger person thing. Yes, it's there for younger people, but it's been created over years by people in our age range. I mean, JB's a little younger than you and me, Howard, but you can't be afraid of it. You do need to embrace it because it will leave you behind if you don't. And taking a stand and saying, I'm not going to do it, it's not going to stop it, right? It's going to still happen. So you might as well learn about it, learn how to use it as another tool, which is exactly what they explained to you there. It's a tool in the toolbox to use. It's not going to do everything for you. Authenticity will never be able to be auto-generated, right? Authenticity is us speaking here. Frank in the chat wrote AI could never recreate Sal, and I appreciate that. I love that. I love, speaking of Lawrence Jackson in the first, there it is, right? Look at that. He had such hope and promise, that kid. But look at that broken nose up close. Wow. Lawrence Jackson, you're not going to recreate authentic people like that. Scott Fish, what he's built here, what he does with live events. Scott I feel it. He's here because he has something to say. Go ahead, Scott.
No, yeah. Speaking of which, I lied earlier. I did not create Sal. The truth is, I was going to give it all up. I was going to stop doing all the football stuff, but I went on this falafel show and I met Sal, and he gave me he's like a mentor to me. I like the words of advice he gave me. I decided to make a go at this, and this is all because of him, really.
Well, if the truth comes out, and it's very refreshing. I like being one of the older people in the industry because I think by proxy of just hanging around, people think I've accomplished something just for being older. So that's my gift. Stay up for 24 hours straight to talk and be old. That's my bet. Howard, we are going to wrap up your segment. We're up against 2:30. So any parting words you want to say, now would be the time to do it.
Donate to Fantasy Cares. Try and get involved as much as you can. That's what this is all about here. If you didn't get into the Scott Fish Bowl this year, apply for it for next year because it's continuously growing. It's one of the most amazing aspects of the fantasy industry. And it really kind of, it keeps this community really bound together in some of the most positive ways. So that's my my final take here. Get involved where you can and be a difference maker.
JB, close it out.
Yeah, Howard, always a pleasure to chop it up with you, my man. I'm glad we were able to spend this time together, and don't be a stranger. I hope we talk soon.
Oh, we definitely will talk soon. Absolutely. Oh, by the way, Steve S. Yeah, Al Williams is where that email comes from. If you sign up for the AI. So there you go. I just wanted to get that little question in there. Thank you so much for having me, guys. Always a pleasure, and good luck with the rest of the Podathon. I'll be tuned in.
Thank you, sir. Good luck with the move. Whew, JB, we are hitting stride here. There's only 21 and a half hours left to go. I like that quick move back. I was a half an hour early when I was telling Liz we have a slew of people coming up. That slew of people's coming up next. But before we bring them on, I will remind everyone once again, we have a title sponsor of the SFB Podathon. They are sponsoring the entire SFB Podathon this year, and that is the team over at Game Blazers. Sell high, buy low, and stack your squad with the perfect pieces for your weekly lineups in the Game Blazers marketplace. And use your inventory to win cash prizes and free contests every week. Download Game Blazers now and sign up with the promo code SFB15 when you do. Fantasy Cares gets a donation for each pack you purchase. Plus, check out the special Scott Fishbowl BOGO pack. You'll get 2 packs for the price of 1, and every dollar will go to Fantasy Cares. Download Game Blazers today. JB, that's an order. You have no choice. You have to download it today. So this is a lot. I'm going to have to bring them on one by one here. We got Big Nate.
What is up, guys?
Good morning. Good morning. We got Lou and Mr. Tompkins, and I feel like we're missing somebody who's supposed to be on the Podathon twice. So we'll see if she makes an appearance before this is over here. But welcome in, gents.
What's going
Thanks
on, fellas? Look, JB, you didn't have to say such nice things and make me cry earlier about the fancy besties. So appreciate getting that nice cry session in before the spot here.
Always, man. You know, there's a special place for the besties, always and forever.
Always.
It's like the JB tour right now. We're bringing on all his old cronies. No wonder why he signed up that co-host. There's nothing to do with me or the Podathon or my giant graduation photo head. He wants to see his old friends.
Nate surprised me with the facial hair, Nate.
Yeah, I grew my beard out in like November, and Jen has threatened to divorce me if I ever go back to a bald face. So I'm just gonna keep this going. I like it. It's distinguished or something, I guess. It's also really itchy.
Only the grayest of beards.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I have more hair here than I have up here, so I'll take it.
Amen, brother.
I have none anywhere, and I mean from my neck up, guys. Keep it clean. You know, I got off the rails earlier. They told me to keep it clean.
Yeah, we know your snip, Sal. We get it. So
oh God, I wanted to put that out there for the fantasy community, fantasy football community. So the big B community. We have to get JB snip so that he could come back on these trips. I mean, if he keeps going at the rate he's going at, we'll never see him again.
Yeah.
I'll be at like SFB 30 live draft.
There it is. Hashtag snip Sal.
So all 3 of you gentlemen were live draft participants. Have you all drafted already, or some still to come? All still to come? I see a couple head shakes.
Yeah.
Next weekend
Ooh,
in Minneapolis.
okay.
With Scott. Yeah.
All right.
So
So
we've got
in Seattle.
2 weeks in Denver for me.
strategy. I like it. We got Denver for Nate. All right. Lou, you said you're in Seattle?
Yeah, Seattle.
Okay. All right. And you're picking at the end of the draft. I see you're in the 12 spot. Was that anticipating 3rd round reversal?
It was, but I'm not one of those people that really is going to make us think one way or another. Like, if I'm going to roll with whatever comes my way, you know?
So do you have a strategy there at the back half of the draft?
I mean, it all depends on what the people in front of me do, right? Like, if I can start out with Trey McBride and Brock Bowers, I'm 100% going to do it. And in no world do I expect that to happen.
Okay. All right. I love it. Speaking of a strategy in the draft boards, Kacey's joined us.
Hey, had the wrong link because I'm here again tomorrow.
Flex on him.
Kacey, believe me, if I could fast forward to how I'm going to feel tomorrow. By the way, Kacey wearing the OG SFB Podathon t-shirt. That was the very first one we ever put out in 2020, but we did originate the show in 2018. Kev, that is Scott Fish's favorite shirt, by the way.
I love it.
He loves that one. They asked me that year. I don't design anything. I'm terrible at designing stuff, but they do ask my input, and I was drinking a lot of Land Shark at that time, so we went with Land Shark. This year with the sports theme, when I spoke to Bob, I saw nobody claimed UFC, and I am a big UFC fan. I'm probably one of the few people who watched UFC 1 live when it was on. Just by proxy, I got lucky. So when I knew UFC was available for my SFB Podathon logo, I did it. But the crowd has gone crazy for Kacey. You other three guys might as well just sign off.
JK, you guys are lovely.
No, but Sal, I'm glad you mentioned this because this was just such an awesome job with the logo, and it's a good time to shout out the Avi makers and Bob and Loop and the whole crew over there that have just been putting out bangers, not only for the Avis that they're creating for people, but all these division logos are just one after another, just been absolutely dope. So great job by them over there.
Is it Avi? Is it Avi? What can we get that?
That's the way Long Island is saying.
I have a New York accent. It's an Avi.
I guess.
I have a friend named Avi.
Ave Maria. No, we're not going to do that. Does anybody else pick up on the black curtain, black shirt, floating head Sal thing?
Dig it, Sal. I like it. Are you going to come to the expo like this too?
Yes, I'm going to bring
floating head Sal.
Just the disembodied head of Sal. Yeah,
we need Sal's floating disembodied head bouncing on the words for karaoke.
I'll allow it.
Oh man, I think he's gonna have a cape though. I think I heard Heath say that he needs to have a cape, so Podathon will be a good time to break out the cape. I've been dying to ask Kevin this question though, because I knew this was coming. I knew I was going to be on with Kev, and we all know how much Kev loves running back. So, I mean, This is a year in Scott Fishbowl that everybody in my 104 chat and everywhere that I see on Twitter is hammering. You have to draft the running backs early. Grab all the running backs you can get. So, Kevin Tompkins, will you be drafting running backs early? And if not, why?
There is one running back that I have as my personal 102. I will not disclose that, but I will just say, well, if I say it, it'll pretty much just the first two players on my board are of the same team. So I will just say that. That should, if you really think about it, that'll kind of give it away. But if I don't get that running back, if like the first guy goes and I can't get the second guy, I'm not drafting a running back. I would rather have the nice, and maybe, I don't know, we'll see. That value bubbles up, maybe I'll take some stabs as your RB guys. But other than that, I don't think I'm going to be chasing running back. I feel like there's more security in taking some of the wide receivers that are kind of entrenched in their offenses. And those guys are going down even in like the 9th, 10th, 11th round, where you're still getting guys that are, when you draft and redraft, they're going to be 6th, 7th round picks. So I'm happy to grab a bunch of those guys and rotating them in and out on bye weeks and still maintaining a strong roster, not having to play the game of, well, this guy's going to usurp this guy's, running back carries and stuff like that. And not having to worry about the ambiguous backfields like in Jacksonville or, with Najee Harris and Marion Hampton, Trevion Henderson and Ramondre Stevenson, not having to worry about that Hornets nest.
Nate, do you agree with the non-necessity to draft a running back early, or are you looking that way with your 6th pick?
No, I'm the same way. I actually talked to Mike Stoyanov, friend of the show, friend of Scott Fishbowl and the Podathon, the other day about this as he was heading into his live draft. And I think unless you can get like a Jahmyr Gibbs or a Bijan Robinson, there's no point really, because you're looking for volume. And especially with the 3.5 tight end premium PPR, I'm going to be drafting a lot of tight ends, guys who I think might even fall into volume 1 or 2 weeks that I can stash on my bench, given we can start whoever the hell we want, wherever we want. You can start 2 quarterbacks. I don't know that I'm drafting one because again, like this year, volume is so king. I'm hammering wide receivers. I think that's where we're at. Wide receivers and tight ends. And if you can't get one of those running backs that's going to be a high volume guy, there's no point in this format.
Yeah, and Kevin's made it really clear that Bijan Robinson's on his list along with Kyle Pitts when he mentioned that they were on the same team. So obviously we know those are top 2 targets. Kacey, you drafted already live in Dallas, right?
I did not draft. I ran the live in Dallas, but I did not draft there. So
nice.
Tomorrow.
All right, cool. So what did you see in Dallas? Did you see that same trend of running backs going early, or are you seeing kind of what Kevin and Nate are saying?
I honestly don't even remember what any of those draft ports look like, honestly. No, it did sound very – I think people were big on wide receivers. Yeah, I think tight ends were getting drafted a little later on than I was assuming at least one or two of them would be. But yeah, it seemed to be going. It was kind of all over the place because that's what's the fun part of those live drafts is you don't have that ADP to go off of. And so you're like, wait, I took him in the 3rd round and you got him because we did that during the live. We would announce a secret player, whoever drafted that player first. And it was crazy how one guy was taken with like the 304, another guy was taken at 111 and it was, or the same guy, you know? So it's like, that was fun to watch. I still need to like really hunker down and do my research. So.
Well, Bob Harris says below, Kacey runs a first-class operation, and I've heard the same thing. I've heard nothing but great things about that Dallas draft and how great it was. So I'm not surprised you don't remember the draft board because you were busy running the whole.
Oh man, I was running around so much. I honestly, that was the biggest thing. Is like I wished I had more time to sit there and look at the draft boards as they were getting put up there.
Kacey, you need to recruit next year for us to come to the live draft because, you know, having us in Vegas with Scott Frankel, having us in Chicago with Steven Johnson, we got to help out a lot. And there was word that maybe Texas isn't getting enough love. We might have to come there.
We do need some love, yeah.
Crew because, and I'm trying to do different cities every year. You know, I did Boston last year. I did Cincinnati last year. I've done Vegas and Chicago this year, and I'll be doing NYC and Philly. Next year, my goal is to do Seattle and Arizona because I've never been to either one of those places. But I've been to Dallas, but maybe I still need to swing through.
Yeah, you haven't been to Dallas when, you know, the homie can show you what Dallas is all about, right? So
it is 100% true. And I
just forewarn the ladies of Dallas that Sal is snipped and we're good to go.
Yeah, do. I will spread that around.
Change. I also have the gray SFB Podathon shirt, so I decided to switch into that one, and I also stuck out for my first step.
Sal with a cowboy hat, though. I mean,
wait, I have one of those. You want me to go get that?
Dude, I want to see Sal in the cowboy boots. I mean, let's be real here,
right?
I could pull the boots off. I had a pair of those snakeskin boots when I was.
Oh, zero doubt.
The old Ted Mosby red cowboy boots.
I was really into Guns N' Roses back then. So I had my Axl Rose boots on.
Welcome to the jungle, ladies.
You know where you are.
Oh man, Lou, have you done live drafts before?
No, I have not. This is my first live draft. This is only my second Scott Fishbowl at all. It's
nice.
I barely got in, last year, and got to watch y'all hosting and that sort of thing. So I'm super excited to be on here and be at my first live draft. I'm really looking forward to it.
Awesome. Yeah, we talked a little bit about it before with a few of the guests, and it's just the live drafts is just something that you have to experience, right? Beyond the whole drafting component, just I'll call it networking, but it's just hanging out, man.
Yeah.
Just hanging out with all the like-minded people. I think Scott reposted somebody's 10-comment thread before that it was just like what it did for him coming to a live draft last year and meeting people and joining leagues and getting an opportunity and just hanging out with people, becoming friends with people. It's such a great experience. So I'm glad you're getting to do it this year. What are you showing off for us, Sal?
So at some of the live drafts, Kacey, did you have these in Dallas? These are being raffled off. I got a little bit of a glare, I guess, because my window's over here, but these are Scott Fishbowl helmets. It's got the Olympic logo on one side and the Fishbowl logo on the other side. Any events that Scott shows up to, if you want him to sign it, he signs it. So he's been signing them. In Chicago, there was a bidding war to see who would spend more money on Caleb Williams or a Scott Fishbowl autograph.
That's awesome.
For a while. I think Caleb ended up winning because I tried to embarrass the people of Chicago. But there's also a silver and black version of this that's out there. And if you don't get to go to the live drafts, you don't get to feel that camaraderie. You don't get awesome shirts like this one, which can only be obtained at the live draft when you get there with all our sponsors on the back.
There you go.
Oh, that's sick, Scott.
That's cool.
There it is. Yeah. He signed it for himself, which I think is awesome. A little weird, but awesome.
He's going to mail that out, too.
Weird, but awesome. That's our sweet spot.
That's right, King. Tune in. We got 20-something hours left, King. If you want,
you got another 20,000 Scott Fishbowl drops in there.
Oh, that's right, the live draft coin. I have one of those around here too. It's over by the cowboy hat, so I'm not going to get it because it's in the other room. But yeah, you're going to hear Scott Fishbowl over and over. I mean, this thing is called the Scott Fishbowl Podathon. So, yeah.
I wouldn't tune in expecting anything less.
It's price of admission, yeah.
So, Nate, that post that I was referencing was actually, I believe, from the Denver live draft last year, wasn't it? You know which one I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, it was Jeff Blaylock. He was in the chat here earlier. Jeff's a great dude, man. Getting to meet him last year at that live draft was awesome. He tagged me in the tweet, so how could I miss it, right? But yeah, that's the cool thing about this. There's a story I like to tell about last year's live draft. This guy, BroCal44 on Twitter, his name's Calvin. He was at the Dallas live draft this year, right, Kacey?
Yep.
He came out to Denver last year for the Scott Fishbowl live draft. Well, he had never been on a plane and he had never left the city. He had been in Dallas the Dallas area his whole life. He had never really left that just like kind of general area. And we ended up getting to take him on a tour of the city after he got altitude sickness from being a mile high versus being at sea level. But I would have never gotten to meet him. Never had that experience. He would have never had that experience without Scott Fishbowl and coming out to these live drafts. And it's such a neat thing that we get to do as a community with these. And it's not just that you get to hang out with people, but it's the good that we're getting to do and the love that we're getting to spread in our own communities. Finding people maybe who didn't know about a lot of what this community does, but they find Scott Fishbowl and all of a sudden here, they're in the middle of it. I have a good friend who found Scott Fishbowl. He's an Avi maker now, it's fantastic. And now he's doing that and he's part of the community, but he had no idea before he found all of this, what it was all about. And I think that's the best part about getting to do all of this, doing the Podathon, doing the live drafts, just the whole build up to it. It's an amazing thing.
Yep, and that's what I talked about before with Kev, right? When we were talking about the besties and, how we connected through Scott Fishbowl. And Kev, I mean, you've been, to more events and you're doing the live drafts and you do the expo every year. So, like, talk a little bit more about, like, your connections in the industry and what you love about this.
Yeah, like just being fortunate enough to be able to hop on literally like 2 days after I moved to North Dakota, getting the link to jump on with Sal and them for Scott Fishbowl 9, which was my first one. And it's wild that we're already, here in 2025 and still doing this and still as excited as ever to, pal around with everybody and do great work for charity. Getting to see, people at the Scott, the Scott Fishbowl live draft in Minneapolis. And then not only that, but seeing everybody at the expo and just building a community. And then not only that, but, one of the pillars of the community is the Scott Fishbowl and all the great work that it does. A lot of people talked about when Howard was on talking about the toy drive and doing all that at the end of the year. And that's something I would love to do, would be cool to do. But just seeing guys like Coop and Bob Gilchrist and everybody doing that stuff in Boston and you guys doing that in New York. And it's just it's a benefit and a gift to be able to just represent, based, it doesn't matter what's, if you work for a site, if you're a creator, if you're just a, regular person that has a 9-to-5 that just loves fantasy football, like it brings everybody together. And that's truly what it's all about. In the name of charity.
Yeah, and for me, I've been hanging around these streets for about 11 years. I mean, of the group here, Kacey, I go back the furthest with Kacey, back to those days. But watching all of you guys grow in your each in your own way. I remember when Nate and Jen would be in the chat on the Podathon, and then they just popped on that year, like at night, like overnight, and it was a tear-jerking moment, right? We had some real fun times. Kacey's been here every step of the way, never fails to show up, even if she's in the car listening.
Yep.
Driving back, right? And Kev, I remember I think you came on with Gary Haddle one year, right? And I met Gary in Vegas for the first time in person this year. So as the years go by and I get to meet everybody in person, that's why I beg everybody to go to these live chats. If I could go to one every weekend, I would. I have to actually work my real job, and once in a while see my kids, even though they're in their 20s, they still occasionally like to get money from. See me. But yeah, it's I love this community. I love doing this this Podathon to stay in it. This is what keeps my foot in the door, you know. And to JB, I've been teasing him, but he's got young kids. He just had another kid a little over a year and a half ago, and he doesn't get to do as much as he once did. So he thanked me for letting him continue to do this. And I say to him, thank you for giving me a break. I'm good. I'm doing 24 hours. Anytime you can come on and fill some of that gap, you're welcomed.
Yeah, and I love it, man. I'm not writing and podcasting like I used to be with the 2 kids and you know, a promotion at work. So, you know, the time is not there, but just I would never miss this for the world. I love every bit of being able to be in this sidecar with you every year, and I appreciate the opportunity, and you know it. So, Kacey, your Get Real Pod is something that, you know, everybody in the industry knows and talks about. What do you have coming up? What do you have cooking? Everybody just always looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'd love to know what I have cooking. So Kacey, my little self here has been going through some stuff, just like mental health stuff, you know, the norms, but I needed to take a little time to just, so it's been taking me a while to get these episodes out. It is going to come back, but it may not be as scheduled as it should be, you know. I'm just trying to live life here, you know, but I love it and I don't want to stop doing it, and it's so much fun. I'm looking forward, like Sal, we've talked about getting you on. You're coming on. I really wish I would have got you on before that, but you know, we'll get it. Yeah, it's coming. If you cannot tell already, I'm a little bit of an anxious mess, so that's another reason it's been taking a minute.
Real talk, and no pun intended, like that's a good way to do it because it is such a real podcast, right? It's a real conversation with real people. So you know what? It shouldn't be scheduled. It should be as you get to it, as you get it out, because everybody knows it's going to be fire.
Because some days I'm just like, God, I want this conversation to be awesome, but I know that my headspace is just like completely crap right now. This is not going to be a good episode if I, you know, don't calm down a little bit. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to it though, like getting more episodes out, talking to more people that I haven't talked to. Some of you gentlemen have not been on, some of you gentlemen have, but I would love to get those that have not been on to come on. I just really love talking to people in this space and just getting to know their stories. We all kind of have the same sort of stories. Like we're all trying to do things in this space, and we're all trying to like balance life with work and everything else that gets thrown at you. So I just like hearing those stories, and no, we're not alone. You know, you might feel, I always feel like, man, I'm the only one going through this kind of stuff. And then you hear other people that are going through the same stuff, and it sucks for all of us, but it's good to know that, you know, we all have bad days.
Yep.
You know, if I think back to those conversations that with Nate and Jen, I think some of it was on the overnight. It was a discussion about mental health stuff. And listen, nobody knows it more than me. And I grew up in this environment where you always had to be tough, and men didn't talk about mental health. And I got to a point in life, and I love it. I get emotional. If you see closing up my eyes, I get watering. The times when I got to the point in my life when I actually went to therapy, and that little guy right there used to keep everything inside, that young man right there. When I accepted going to therapy, I accepted that I needed to speak. I needed that help in my life. My life has changed for the infinite better ever since. And that's about 10 to 12 years ago that I opened up to that. I tell people I earned more in my 40s than I earned in the 40 years I was alive before that. My growth in the last 10 years has been amazing. And it's because I've been honest with myself about mental health, about what has stressed me out, what has put me here, and not being afraid to speak openly about it. So that is something we all support you on, Kacey, and you know you got friends in this group.
Yeah, it's so awesome to see the community too. Yeah. Whenever something happens, how we all come together, and like anytime, and we check on our people. Like the fact that people have reached out to me just to check to see, you know, how you doing. You know, that means a lot, and I know that means a lot to everybody in this space. So, yeah.
Well, there is a lot of you here, so we're gonna go around the horn, and we'll start with Lou. Anything you want to promote, anything you want to talk about? We have about 5 minutes left in this segment, so talk about yourself.
Talk about myself. Well, I mean, I actually have a spot later today, so I'm not going to talk too much about myself. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. I'm thrilled to be a part of Optimus. and that sort of thing. We've got some amazing things coming up in the really not too distant future. And I don't want to talk too much about that out of pocket or that sort of thing. I'll let other people speak to that more so. I am thrilled to be a part of it because we're doing some really special stuff.
Sweet. What about Big Cat Tom?
Yeah, I'll echo Lou, although I won't be on again. But yeah, we're doing some stuff here that's gonna blow people's minds. Also working on doing a charity tournament, best ball tournament here, called the Optimal, through Optimus. It's gonna be very fun. I'm gonna have signups coming up the next week or so, I would say, Nate. But yeah, it's gonna be more details on that soon. But we're going to be dipping our toes back into the charity tournament waters, and very excited for that.
Yeah.
Nate, tell us what's going on in Optimus. What big things you guys have coming up this year?
The usual, some really solid fantasy football analysis. We're getting ready to really kind of fire up the YouTube channel again. We're going to get real back digging into that written content and getting ready for drafts and stuff. And I don't want to give away too much, but we do have some really, really sweet tools coming that we're really excited about. Kevin, Lou, and I have been working our behinds off on getting these to a point where we're ready to launch. So, but we're really stoked. We got that. We got the charity tournament coming up. And just, all your favorite people on YouTube. You can catch Kacey and I every Thursday. Kevin, Keith, and I are going to be back every Friday. Lou and I are going to be firing up the Dynasty show here to kind of get everybody ready for the season here soon. We're going to have start sit. We're going to have all of the waiver wire stuff. And for now, go check out Evan, Monday mock drafts with Evan. He's going to be on later with you, Lou, so you guys can talk about that a little more. But yeah, we got a lot of fun stuff going on over at Optimus.
Awesome. And Kacey, don't forget to promote your business and what you got going on.
I have a fantasy football t-shirt company called Sunday Dreamers Club. So if you go to sundaydreamersclub.com, it's on Etsy because I am a basic chick. But yes, I have all kinds of fantasy football related t-shirts for everybody. So anything you need, go on there. Look, if there's not a color, let me know. I'll hook you up. It's all good. But it's really something that I am passionate about, even though I've been kind of not talking about it as much lately, just because Scott Fishbowl has been taking over my life, But let me go ahead and just say, Sunday Dreamers Club, the support has been awesome to see everybody reaching out and purchasing and just telling me how awesome it is that I decided to do something like this. I really want, because t-shirts are cool. Everybody likes t-shirts. Everybody likes fantasy football. Well, at least some of us do. And now you can have a conversation starter. So there you go.
And they're great. Me and Sal are in a Long Island Content Creators League. And last year, Mike Half and I both wore our Sunday Dreamer shirt and didn't even realize it. And we sent you a picture, tagged you in it. So,
you boys, I love you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
You should have told me because I do own one. And you should have told me to wear them. I could have worn mine to the draft also.
Maybe we'll have to do it this year.
But show of hands who's going to the expo on this channel. All right, Nate and Kacey.
I'm still on the fence. I actually don't know if I am this year.
Land on the right side of the fence, Kev.
I'll try.
Listen,
I
hope to see you there. I got to meet the entire Kacey family last year.
Yep. They're going to be there again.
So,
yes, they are.
Thank every one of you. Thank you for being friends. Thank you for your friendship and your returning every year, your support of the SFB Podathon, SFB, and Fantasy Cares. And best of luck with everything you got going on this year.
Thank you.
Thanks,
brother.
Good to see you guys.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
We'll see you later.
All right, JB, how long you been on with me now? An hour or?
I lost track, man. Time flies when you're having fun.
Oh, this is
it's been
fun.
about an hour.
This is fun for you, huh?
It's tons of fun. I love this, man.
I guess nobody sent you to live read, so I'll just keep doing it.
I got him, bro. You want me to hit one for you?
Yeah, hit up number one for us.
All right, cool. So the Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. The action doesn't stop at the final whistle with Game Blazers. Rip packs, play mini games, and complete roster upgrade challenges to level up your battle pass and earn rewards. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, take advantage of the BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack that's in the app now. Buy one pack, get another free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Sign up today.
JB, you heard that I invented BOGO?
I did. I heard Payless learned it from you, right?
Yeah, and they're out of business now. I don't know that I had anything to do with that, but let's welcome in the next crew. It's Tommy and the one and only Frank in the chat who I met in Chicago just a week ago today.
Yeah.
We met in Chicago, and I'm like, oh, that's Frank in the chat. I found that out a few days later that was you. I met you, and then I'm like, oh, but that's him. That's the guy.
But he wasn't in the chat.
Yeah, no.
Right.
Frank out of the
Frank
chat.
in person, I met. So what is up, guys? Trade Addicts in the house, and Russ Fisher decided not to be here.
I know he's ducking me for some reason, but it's all good.
He's locked up in the basement,
Yeah, exactly.
So, guys, you've been following along for the first. Wow, we just finished 3 hours. Look at us.
And what a 3 hours it's been. We have Snip Sal, we have baked burgers, we got a picture of Sal from high school. It's been quite a 3 hours. But yeah, I've been listening in.
We've got a couple of hashtags trending, right? We got hashtag Too Much Joey, hashtag Snip Sal. We got a lot going on here.
Yeah, and that's how it kind of goes here. Somebody put earlier we need SFB Podathon bingo, and I had actually seen that on maybe on the Wednesday night hangout. Somebody put it. Well, you should create that because there are things that I will. I don't know that vasectomy would have been on there this year, but it's made it here. Last year, my 50th birthday was said over and over again, and as exactly still has not let that one go. But I think that's one of the things. I love so many things about what we've created here with the Podathon, and it's just the chat is almost as good as the live show, and the people in it, and the way they contribute. So keep it going, stay in the chat, stay alive, and keep me awake.
Yeah, so I invited the Super Friends, the Superflex Super Show listeners to join. I issued a challenge to them, man. If they donate during our 30-minute window here, we're going to randomly draw one of those folks' names out of a hat or a wheel or a 40-yard dash. And we're actually going to invite them into a dynasty startup that kicks off next non-point scoring season. Nice. We're collecting really just some of the best folks from the listenership, folks who are involved with Scott Fishbowl, people who are doing the eliminators, that type of stuff, to get them entry into our dynasty startup. So let's push that, y'all. Like, let's get some donations in. Let's track that if we can. If not, get me a screenshot, and I will put your name in the running for a spot in that league. It's going to be a blast, man.
Awesome.
Oh, thanks, Fancy Cares.
I love it. Yeah, so get those donations in. Get your chance. That sounds like an awesome opportunity. I know your listeners are diehards, and they want to be a part of that. So that's an awesome opportunity. So get your donations in. Every dollar counts, guys. Great cause here for Fantasy Care. So I love that you're doing that. Thank you, guys. That's awesome.
Heck yeah, man. And David, what a great question, man. What position should we be arms racing? For those who don't know, I am an advocate for collecting the top 5 quarterbacks in Superflex Dynasty leagues. I'm not so sure, y'all, that I'm going to be doing that in this format. Frank, do you have any ideas which position is maybe the most dominant? And if we are to hoard, what we should be collecting?
It's hard, right? Because as I learned in Chicago last week, and as I've been listening, it seems like it's very running back heavy, but it seems like it's very running back top heavy. So when you start to arms race, you take a lot of risks on a lot of running backs. So I think it's hard to arms race anything in this kind of scoring. And it's something that I've been listening over the last couple hours, as I said, and just like I'm sitting at 2, and I still I feel like my opinion on what I'm doing at 2 tomorrow is changed 3 times in the last couple of hours.
Totally. I mean, the Godfather appears above all.
What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
I finally finished. I had to go get a bike for my son and bring him to a friend's house, and I finally came back. So I didn't have much time to do this, Sal. I know a couple of years ago we had you in the bed and with full body cast on.
Yeah.
And now we have this.
There it is. Yes. I knew I could count on you, Scott.
The scissors on the fingers is a nice touch.
I hand drew that.
Oh, I love it.
If those are not created, then somebody has gone terribly wrong.
Bob, how quickly can you get that in the shop? Please reply.
I really feel like the chat underrates my graphic design skills.
I'm saying, Scott, that's why I said this had to be a Scott creation. Look at that. Look at that.
This is this is what dreams are made of.
No, I
incredible.
appreciate what you're all doing and trying to raise money during your segment and stuff. We can track that. I will take a look at that. That's very cool. Very cool.
I appreciate it. Like $1, $5. Like it doesn't have to be some big amount. This is just about getting out and doing a little bit of good today, right? That's all it takes. You don't have to be some big donor.
Absolutely. Every little bit makes a difference.
The chat wants the shirt. They can't. The Scott Bowl.
By the way, for JB and Sal and anyone else who comes on the show, I did put that in the media assets, so it can be popped up at any point.
Yes.
It's going to be the background soon.
You're so lucky I don't have that access. I'll just be holding. I might have to make one of these with the shirt next year.
I don't want to take up too much of your time. I just I introduced that on your segment and let you guys chat away. Thanks for everything, and hope the rest of the Podathon goes well.
Scott. And the timing was actually perfect, not for the shirt, but for the Scott pop-in, because Frank, you were talking about like the chaos created from the scoring, and that's exactly like what he looks to do every year.
Absolutely.
Right? How can I even the playing field for everybody? Right? You have your fantasy analysts who have been doing this from the get-go, or to people who are in for the first time or just got into fantasy. So like, what can I do with the scoring to kind of mess with people and make it an even playing field that they can't just break out their rankings and go off their rankings, right? So, like, you make a great point. You're drafting at the 2 spot. Tommy, you're drafting with a 3 spot, right? And everybody is talking running back. And, like, I'm sitting here at a 4th spot, and I'm like, all right, it's a super flex. Should I look towards a quarterback here? But then it's like, all right, well, it's not a true super flex, I guess. Like, you don't have to start a quarterback. So I see the argument towards a running back. Sway me one way or the other, guys.
Yeah. So here, I'm going to lean on Rocky Petrella, like my good friend, formerly of, he's still on Trade Addicts. He's formerly of Junkies. We were on a show together. He says, don't try to be too different in these big tournaments. The temptation is to like build a truly unique roster. I was victim of that the first few years that I was in Scott Fishbowl, and I didn't even get close to sniffing the playoffs. I'm going to be chasing ADP a little bit. So I'm going to be in international waters when this kicks off. I'm going to be flying to France with my wife, who's also in Scott Fishbowl. And we're going to wait. We're just going to let this thing develop a little bit. We'll take our first round pick to get the draft going, right? We're going to do the good thing there. But we're going to try to be patient and see how this unfolds. I think there's a lot of wisdom in the masses. I don't think that we need to chase some bleeding edge of invention in this tournament. It's really about finding the values where they fall, whether it's running back, quarterback, tight end, whatever, right? Like let the ADP settle a little bit for you if you have that chance.
Yeah, and it's funny because I drafted in the middle last year, and I said I'm gonna pick 2 this year so I can get one of the quarterbacks, and then of course quarterbacks got nerfed this year. Yeah. So it's funny. It's almost as if I'm not even comparing running back versus quarterback. We have Ja'Marr Chase, who's sitting right there at 2, and he's been a guy I've been kind of circling at the 2 pick just because of the volume he should see in the offense that should be scoring a lot. They almost have to because they've completely blown up their defense from the top down. So I think it's between kind of the big running backs at the top and then Chase at the top, but it's weird not taking a quarterback in a super flex. It feels almost a little uncomfortable, which I guess is the point of this. And it's different. And like I said, like skipping over Lamar to take Ja'Marr Chase is going to feel weird, but it's part of this deal, I guess.
Yeah, uncomfortable is the perfect word, because the one year I didn't make the playoffs in my time in this was because my quarterbacks were weak, and I skipped quarterback, and I figured I'd punt quarterback, and then my number 1 quarterback got hurt, and then my number 2 quarterback just had a bad year, so like I didn't make the playoffs, and I vowed to never do that again. And to your point, it's like, all right, I'm in the 4 spot, I'm gonna get a good quarterback, and now the settings come out, and I'm like, oh no, do I not take a quarterback now? So I don't know. Up until whenever my pick is 11 something tomorrow morning, I still might not have a decision made.
We've touched on Brock Bowers a couple of times in his chat. Frank, you drafted live last week, and I was at Vegas when somebody put him up there at 101, and I was just like, wow, we're all in this year. And in Chicago last week, he went 3, 3, 4, 2, 12, 7, 3, 5, and 5. The 12, because of where I seen him going, really stunned me.
Yep.
And that wasn't you, right? Somebody else.
No, I'm slow drafting tomorrow. I was just in attendance in Chicago.
The person who got him at 12 also got McBride at 13, and I was just like,
yeah,
shit, that's a great. I'm at 12, and I know that's not falling to me.
Yeah.
So that would be sweet.
It would. Those who listen to Trade X know I'm a little bit of a tight end hater. I appreciate what this scoring system does for guys like Bowers and McBride. And I struggle with this, though, not having a position, because I think a lot of tight end value comes from positional scarcity. And when there is no positional scarcity to be had, and I'm staring at, Justin Jefferson versus Brock Bowers, that is definitely an interesting decision for me. I would probably take the running back or the wide receiver, best available at the time versus a tight end. If it was Bowers versus kind of a quarterback, I think that would be a much different conversation. But Tommy, what do you think?
Bowers is such a get your guy asset, isn't he? He's fun to root for. He looks too small off the football field. He looks almost like 40 years old and simultaneously 23. But he's so fun to root for. Once he puts on the helmet, he's just like a disaster waiting to happen for the other team. And that's a fun thing to have. If you're going to be in this tournament, let's be honest, you're not going to win. I'm not going to win. There's only one winner, which I think that last year's winner is coming up, right? Pretty soon?
Yeah, I think so. The next one, right?
So maybe this is a question for them, because there can only be one winner. You may as well have fun with your first round pick and get the guy that brings you the most joy. That feels very Russ Fisher to me, is enjoy your team. If you enjoy your team, you're going to be logging on. You're going to be doing the things that you need to do to be successful. And it's not like you're straying that far from ADP if you take Brock Bowers at the 104, okay, you weren't going to get him on your next pick anyway. So just enjoy the ride if you want him,
Yeah, that's 5 o'clock, Chris Charles. He'll be on at 5 o'clock with Scott and Russ at the same time. And I guarantee you, Chris had no idea what the hell he was doing at the draft last year. And I'll tell him that right to his damn face when he gets on here. This is luck. This league is luck.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter what you do. It does not matter what you know.
Yes. It's decided in the 16th round or whatever. You hit on that last guy that no one else had. So
2 years ago, I drafted Trey McBride right before the breakout, and I dropped him the week before he started going nuts. You remember how the decks sort of cleared and Ertz was put aside with an injury, I think, of multi-week injury. I dropped him the week before, and I really think that was the engine that would have drove my team. So if you have a strong lean on a guy from the 16th round or whatever, don't give up in week 4. Don't be like me,
I basically don't do waivers in SFB. And obviously I'm only in my second year, but I didn't do many last year because there's no person on waivers who's going to save your team normally, right? You're kind of fixing some injuries or you're picking up a backup, but it's hard to replace any of the upside that you saw at draft day replaced with anyone on waivers, unless there's just some complete out of nowhere Puka-esque breakout.
I will tell you that the only time I think that is not true is the first week of waivers, right? Because we draft so early, June, July, there are destined to be injuries.
Yes.
And so there is somebody between these drafts ending and that league starting that will have a main role that we didn't know about. So it's happened in the past, but you're right. Beyond that, we're drafting the backups of the backups because for that exact reason, we're taking those long shots in these drafts, in those 16 to 22 rounds, to have that ace in the hole. If somebody, we don't pray for injuries ever, don't be that person, but they happen. So, yeah.
Do y'all have any? It doesn't have to be the 16th round, but that type of player that you would recommend to the listeners that maybe we could be hunting out sort of on the depths of these drafts? Where is someone like J.K. Dobbins going?
Hold on, JB. This is my time to annually promote Jeremy Rucker, the tight end of the New York Jets, who I know since he's 6 years old. I was his soccer goalie coach way back when.
Oh, so there's no bias or anything. Got it.
The man's on a roster, and he's underutilized by the Jets. And yes, they drafted another tight end in the second round this year, but they project out as similar players. And if anything, with the Jets, they wait too long to use people. So Jeremy is in year 4, final year of his contract. Listen, they use this kid all over their social media. So I presume that they actually like him. Nobody works harder. I take him every year in those late rounds, unless JB's in the league with me, where he could take him before me, knowing I'm going to draft him. I would really like to see him get a shot this year. His college quarterback, by the way, Justin Fields, is his NFL quarterback this year. They're familiar with each other. He has a beautiful. Did I make him too? Yes, of course.
To an extent, yes.
as a soccer goalie coach, where do you think those hands came from?
Yeah.
I didn't teach him anything about blocking because I don't know how to block. But no, this kid, I watched him work hard his entire life. So every year, I will try him out as my pick. And here's what I say: he's either going to get a shot this year, or next year he'll be with another team because he's good enough to sign a contract somewhere else, and maybe he gets used there because his skill set is better than some tight ends that have gotten the opportunity in the NFL. But I will march him up the board, hopefully in the 20 to 22 range again this year for those 3.5 tight end reception points.
So obviously, because of the Long Island connection, the local connection, and your connection, I have him on my big dynasty league. That's a 32-team, 40-man roster league. I have to select which defensive tackle I'm starting each week. It's one of those leagues. He was slated to be my starting tight end this year, and I think he might be because I think, to your point, this could be the year that he is finally utilized properly. I'll bring up another name of a guy who I picked up in this year's draft as a break glass emergency thing because I saw some writing on the wall, and it's Jalen Conyers in Miami. And I think that he has the athleticism that they liked from Jonnu Smith. And once that happened, it's wait a minute, there's nothing in the tank. And then they went out and got Darren Waller out of retirement. And that doesn't scare me the slightest bit. So I think that there could be some utilization there in a tournament like this. He's probably going to be my last round pick. And I'll take Ruckert the pick the round before.
Yeah.
It's great to do that, though. Go full upside with your last pick or your last couple picks. There is no consequence. Waivers are locked for a while. Chase upside and then pivot when you need to coming into lineup season.
Tom, you mentioned J.K. Dobbins, and let's go back to a few years ago when he was healthy and slated to have a big year. And I drafted him and Cam Akers, and they both died before the season started in Scott Fishbowl. I had them. Those were my 2 top running backs. So that was a year where I needed to use the waivers before year 1. He landed in Denver this year, right? Is that where he is? And they did a rookie running back as well. I hate Denver because I'm an Oakland, Los Angeles, Oakland, Las Vegas Raiders fan. Born and raised in New York. Don't ask. It's since I'm a child. So I don't want to see anybody in Denver succeed. And I think that team runs through the quarterback, right? So and he's going to take away some running opportunities from whoever is in that backfield. Just I'm jealous that the Raiders passed on him, even though we end up with Brock Bowers. I'm a little jealous to watch Bo Nix for the next how many years basically shove it right back down our throats because I seen him live. I went to the Raiders Denver game in Denver last year, and Brock Bowers scored a touchdown nice and early, and then Bo Nix took the game over. I think that game that team flows through him. So I would never draft Dobbins again just because I'm hurt and he's a Bronco. So.
Have you ever been
the landing spot? It's a good landing spot for him. Harvey still is probably going to be a stud, but he probably needs some time to develop in the league. So it's a good landing spot for him to run behind a good rushing attack to, as long as he stays healthy. So that's always been the question mark, right? Good question in the chat, Sal.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to answer that question, and I'll do it briefly. My oldest football memory is the Super Bowl where the Raiders beat Washington, and Marcus Allen had 191 yards rushing and a 60-something yard touchdown. That play is classic. I got to go to the NFL Hall of Fame last year for the first time in that uniform. that he wore in that Super Bowl is on display there, which was cool for me. And I was 8 years old. No, I was 10 years old. It was 1984. I was 10 years old. And my brother, my oldest brother, I have two brothers. My oldest brother and I rooted for everybody he rooted for. And his little league football team back then was the Raiders. So we kind of always paid attention to them. And the Raiders were badass back then, right? If the 70s and 80s, the Raiders were badass. They just they had this mystique about them. Now they're just bad and ass. They're both those words separate. And it's tough. It's tough to watch, but I'm a fan for life. I don't believe in changing. I don't believe in changing that. I did go last year for the first time to see them in Vegas, and it was the Chiefs, and it was a bigger Chief crowd than Raider crowd, and that hurt. That is one of the downfalls of them going to Las Vegas because it's a destination place to watch your team play now. So the black hole was red. It was a sea. I was sad. Awesome. I was sad, and the Raiders had a chance to win both games against Kansas City last year. Go back and watch that. One of them, remember the snap was too soon, and they were kicking a field goal to win the game, and they lost that. The other one, they intercepted a ball from whatever that guy is that plays quarterback for them, Mahomes, and inside the 10-yard line, and somehow did not turn that into points. And the game ended there because they would have taken like a 10-point lead on that play. And so I will continue to cry. It's why I become so involved in fantasy football, because when your team sucks in real football, you play fake football.
Yeah. As a Jaguars fan, I couldn't agree more. I'm a season ticket holder too. Like I drive from North Carolina down to Florida to watch my team get stomped 8 times a year. So thank God for fantasy football. You know, like
they do Duval better than Lee and Cohen, please.
Oh, please. Yeah. This is the solace though. Like I get to root for Jamar Chase. I get to root for Patrick Mahomes, even as they're beating the brains in on my team, you know?
Yeah. So before we let you guys go and do your wrap up, I have to ask you about your divisions, because those were 2 divisions that I love. Obviously, Tommy and the Rockford Peaches division. That's one of the movies that no matter how many times I've seen it, if you're flipping the channels and it comes on, you're going to watch Dottie Henson and Marla Hooch, and you're going to watch that movie. That's a great movie. Is that something that's like been one of your favorites, and that's why you picked your division?
Oh, yeah. So I've got 5 brothers and sisters, and the sisters are definitely the loudest voices in the room. And so we watched that movie a ton growing up. Nice. And every scene is quotable. The movie holds up really well. It's just awesome. And so it was a no-brainer for me. I was luckily one of the earlier folks in, and yeah, everything was available to me. And it was just like, oh yeah, I'm a Rockford Peach. For once, I'm a Rockford Peach.
I love it. I was almost in there with you until I saw the Bayside Tigers, and I grew up on Saved by the Bell, so I had to go that way. Nice. Frank, Savannah Bananas, have you seen them play live?
I have not. They're coming to Chicago in like 6 weeks, and I think we're going to go because my fiance loves it, and I think it's just a fun little way to spend a Saturday. So we'll probably go see them when they're here in a couple of weeks.
So they have like this lottery system.
I won a lottery in New York, JB.
So did I, dude. So did I. So are you going to go?
No, I'm going to sell the shit out of those tickets. You know how much they're worth? You know how valuable those are? I don't give a damn about seeing Savannah. Green money.
So this is the first year that I won into the lottery, and I get to buy my tickets this week, hopefully, if they're not sold out. And like, I've been so torn on the Savannah Bananas because they're super entertaining, but I was always a baseball guy. Like, I was a baseball purist. I grew up, I won the state championship. Like, I was a baseball guy through and through. So like, do they make a mockery of the game? And it's like, I'm looking at it like, all right, yes, like that's not what I want my 3-year-old to see and think baseball is, but at the same time, like it's entertaining. So it's like, I'm kind of leaning into it now.
It's one of those things where it helps more players play, right?
Yeah.
And it sounds like the CEO or whatever he calls himself is like trying to make a whole big league out of the Bananas. And I didn't play a lot of baseball, but I obviously have seen a lot of stories of just what the minor leagues look like and all the travel. And if you can be a banana and have fun doing that over rotting in some AAA ball or something like that somewhere, let them do it. I'm kind of, that's my look.
Not only that,
what a way to swing that around, a rotting banana. I like
I was in Europe a couple years ago wearing a Savannah Bananas shirt, and people would come up to me and want to talk about baseball. Like it's bringing people in that, it's kind of funny sounding. It's an enjoyable experience though. Like going to a Bananas game is really, really fun. And isn't that the whole point? Like that's the whole point of sports, is to have fun. And if it's going to bring in a wider audience and build greater passion for the higher levels, like go for it. It's awesome.
I agree. I think I have an opportunity to buy 5 tickets, and I might keep 2 and sell 3. But JB, I would tell you when it comes to your children, and you say to them, "Hey, this is what baseball purist is." Teach your children to be social media moguls and make more money. Right?
Yeah,
they're going to surpass what athletes make, and you get less injured, depending on what type of genre you put, the video you put out there. But I actually think it's a great thing. I never skip on a good joke, so that's why I said what I said. But they're fun, they're entertaining. I've been following them for a few years. But I'll sell at least 3 of those tickets.
And they rake on TikTok. I mean, to Sal's point, they probably make more money off the field than they do on the field. So by a good amount. So no, it's great.
And to your point, there's like a lot of these guys that were minor league players or college players that, didn't make it. And now they have an opportunity to play and get paid to play. Like, they weren't making money, and now they're starting to make money. They're bringing more teams into the league, right? It used to be like the Harlem Globetrotters that just played the Washington Generals. Yeah. And they used to just play the Party Animals. But now there's other teams in the mix now. Yeah. So more kids playing, which is great.
Yeah, it is great.
Yep. Good stuff.
Guys, it's been fun. Thank you so much for inviting us. Don't forget to donate, y'all. Like, this is great. It's a party. We're all here. Like, I love that the chat is popping off. Throw $5 to Fantasy Cares if you can. It's for a great cause. Like, this is the reason that we're doing this, is yes, to have fun, but also to raise some money.
Yeah, excellent, Tommy. That's the point, is every single dollar does help. Our viewership has grown every single segment. It continues to go up. It does not go down, and that's amazing. And we will hit stride a little bit later today. But anything else outside of donating you guys want to get out there about what you're doing before we let you get out of here?
Frank?
Trade X podcast, but I'll keep it short. Go donate to Fantasy Cares. That's the most important thing.
Awesome, guys.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. We appreciate it.
Great hanging with you guys.
Appreciate it, guys. See ya.
JB, I got to remind people that while YouTube is a great place for us to host the SFB Podathon, they have not figured out the art of a 24-hour live stream. So right before the 6 o'clock segment, we will switch to the next stream on YouTube. If you follow Fantasy Cares on YouTube, the links are all set up right there to take you through all 24 hours of the show. We have another 2.5 hours, I believe, on this stream. And then at 6 o'clock with the Gridiron scholar, John Laub, who is a fan favorite. Met John at the Expo last year in person for the first time. Make sure you follow us all day. We'll get the numbers back up to where we are right now. And to the point of the 2 gentlemen that just left us, go to fantasycares.org. The very first thing you see when you open up that page is the word donate. Click on it and donate. We will take anything you're willing to give, you're capable of giving. It's what allows us to continue to produce this content, to continue to do the live drafts. And all that stuff comes back and goes out and buys the toys and donates to the food, to get people food. No Kid Hungry, all those great places that we donate to every year. And the great thing about Fantasy Cares is if you reach out to them and you convince them why they should donate to the charity that you're representing or you think is worthy, they'll hear you, they'll listen to you, and they'll assist in that. I mentioned earlier when we had my friend Josh and his son Vinny in the chat and JB has met them both doing toy shopping. That in October of 2023, we found out that Vinny had leukemia, and it was really tough at first. And I watched his mother and his father go through really tough times when he was vented for weeks, and I didn't know where it was going. And Vinny is on the path to full recovery. I think he is more than halfway home. I believe February of 2026 is when he's projected to continue to do his treatments until. But Vinny is got a full head of hair back. He has played soccer this year again. He went back to classes again. He's in camp this summer, and he was on earlier telling me that he loved me, which makes me want to cry. And they donated money to the hospital that he was at. Like that, when his family reached out to me, they didn't say, "Hey, give my kid money, give my kid toys." They said, "Could you donate to the place that took care of my son, the place where in those early days, those games, those video games, those things kept him going. That kept us going. And Fantasy Cares donated a crazy amount of toys and a wonderful dollar value to that hospital. And these are the things that these people and this group of people are doing. I'm so proud to be a part of. And just getting to come on here and talk for 24 hours, if that's what my talent is, then that's what my talent is. And, you know, that's awesome. But, JB, I think this is your final segment coming up for now.
Yeah, it's disappointing because I'm looking at you talking about changing links, and I'm looking at that next segment, and you talk about John Laub, and then G-Man Jay and Joey and Shane and the Unwind Ladies and Herms and Bob Harris and Kevin Murray and Coot and Linda. It's like I'm going to miss so many great people, but I have to feed the kids. I have to put the kids to bed. I'll be back later tonight, and then I'll be back on again early in the morning. But I'm sad I'm going to miss my friends, but I'll be listening.
Yeah, you have the links, and you're welcome to. If some time frees up, these kids decide to take a nap, you slip them some Benadryl, whatever. you come back on. But I'm going to let you do one more read, and read number 2 for me because you'll be gone for a little bit.
I got you, bro. I got you. Reminder that the Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. Game Blazers goes way beyond DFS. Rip packs, collect items, level up your battle pass, and so much more. It's a whole new way to play fantasy. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, get a BOGO offer with Scott Fishbowl packs. Buy one, get one free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Start playing today.
Talk about a guy who does great work every year. Not to mention he's got ridiculously great hair, and I'm super jealous about that. And that's Geoff Lambert. Geoff, you've done, I mean, many different things over the years to support Fantasy Cares and in and around the SFB Podathon, including matches of what people donate. So tell people what you guys got going on over there, going for 2 now, and some of the stuff you guys have done this year.
Yeah, so I don't want to steal your thunder because I know y'all are tracking how much you donate per segment, but we are matching all donations right now. We just went over $6,000, so we're matching all donations until we hit $7,000. So if you use our link, fantasycares.org/GF and the number 2, we will match all donations for the rest of the day. So if you're in the chat and you haven't donated yet, or you want to donate again, we'll match anything that you put in there. We want to hit that 7,000 mark. And then, of course, get the match and push us hopefully closer to $8,000.
I hate to rain on the parade, but is this true? Do you wear a wig?
It is not true. This is definitely real hair. I've never had long hair my entire life. And at 45-ish, I decided, you know what? I'm just going to grow my hair long. So that's what I did.
Can't fake that flow.
I'm going to send JB my mullet picture so he can make a giant head of me with a mullet because I was 15, I think, when I had a mullet. So quite a few years ago, but I did once upon a time have hair. And Geoff, Kyle says you're amazing, and we agree with that. So tell us about life, buddy. What's going on with the business and just life in general?
Yeah, so Going for 2 still going strong. You know, obviously we got the website and we have the Going for 2 Live podcast network. We kind of switched things up a little bit. We don't do as much written content as we used to. You know, kind of the media's kind of changed. So it's almost all video. And then I cut the video up into, you know, YouTube shorts and TikToks and all that good stuff. That's kind of the way the media is going now these days. It also takes a little bit off my plate, not having to do as much editing and that kind of stuff. But yeah, Going for 2 still going strong. We, you know, do a lot for the Scott Fishbowl. I have my Discord where we pretty much mock draft every day, 10, 15 mock drafts a day. So if you haven't mock draft yet for your league, you know, get in the Discord. You can find the link on my Twitter handle. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. This is my favorite time of year. I'm actually next Sunday. I'm hosting the DC drafts. Me and Joe Bond have hosted the last 2 DC drafts. So we're hosting. This will be our 3rd year. We are now up to 5 divisions in the DC draft. Started at 4 and we barely made 4. Last year we had probably enough to do 5, but we only did 4. This year we got 5, and then we still have and then some. So maybe we'll get to 6 by next year. But looking forward to that as well.
Is it hard to run a draft and keep Joe Bond in check at the same time?
Yes, it's impossible.
I can't imagine.
So yeah, that's why this year I'm not drafting in my own. The last 2 years I've drafted live in my own event, But this year I'm doing a slow draft so that I can, concentrate on the event and keep Joe in check as well.
Nice. There you go. I love it. So you are going to be drafting where?
So I'm drafting at the 112. I've pretty much always been the 112. People think, oh, you're the 112 because of the third arm reversal. Like, nope. I go back to SFB 8, and I've always been a 12, except for 1 year. I cheated on the 12s because I wanted to get the 4 spot to get a quarterback. So that's the 1 year I didn't be a 12. But yeah, I'm drafting from the 112, and I'm in the Beverly Hills 90210 division.
Nice.
Which is an interesting story because I always try to pick the fictional places, right? When he's done all these, cities, I've always tried to pick the fictional city. And this year, Scott mistakenly made all the fictional cities on my fantasy league, which I'm not a fan of my fantasy league. So I was like, Scott, I want to be on a sleeper league, but I want a fictional division. So he found a division that didn't have anybody signed up in it yet, which was the Beverly Hills 90210, and made it a sleeper division. So as far as I know, that is the only fictional division that's on sleeper. The rest of them are all on my fantasy league.
Nice.
You prefer my fantasy or sleepers? Which one did you
I
say?
prefer sleeper. Yeah, I got all my leagues are on sleeper, so I prefer.
Back in the day when my fantasy league was like the only thing available, I could understand people wanted to play in there, and this is nothing against the people who own it. I know that we have, but you guys are masochists. I don't know why you would want to play over there in that hell. So.
I feel, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm someone who picks MFL over sleeper, and I have a lot of leagues on sleeper. I'm used to sleeper. It is easier to navigate, and it's more user friendly, I'd say. But I talked about being a baseball purist last segment. I feel like I'm a Scott Fishbowl purist too, and like I feel like part of the allure or like the whole experience is fumbling through MFL as part of SFB, right? So like I do have that dynasty league on MFL, so it's not my only league on MFL. So like I don't know, when I had the choice of the two, it just felt right for me for SFB to be on MFL. Plus I wanted to be in the Bayside Tigers division. Shout out. So I had to do that on MFL anyway.
Yeah, I get that. I kind of had that feeling the first year I went to sleeper. I was like, do I want to be on MFL because I've done it for so long? But then I was like, all of my leagues literally are on sleeper. That would be the only league that I'd have to like physically log into a different app. So I was like, I got to put it on sleeper. So I put everything over there.
No, that makes sense. And I think the biggest hang up on MFL is that the app or the lack of an app, right? Mm-hmm. So like, yeah, I could log on the computer or go into the browser on my phone, but I saw a little hint in there that's saying going to be interesting when MFL site update and the new app are done, and I think that's going to be a little bit of a game changer. So maybe more people will swing back to our side. But you make a good point. You don't want to have to log into another site. But strategy-wise, obviously from the 12 pick, you're going to have to play what comes to you at that point. But, a lot of people debating on, because it's a super flex, but not really a super flex, like what's the priority on getting that top tier quarterback? Like, is that something that you're targeting towards the end if one of those guys fall to you, or are you off of it?
The only way I would do it if it's Lamar Jackson, which I don't see him following that far. So he's the only one I would take. I actually did, I put in last year's stats into this year's scoring, and Lamar Jackson was the only one that would have been a first round pick based on the scoring. The rest of the quarterbacks were second, sometimes even third round. So what I'm looking for at the 12 and, obviously on the turn, the 201, I'm looking for the high volume running backs. I think I've been getting guys like Devon Achane. I've been reaching a little bit and getting Alvin Kamara. He, typically goes a little bit later in the second, but I really want Alvin Kamara. He was, I think, the fourth running back overall in the scoring last year. So he's another guy that I'm trying to target there at the turn.
Okay, and what about the tight ends? That's been the big point of contention too. Sal made a great point. You saw a draft where tight ends went back-to-back at 12-13, and that's what he's hoping for and dreaming for. Is that somewhere you would go if that fell that way?
If Bowers and McBride are there, I think I would definitely take the back-to-back tight ends. I did go back-to-back tight ends a couple years ago, and it came back to bite me. I took Mark Andrews in the year that he got injured, and then I took Kyle Pitts in the next round. And, of course, Kyle Pitts is Kyle Pitts, so it didn't pay off for me there. But I think Bowers and McBride would be the two. If they're both there, I can't pass those two guys up.
Yeah, and I took Andrews that same year, Geoff. But it happened in Chicago. I was there for the Chicago live draft. Bowers and McBride at 12 and 13, and I was just like mouth agape because Bowers, and I don't know what your ADP pours out for him right now. He's going in the top 6 everywhere, in the SFB at least,
Yep, I got him at 7 actually, so that lines up right where you got him. He's currently ADP number 7, and I've seen him go as high as 101 in some of our mocks. People are just drafting the tight end just to get him, so they've seen him go as high as 101. But yeah, if Bowers and McBride are there now, I have been in my mocks getting George Kittle, who goes at least a round later, if not 2 rounds later. He actually was the tight end 1 last year on points per game. He also led the league, not just tight ends, but led the league in fantasy points per target. So, as a tight end, if George Kittle can stay healthy for the entire season, there's no Debo there, so he's going to get even more targets now, I think. So he's the 3rd tight end off the board in most of the mocks, and someone that I'm targeting at the 301, or if I wanted to push it, I've seen him go as late as 412.
Yeah, and he's got a little less competition catching a ball there in San Francisco this year, right? So
yes,
could be good for him. So, by the way, Ian Fish wants to know if you're doing any mocks today because he would like to.
Yes, my goal is, so unfortunately I worked today and then I had to drive to West Virginia to pick up my nephew who's staying with me for a few days. But my goal was to have like a mock draft palooza and just mock draft literally the whole day. So I got a couple guys in the Discord now posting mocks. So if you want to get into a mock, just join the Discord. Like I said, it's at my Twitter handle at Geoff Lambert 77. You can get in the Discord. It's free to join. And there'll be mocks posted literally all day long. As soon as I'm off of this, I'm going to the pool, but I'm going to be posting mock drafts while I'm at the pool. So you'll see a bunch of them in there.
Just to jump back to tight ends, and it's someone whose name we have not mentioned today yet. And in the past, he's been talked about being our 1st-round pick. And we know he's on the downside of his career. That's Travis Kelce and what's going on there in Kansas City. But do we think this is the year that Kelce just becomes regular, right? He's just an ordinary tight end in fantasy because it can't go on forever. We started to see the cracks last year. Where do we think Kelce shakes out this year in general?
Yeah, so Kelce's interesting, right? Because he did, everybody talked about his down year, and he did have a down year, but he kind of came on towards the end of the season, right? I mean, he had a little bit of a peak there towards the end. He's currently number 4 in our ADP, so he's not being slept on the mock drafters at least. He's going 4th. He's 32 overall. I still think he can get it done. I think he could be, good enough in that offense with Patrick Mahomes, who still trusts him. I think he knows he had a slow start to the season last year, so I think he goes into this season maybe a little bit more prepared and to take his same role. And I think he can still be a good tight end, and especially in this format with the 4.5 points per reception.
So let me see if I could do this real quick. Hold on. So let me see if I could do this. Right. So if we're drafting him now and you're worrying that it might be a slow start like last year, it might be a cruel summer, right? But after a little while, he'll shake it off, right? And you'll say, look what you made me do when you had that blank space to draft him. And it'll.
Geoff, I removed him. I can't. I can't.
I love it. I was kind of confused at where he's going at first, and then I picked up on him. Now I got it.
Oh my God! All right. Take it down. JB, you're killing me. I wanted to ask this question. All right, so he's 4, right? So you're saying obviously Bowers, McBride, and Kittle are the 3 going ahead of him. Would you take Laporta in this format over Travis Kelce this year?
It's tempting, but that Detroit offense has so many weapons. Like Laporta was, obviously a good tight end last year in regular formats, but he wasn't the tight end he was when he's in his rookie season. He had a little bit of a quote unquote down year because they have so many weapons, and everyone expects Jameson Williams to take a step forward. So I'm really nervous about Laporta this year because he became kind of touchdown dependent, which we need the volume, right, in this format. We want the catches and everything else, not just the touchdowns. So I'm a little nervous taking Laporta over Travis Kelce.
How about a healthy Hawkinson?
Yes, I was going to ask.
Yeah, Hawkinson I like. Hawkinson I definitely like. With the and I forgot his name now. JJ McCarthy there. I think he'll be just fine. We've always said tight ends are sort of the quarterback safety blanket, and it'll be his first year starting. So I think he uses Hawkinson to the full advantage. Hawkinson going into this season fully healthy because last year he kind of missed a good portion of the season. Fully healthy, gets the training camp to work with McCarthy. I think they're going to come out and have some good chemistry, and he's definitely on my list to draft as well.
Yeah, I think he's being
Jeremy
kind of
Ruckert-
forgotten.
Jeremy Ruckert over Kelsey? I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
No, I think he's being kind of forgotten because of that. He wasn't fully healthy all year last year, and he's being kind of forgotten. You know, the quarterback change, I think, is going to benefit him, right? I mean, there's no reason why he can't be the second target in that offense, right? And that's the volume that we're looking for here. So I love that.
Absolutely. And I see a comment in the, I was going to say, Jordan just posted, Ingram is one of my later round tight ends that I want to target in that Broncos offense, because I think he can kind of play the Jimmy Graham role in that Sean Payton offense. And he's got all the tools. If he can just stay healthy, Bo Nix is a good enough quarterback to target him. I think Ingram is going to have a monster season, especially in this format.
Absolutely. No, I think there's so many different strategies you can run out with this. I'm curious now because I'm picking with the 4 pick, right? And I know you have a lot of numbers there. You have a lot of mocks that you've ran. I'm torn on where to go with the 4 pick. You know, I think I'm leaning running back there. I, toyed with the idea of maybe going Bowers there. In the back of my mind, I should still pick a quarterback because it's still technically a super flex. So lead me somewhere, Geoff.
Yeah, so the first 2 picks pretty much in most of the mocks has been Bijan or Jamar Chase. Those are the first 2 that are most common. And then, you kind of get in this range where it's like Saquon Barkley, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Brock Bowers. They're all like right there as far as ADP goes. Personally, if I'm at that 4 spot and one of those 3 top guys, Bijan, Jamar Chase, or Barkley, are not there, I think I'm going Brock Bowers. I think he's got an upgraded quarterback. He was amazing last year with a lesser quarterback. I think Smith's an upgrade over what they had last year. They're going to have a good run game. So I like Brock Bowers this year a lot. And I think in this format, you can't pass him up if he's there at 104. I think that's who I'm taking.
Yeah, the 104 chat is very heavy Jahmyr Gibbs focused. And I mean, I love Gibbs, but I still have that Montgomery fear in the back of my mind that I don't know that I'm picking 104 and making that move, especially when, you're looking at volume. And yeah, he'll probably have the most of the volume, but he's going to have somebody eating at some of that. So yep. I don't know that I could pull the trigger there. And that's where I was starting to think, all right, do I go quarterback or do I go tight end? So thanks for a little clarity.
Yeah, no problem.
We got this comment from Mark Ringo about Jonnu Smith's value tanked, and that's part of the the shift and changes in the Scott Fishbowl league is like when you draft and then something like this happens. Listen, Jonnu Smith had the best tight end season in Miami Dolphins history last year. Every number. And those people who had Freiermuth, some of us who have them in Dynasty were now pissed off. I mean, do we think one of those 2 guys, and obviously they traded for Jonnu, steps up, or do we think that this is a dead situation? I saw Matthew Berry say neither one is a top 12 guy now. Where do we think these guys fall to?
Yeah, so Jonnu Smith, just to go back to how good his season was last year, I think a lot of it had to do with situation being there. Tyreek Hill's in and out of the lineup, Jalen Waddle's in and out of the lineup. So it was sort of a situation that was kind of perfect for him. But to show you just how well his season went, I don't know if you've heard this story, but he scored a touchdown in Miami and threw the ball up in the air as high as he could into the stands, not looking where it goes, and it literally landed right in his son's lap. He was watching in the stands, so that kind of gives you an idea of how good his season was last year that happened. But I think his situation in Pittsburgh is a little bit murky now. I think they're probably going to run 2 tight end sets because they do have Freiermuth still there. They're going to want to run the ball, obviously. So I think his situation is definitely worse than from when it was in Miami. And as far as Miami and whoever they have there at tight end, I don't want anything to do with it. I know Darren Waller was a popular, mid draft pickup for some of the guys that already started their drafts. But I want nothing to do with anything in Miami.
Jalen Conyers.
Anytime somebody calls me handsome, I put the comment up. So,
Geoff, I'm going to ask you another kind of ADP question because it's the wild card in this draft. Travis Hunter. He's been the guy that's really caused Scott to kind of create some IDP scoring here, right? So where are we seeing him drafted, and where do you think he should be drafted?
So I'm looking at his ADP now. He's 33 overall. Personally, I don't want anything to do with Travis Hunter. I'm a little nervous as to how he's going to be utilized. But even if perfect world, he's on both sides of the ball pretty much full time, that's twice as frequent that he can get hurt, right? I mean, he's going to be on the field pretty much every single snap of the game. There's a good chance that he gets hurt on the tackle. Like, how frustrated would you be if he's having a good game on the offensive side and he goes to make a tackle and he gets hurt and now he's out for the rest of the game? So I'm a little nervous with Travis Hunter, just for the unknown. I think it's exciting. It's kind of cool. And I've seen him go super high. I've seen him go in the first round in some of our mocks. He's kind of all over the board because of that. And it's a cool thing that Scott did to put that in there. Kind of like last year, we had the kick returners and all that. Everyone was drafting guys super high that were, returners. Travis Hunter is really the only one that it affects, I think, this year. But it was a cool little thing to put in there, and then to see where Travis Hunter is getting drafted.
Yeah, that returners thing, I kind of missed that in the draft. And so, like, the first waiver run, I'm like, oh, look at all the points that guy scored.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. And I was like, another year I don't win the Scott Fishbowl.
Yeah, just to go on what you said earlier about how things change in the summertime. I've been the victim of two big changes. I think it was SFB 8, I believe. It was not. It was 9. I drafted Andrew Luck, who then promptly retired. And then the year that Tom Brady came back, I was the next pick before when Tom Brady announced he was coming back. So the guy sniped me immediately before my pick. So I couldn't even get Tom Brady that year. So, yeah, things do change quite a bit during the season.
Yeah, that's where, like, that first, to Sal's point before, like, that first waiver run is so important because there's so much more information we have between the time we draft to that first waiver run that's the one where, like, and I've heard the strategy before, right? Like, you're spending most of your fab that run because that might be the most impactful player that you get. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. And some of my bad luck, I think it was the year that the Ravens, I drafted both their running backs that year, J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards, who both promptly got injured on the same day, put on IR. So I dropped my entire fab budget on, and I can't even remember what his name was, Tyson something. Dropped my entire fab budget, and then the very next day they signed Latavius Murray, who ends up being the one to get all the carries. So I wasted my fab budget that year.
Yep. So parting words before you get into your closing, like player-wise, anything that you see towards the end of the drafts and your ADP numbers that, kind of a sneaky guy that could be a guy that can set you apart in a big tournament like this?
Yeah, so one thing I've been kind of saying on all the podcasts I've been going on talking about Scott Fishbowl is, especially if you've never played in the Scott Fishbowl, when you get down into the 10th and 11th round, you have to remember you're not drafting bench players at that point. You're still drafting starters. Yep. And I see a lot of people taking those high upside, draft picks there on some of these, 5th and 6th round rookie running backs. And I'm like, those are your week 1 starters. They need a situation where somebody gets hurt for them to be starting. So some of the later round guys like Cooper Kupp is one of the guys I'm looking for in that 10th, 11th round. He's going super deep. He has a role in week 1, right? He's going to be a starter out there. If he's able to stay healthy, we'll see. But you got to be thinking about that when you're drafting those 10th and 11th and even 12th round guys. Those are probably going to be your week 1 starters. So make sure you're not just taking those upside guys that could get some playing time later in the season, because they're going to be your week 1 starters. A couple other later round guys that I also like, and I don't know if Jamie's in the chat. He's in all the chats, but he gives me a hard time. But I really like Keon Coleman as well this year. He's going super late, and anytime you can get a receiver that's going to be playing 90% of the snaps in a good, powerful offense, and he's also a red zone threat, and for as late as he's going, and everybody's kind of out on him after his rookie season. But if you look at the couple of games he had when Amari Cooper first got there, he was starting to come into his own, and then he got hurt, and then he kind of wasn't the same player the rest of the season. The Bills didn't really go out and add any competition to Keon Coleman, so I think they're ready to hand him the reins. And I think for as late as you can get Keon Coleman, he's basically free. He's someone I'm targeting pretty much all of my drafts as well.
Yeah, and you make a really good point there on like that draft strategy and those rounds right there, because we're in the season now where we're drafting right after the rookie draft and the training camp hype, and everyone wants the flashy name that's standing out at training camp, but somebody that's reliable that has a role in the offense. To your point, like this is someone that you're going to have to put in your lineup. So you're going to want the guy who, could have one catch for 8 yards, or you want the guy that's going to at least get 4, 5, maybe 6 catches. That's going to give you some consistency towards the bottom of your roster. So that's great advice right there. I know, you do phenomenal work with Scott Fishbowl and everything that you do with the mock. So when people are listening to this segment, I hope they're listening to the things you're saying, man, because you're just dropping knowledge little at a time.
Appreciate it. I do want to drop, I know we're getting ready to get out of here in a few minutes, but I wanted to drop my link one more time if that's okay. Oh, you got it up on the screen now there. So yeah, fantasycares.org/GF2. We are matching all donations until we hit $7,000. We're currently just a little bit over 6,000, so about 1,000 to go. So please, go there and donate, even if it's $5, doesn't matter. We want to get to that full donation match.
Amazing work as always, Geoff. We go back to the Fantasy Live app days, 2015, 2016,
Yep.
and it's good to see you find success, continued success in this business. It always happens for the good ones, and we appreciate you, my friend. Come back every year. Best of luck in everything you do this year, and speak to you soon, man.
Absolutely.
Great hanging with you, Geoff.
All right, JB, the two guys that are in the back, they're coming up shortly. They're probably so surprised that they got a spot on the Podathon. They've been here for like 15 minutes already. Like, they don't want us to maybe change our minds and get rid of them, And I met both of these guys in the Cincinnati live draft last year. And two fine gentlemen. We'll get them on soon. But, while you're here, and again, I appreciate you, my friend. I know I break your chops, but it's like, little brother in fantasy football. I get to do that, and it's cool. But you've been good to me. You've been good to my son. My son, you had him out there doing snow removal back in the day when you were doing the snow removal. And appreciate you coming along for these last. What were we on for? 2 hours, 3 hours?
Yeah, a couple hours now. It's been a couple hours, and I'll be back again.
It's been a little insane how quickly the time's moving, but I think I still look decent enough.
You gonna hold it down?
Yeah, I'll start to deteriorate in time. Stick around.
But perfect timing. I mean, I'll come back, sometime after the kids go to bed around 11. So you should be starting to fade at that point, and then forget about it. By the time I come on at 5 a.m, you might want to take a nap for an hour or two. So live on air.
Your relief is here. Russ Fisher is back with us. He is your relief for the next few hours. And I got Mike is on the schedule there somewhere, and that'll be fun because Zach is coming up soon, and Mike, I gotta constantly, it's like the alpha male shows up. I gotta constantly defend myself in there with him. But you're here, so I'm gonna make you do one more read before you leave. So number 3, my friend.
I got you. The Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. It's collecting, gaming, and DFS all in one amazing app. Game Blazers is the new way to play fantasy sports with entertainment that goes way beyond the final whistle. Try it today and use promo code SFB15 when you sign up, so Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. And don't forget to check out the special Scott Fishbowl packs. It's buy one, get one free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Download Game Blazers today. And I'm going to miss you guys. You got some great guests coming on, but I will be back in a few hours. And try not to let it go too far off the rails, Russ. Reel them in a little bit.
No promises.
JB, you know what you better have done before you get back here?
Go.
You better have downloaded the Game Blazers app. If you come back without that downloaded, I'm changing the link. You're out.
Yeah.
All right,
Sounds
buddy.
good, guys.
See you in a
Have
few.
fun.
The question I have for you, Sal, before you let these guys in is, did you change your shirt on the screen?
Did I change my shirt on the screen?
Yeah. Did you give everyone a show?
Oh, did I do it live on air? No, I'm sorry. I didn't bring out the pecs and the guns.
You can make them dance a little bit.
I didn't make them bounce around and do that for anybody. No, it's a family show, I was told, and we got aside from vasectomies, we can't talk about anything outside. But Russ, we will remind everybody that it is 4 p.m. We're approaching 4 p.m. on the East Coast, and at 6 p.m. East Coast time and 3 p.m. out there on the West, we'll be switching over to the other link. I want to remind people that YouTube has not figured out a way to do a 24-hour live stream yet. So we have to do this in increments, and we have that all set up. So we don't want to lose the momentum that we've gained because the number of viewers has climbed consistently throughout the morning and early afternoon. Morning. We started at noon, so we're never on the morning. All afternoon as we approach the evening, and we want to keep all of you guys with us here. So make sure you are following Fantasy Cares on YouTube. That's the first thing you need to do. Go follow Fantasy Cares on YouTube, and you will get all the updates of when we go live. And the links are all there, right in order, 1 through whatever. How many do we have? 4 links, 5 links, 4 links. And you should be following Fantasy Cares everywhere. Fantasy Cares ORG, no dot, Fantasy Cares org on all the social medias. And that's how old people say social media. Social medias with an S.
Yes, like I always say, I see him on the TikToks.
On the TikToks. So yeah, Jennifer Eakins, we'll see Jen tomorrow morning when I've just dilapidated into whatever pile of pudginess I am. For Dave, that's not true, Dave. That's not true. All right, it's true a little bit. But
it's not true.
It's not untrue. All right, so we've made these guys wait long enough. Actually, no, it's
just their time.
2 hours and 59 minutes. But all right, Sam and Andrew.
Let's go. What's up, Samwise?
Andrew, by the way, almost got bumped from the show because he had no idea he was on the show.
I didn't find out till the public found out. That's all I'm saying.
Great job by you. Yeah, this is what we do over here. We try to keep you in the dark until the last minute, even if people were on the show. I think
it's probably my fault. I'm entirely taking the blame. I probably missed an email somewhere.
Nope, totally this guy's fault. We were running a little behind, and I was like, I could either just let everyone know now or just have everyone be like, "Ooh, look, my name's on there."
Throw it live. I love it. Always a fan of you guys. Come on.
Yeah. You check the schedule then and go, yep.
Like we posted the casting call. It's like, that's what it was. It's like
that's on me. That's what I'm saying. That's on me. I did that.
And 2 things that I love about these guys here. What I love about Sam is he's older than me, so I like keeping him around. And Andrew just looks older than me. So
I got the gray. Yeah, you don't have the gray, so you trimmed it all. You got rid of all your hair. It's very smart. Very smart.
Yeah,
I'm not doing that.
It's extremely gray and white when it comes in, but I just don't let it come in anymore.
That's very smart. I look old. I don't mind. I like making you look good, Sal. It's the best I can do.
I appreciate that, buddy. But we had a great time in Cincy last year.
Yes,
we went to a little cigar bar, and I don't like cigars, but I don't mind inhaling secondhand cigars.
It was a great time. Yeah.
It was a real good time. We shopped. I think we were at were you at karaoke? We were at karaoke at the.
I didn't make it to karaoke, no, but I know you had a great time. We did a little bit of a pregame and a postgame. This year we did a couple of different nights in Cincinnati, so yeah, it was a good time. I know, Sam, you were somewhere else. Didn't you go to Vegas or Northern California? Where did you go for your draft?
I was in Cleveland of all places.
That's way worse.
California
I got lost in the mistake on the lake. So I was in Cleveland, and then I just went to hang out in Cincinnati, and I hung out at the one in Los Angeles as well.
There you go. Yeah, I hung out at Cincinnati. I'm drafting in Detroit. Very excited for that in a couple of weeks. So great. I got to support my buddy Geoff. What?
Yeah, I'm drafting.
I got very confused.
Saturday.
Drafting in Detroit, because I put on the schedule all of the divisions and the draft slots and everyone, and I literally checked about 5 times to make sure I was looking at the right Andrew Hall. I'm like, wait, no, I know he's a Cincy dude. What the hell? What
I am a Cincy dude, yeah. And I love supporting John Bosch. I went and supported still. I ended up winning 6 cases of beer from Sam Adams, so I had a totally great time. Totally paid it off. Stocked my whole beer fridge, which is great. But no, my buddy Geoff is running the one in Detroit. And he asked me last year, he came to the Cincinnati draft as well. And he came with us to the bar too, Sal, to the cigar bar. He was like, we'd love to have you in Michigan next year. I was like, well, hey, maybe the timing works. I'd love to do that too. Like I haven't, obviously Scott Fishbowl drafts are always a good time. Any more that I can get to is a good time. So I said, well, I can still go to Cincy whenever that is, but I can plan around the Detroit one. Cause Sal, you did that last year. You kind of made like a bunch of different trips. Like obviously living in New York, I think you went to Minnesota and Cincy and somewhere else too, right? Like you did a road trip thing.
I did Cincy in Boston, and I was almost in Pittsburgh
There you
go. I was there that week, but I had to leave before the draft.
I
That was New York City.
don't even think you were planning on going to Cincinnati at first, were you? Wasn't that like a last minute thing?
So Cincinnati happened live on the Scott Fishbowl Podathon last year, and the final segment, as I was cracking open a beer to celebrate, I literally booked the flight live on air and went a few days later, which was the Friday, 4th of July. I was on a Thursday last year, so I flew in. I think Friday, and I stayed with Johnny Boy, John Bosch, which, by the way, nobody likes to support John Bosch. Don't say that out loud.
Oh, come on.
And I'm missing John today. I get Johnny's busy, I guess, because usually he pops in. We have him around, but maybe he's at a Scott Fishbowl draft in Europe or something. I don't know.
He's in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is
probably in a roller coaster place somewhere. He loves his roller coasters. But no, the Cincy draft was great. 10 drafts. It was so many people. We went to the Fowling Warehouse, so it's like football, bowling. So there was a bunch of football themed things. Great time. Literally from the start to the end, they were raffling the entire time. We had so many things to raffle off. It was nuts. So yeah, it was such a good time. So many good people there. Again, 10 live drafts. Not everybody got through 10 rounds. And I love this, Mark. Thank you. I don't have an Ohio State jersey, but I am wearing a Lions jersey going to Detroit to try to make them think I'm a Lions fan so I can maybe get Jamar Chase at 109. I don't think it's going to happen, but I got to do what I can. I got to act like I'm not a Bengals fan in Detroit. It's going to be great.
Andrew, this may surprise you, but I have a Ohio State Jeremy Rucker jersey. I could send that to you.
Oh my God. Because I know you and Jeremy Rucker are buddies, right? Did you guys you go way back, if I recall, right?
I know Jeremy since he's six years old. I'm good friends with his parents.
I would be honored if you want to send it. I would gladly wear a Jeremy Rucker Ohio State jersey in Detroit. That would be amazing. I would love that.
Please DM me the address. I will ship it out tomorrow.
You got time. Yeah, because it's 2 weeks.
Andrew says he has to go to Detroit and pretend that he's not a Bengals fan, as though we didn't all do that for most of the 90s.
Okay, fair, but now everybody wants to be. But also, in Cincinnati, Burrow and Chase always go way early at those drafts, right? Because everybody's a hometown fan. So my thought is I want to go to a different town and try to see what else I can get. Carl freaking Wells, one of my best buddies. I love Carl Wells. So yeah, my thought is to go to a different town. And obviously, like I said, Geoff came to Cincinnati last year. They're doing 4 drafts in Detroit this year. It's the Michigan draft because it's going to rotate around Michigan. So, but I got to support my buddy Geoff and Pudge, his good friend. So I was like, that'll be a good time. So my point though is Jeremy Ruckert OSU jersey. I would be honored. So yes, I'll definitely send you my address if you're willing. I'm able.
Out for sure. And I got to meet Geoff last year. I got to meet Carl in Cincinnati. And guess what? Carl was in Chicago last week.
Yeah, Carl went to Chicago. He was at the Cincy with me paying attention, but he drafted in Chicago.
Yes, I got to hang with him again. A real good dude. Just a real
Love
good
Carl.
Dude. Love Carl.
He literally this past week he literally helped me move a fridge. That's how good he is.
Listen, Carl's secretly jacked. I think he could have moved that fridge by himself. He did not need you to move that fridge.
Well, it's him and Cindy Kuberg. The two of them are so great. we have so many good people in Cincy. And I know John really liked having 10 drafts, kind of being the biggest city because he was a little nervous. I think Chicago had 9, which is still a lot. But I keep telling John, what are we going to do next year? How do you outdo 10? He goes 12. I'm like, of course. Okay, fair enough. We're going to grow. We got to go every year. Got to get bigger. Yeah.
John's looking for an open air space to hold his, because he can't be contained. Listen, let's talk about what you guys got going on. Player Profile, Fantasy Pros. So Sam, tell us what's the haps over at Player Profile?
Well, we just dropped our annual draft kit, which is everybody put a ton of work into it, and we have a whole bunch of different analysts from other publications all providing input to it. So I'm really, really happy with the way that turned out. And I started a podcast this year. It's called Fantasy Whiplash. I do it under the Dynasty Degens name, but it appears on the Player Profiler Now channel. And so that's been a lot of fun to get that started. It's been a long time coming.
And what about over there at Fantasy Pros? They do some things, I guess, over Fantasy Pros.
Oh, they do a lot of things. I'm so lucky and blessed to be a part of that. I know I talked about this. This is my 4th Scott Fishbowl Podathon. I'm just so blessed to be on this too. But Fantasy Pros was always a place I wanted to write because of Mike Tagliere, right? Mike Tags was the best. We all love Tags. Anybody who ever knew and herd tags, just you immediately felt like he was your best buddy. So I'm really honored and proud to still be with them. And then I'll be drafting at the Kings Classic at the Expo with Pat Fitzmaurice again. The two of us will be taking the Fantasy Pros seat there. Very excited for that. Still writing Dynasty content for them. Got a couple articles here and there. Dynasty goes all year round, but it's never really crazy other than rookie draft season and regular draft season. So we're kind of in that lull here, but always doing a good job of trying to put out some content. And then again, like I know it sounds kind of strange, but like I just got published in a magazine. We just put out my running back by committee article came out in the Pro Forecast article magazine, which came out. So I'm pretty happy about that. That's great. Jody Smith and the guys at Full Time Fantasy help with that. So I'm just so blessed to be in this industry and have a good time talking football with a bunch of good guys like you. So yeah, I'm just glad to be here.
How does that feel getting the article like in a physical magazine? Right?
I'll be honest, it was surreal. It was really odd. Like when I got asked, I said, yes, of course. Like when do you need it by? You need it tomorrow. I'll drop everything, right? Like I even talked to Jody at the Expo last year, which is exactly why people should go to the Expo, because it was last year at the Expo. I was talking to Jody about how like one of my bucket list items was to get in a magazine. He goes, we actually are looking for writers because FF Diehards just gave us this the magazine to Full Time Fantasy. We're trying to look for content creators. And I was like, hit me up. Seriously. Like I'll be doing, whatever you need, let me know. And then sure enough, 9 months later, I just get a random DM from Jody. Like, hey, are you still serious? I'm like, yes, I'm still serious. So I always tell people the Expo is where you make contacts. You never know what you're going to find out. You never know who you're going to run into. But yeah, I'm again, just very lucky and blessed to be a part of it. It's one of the magazines I've bought many times in my past. Like Pro Forecast is just a long time, big fan of that magazine. So to see my name in there as someone who wrote something, I know one of the guys in my home league was like, is it long enough for me to rip the pages out and use the toilet paper? And I'm like, this is why I like home leagues. You know what I mean? Like no matter how good I feel, they're always like, I want to wipe my ass with your stuff. So that's just how we go. But it was totally a good thing.
Hey, they could wipe their ass with anybody's stuff and they chose yours.
Exactly. I was like, you can make doo-doo. Yeah.
I come from the era where we had no choice but to buy magazines and weekly newspapers. We had no.
Same.
We didn't have internet back in my day of playing fantasy. Yep. You kids don't know how good you
with the highlighter or the Sharpie. You had to like cross them out on the cheat sheet. You know what I mean? Like that's Sam. Obviously, we're all in that same age. Let's be honest. All of us are that age of magazines. I know I started in magazines. That was the way to go. You had to buy it, weeks in advance and read everything. And I remember flipping through it on buses, everywhere, like just reading every ounce of info I could get on there. And then you get to your draft and you're crossing things off. So yeah, it's really cool to be a part of that. So
yeah, I'd always start out with, because they would all come out around the same time, and I'd be standing in a Barnes and Noble for like an hour, even though I knew I was going to purchase the magazine. Yep. I would still stand there and just like flip because I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait to see, all the information and like, make a mental note of this and that, and then go back to it and really read it, cover to cover.
Same. No, I remember seeing that too. Like I would go to, I remember it was there was a mall I used to go to in Columbus, and I think it was a Barnes and Noble, but I remember sitting there, like you said, just for hours in a chair, just reading the magazine. And then I would put it back. Because, I was like, no, I'll get it later. I'll get it later. And I just wanted to read as much as I could and then would come back the next week and pick up where I left off. Like that was the whole thing. So, yeah, I'm right there with you.
I started playing in 1994. I've told my story before, and I was dating my my future ex-wife at the time. She was my girlfriend, and she used to come to the drafts and have a good time. And then when we got married, she was like, well, you got to ease up on those Sundays. And I'm like, oh, there's not going to get into easing up on those Sundays. But specifically when the magazines would come out, you thought you would have to hide like Playboy magazine. I was hiding fantasy football magazines from her.
Right.
I didn't want her to see that I bought more. I think
she like under the mattress.
Yeah. She had a real disdain for LaDainian Tomlinson. And I don't think he ever did anything to her. He just was on the cover of a lot of magazines.
Right.
You go to bed at night. You ever see that meme? Which I bet he's thinking about all the women and the guys.
I wonder if LaDainian Tomlinson can repeat as an RB1. Yeah.
How many can he break the touchdown record this year?
Meanwhile, you're pulling out like a trifold of Priest Holmes. Like, that's right.
Or like that long cheat sheet where you're like, I want all the positions. Let me look at it. Yeah, exactly.
So underappreciated, Priest Holmes, and I hate it because he was a Kansas City Chief, and as we all know, I hate the Chiefs.
Me too.
Thank God JB's not here to start more of his Taylor Swift.
I just wanted to. I saw that earlier. I thought that was great. I just I was going to jump on and be like, Scott Fishbowl, are you ready for it? You know what I mean? Like let's go Taylor Swift. But you were very anti, so I don't want to.
Andrew, I have to power up the remove button.
I know. It's I didn't do it. I said I wanted to. It's different.
I'm not anti. Let's get this out of the way. I'm not anti Taylor Swift. My daughter is probably one of the biggest Taylor Swift fans out there, which is saying a lot. But she went to the tour 3 times last time around.
Who paid for that?
She did not ask. So she's a grown ass adult. She's 25. She paid herself, and
good for her.
And she got every one of those tickets at face value. Sam. She was boom, boom, boom. She went. She had tickets in Nashville. Sold them for opening night in Arizona. So she went to opening night in Arizona and closing night in LA. She was at both of those shows and did another LA show in between. So
that's die hard.
I have 3 children. I raised one who's doing great. Now, my other 2 kids, my son is just getting his life started. He graduated college a little over a year ago, and my youngest has a year left in college. But I'm blessed with excellent, wonderful children, all 3 of them. But yeah, my oldest daughter is she does her thing on her own. So no Taylor Swift hate,
right?
Just Kansas City Chief hate.
Well, so I would also say JB just went too far. Like he did too many puns, right? Like I feel like 1 or 2 is okay. I love you, JB, but that was too many for you. Couldn't do that for Sal. Like it was too much for Sal. So I get it.
Yeah. That's it.
You're allowed to hate Travis Kelce also. Yeah.
Yeah. I love seeing all the talk on the side in the chat about the expo. Everybody is excited about it, and one person even said, "I'm irrationally excited about my first one," and I was like, "I don't think there's anything irrational about that because it's gonna blow your expectations out of the water."
Yeah, it was Frank. He was just on with us a couple of segments ago.
Yeah, it's just so exciting. It's so much fun, and just
really
meeting so many people, putting faces with names, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, and just all the different conversations. I think there was a couple of years ago, and you guys might remember this, the downpour on Friday night, where we were having the Friday night party. Everybody was chilling, and then it just like rained, like the skies just opened up, and it just everything got soaked. And I remember being like squeezed into that little Jersey's bar where everybody kind of, ran to, and there was like, 70 or 80 of us nerds all in there, all sweaty from the day and covered in rain. And there were still so many fun fantasy football conversations. Like that was the part I loved the most. Like we're all there together. Be like, man, I really don't know about Bijan Robinson this year. Like whatever it is, like you could just find a conversation with anything. It was so great. I remember meeting Drew DeLuca, who's in the chat. I remember meeting him there. Gary Davenport, the legend, Gary Davenport, IDP legend. There's so many people in this chat. I remember that rainstorm weekend. It was that same weekend, I believe. Scampers and Dame were hanging out in my car with Herms and Cooter Doodle and a couple of other people. We were doing trunk beers. Like it's just such a good time. And I tell people all the time, you can't plan it. You really can't plan anything. Just go. Just plan a place to sleep and a way to get there. That's all you need. The rest of it figures itself out, And I think too, if you go in with a mindset like that, you're not going to be disappointed. And to your point, Sam, like it's really hard to overhype it, right? Because it is so much more fun than you think, but don't overplan it. I tell people that every time I talk to them, like, do not overplan. Just go in with the mindset of, I'm going to go with the flow. We're going to see what happens. I'm just going to say yes. Right. And that weekend is so much fun. Russ and Sal, I know you guys have both experienced parts of that. And it's just trunk beers is my favorite. So thank you, Charlene. But yeah, like that, I'm planning on doing that again this year, like bringing a couple coolers and just saying, hey, we're going out and, tailgating for the fantasy, the flag football tournament. You know what I mean? Like that was fun and random. So it's such a good time. So I always tell people, if you're uncertain, just go. It's worth it.
I participated in trunk beers last year. It was
you did
potluck on what beer was coming out of that cooler, but whatever.
That's the benefit of trunk beer, right? Like, what kind of beer do you like? People are like, I don't care. I'm like, here's an IPA. I don't know.
I'll have a trunk. I'll just have a trunk beer. It doesn't matter what kind it is.
Yeah, it's a good time. And I think this year I'm going to try to. I was talking to Sam and I both, our friend Ronnie Evans, who I know is just saying he's going to be able to make it this year, which is great. I'm very excited for that. But I think I'm going to try to go for Thursday night to Sunday night, somewhere in there this year. But I like going Thursday or Friday. I do think it's worth going on Friday if you can't make it Thursday. And then I think Saturday is a great day just to kind of be there and do whatever. And then again, like Sunday, again, with the actual expo is a good time. And kind of seeing all these people all hung over and have been drinking for 3 days straight. Everybody there is just like, we're here, we're doing it. We're doing the thing, right? But I love that Bob puts this on. It's so fun.
I will say also last year, the Sunday night karaoke I'm so glad that I was.
I've
there
never been,
for
but I
it.
keep hearing about it. Yep.
They did it. They started it at the DoubleTree and then finished it at, I can't remember the name of the bar.
Jose's Landing.
But it was, it was assholes to elbows, but you wouldn't have it any other way. You know what I mean? Everybody was packed like sardines in there, and just having a great time. When we first got there, I went with Angie, who's in the chat, and Brittany Foxworth. And when we first got there, they were doing like a 1 in, 1 out situation because it was so packed. And I was like, 2 people came out, and I was like, all right, go on, ladies. And I just stood outside and smoked cigarettes till somebody finally left. But it was a blast, man. Absolute blast.
I'll be doing Thursday to Monday again this year. And if you remember how jam-packed that was, and if anybody remembers Scott Simpson almost getting me into a fist fight for something I still have no idea why I almost was in a fight over, but
that checks for Scott, yeah.
For some reason, he chose to hide behind me, and the cops were called. I was like, yes, this is the full expo experience.
I didn't even know Scott was there until I had heard that was going down. I was like, oh, he's here this year? Besides that.
I think people find the New Yorker and hide behind him. I guess that's the policy.
Well, come on, Sal. Don't sell yourself short. You're looking pretty good. No one's gonna mess with you right now. That's why Russ was talking about it. Like, come on, you're doing all right.
I'm glad you changed the shirt because you were kind of a disembodied head there for a little while.
People thought I was a floating head, so I put on the gray SFB Podathon shirt.
Yeah. So now you're showing off the guns.
The guns are down here, but they could.
Every once in a while, he'll just yawn a little bit.
Yeah.
What's that over? Does anybody know which way the gym is? Is it that way?
Actually, for those of you who don't know,
every year, I love it, Sal. Yeah, there's the gym, baby.
My gym is right here. Can you see it?
Yeah, exactly. Every year, there's the gym.
Yes,
That's how we get
Sal, I think I've seen that gym like 25 times.
Yeah, and don't forget about it.
That's why Scott hid behind you. He's like, I've seen the Podathon. I know Sal works out every day, all day. That's how we do.
Listen, I'm getting older, and I need to stay younger. That's my goal. You know what I mean?
Welcome to the club.
You haven't just embraced the old. That's what I've done.
No, I'm embracing living longer. I decided the best way to cheat the system is to.
Is that in the shop?
That is not the best shirt we've seen available yet.
That's a good one.
That is a really good one, though.
Oh, yeah. I like the in-on snip. That is, I saw that when you put that up before with JB put it up probably because he's running the show.
I need that shirt. I need that shirt. I have to have that shirt. Yeah, Charlene, the curtain is genius. So I moved to Brooklyn 3 years ago to be closer to work, and it's a nice size apartment, but I would go to the gym. The gym is about a mile from here. I'd walk to it, and I'd have to fight with teenage and 20-year-old kids who sit on the phones on the equipment and don't get off, and the equipment would never be fixed, and you could never go there with a plan and work out and get that whole plan. And I'm like, you know what? I'm buying this. I'm putting it in my living room, and I put the curtain up that way. People don't have to see it if they want to, but
then you can show it off in a really interesting flex to be like, look at this, everybody. Like it's so good. It's genius.
Yeah, you guys.
Like, do you work out? Do I work out?
Do I work out?
Do you work out? Would you like to work out?
I'll come over to Brooklyn. Sounds fun.
Yeah, that's fun. So
we haven't talked about Scott Fishbowl at all, but that's great.
Last year, I stayed in the Airbnb with Russ.
Right.
And they complain about my snoring. So I'm staying at the DoubleTree this year to let them get better sleep.
I stayed in Airbnb with the guys from Toilets to Titles last year, and it was pretty solid. I mean, I really just need a place to rest my head. You know what I mean? Because I leave in the morning and I don't come back till way late at night. I just need a place to sleep, place to shower. And I stayed at Airbnb last year. I found it like a week before I went, I think. Just kind of stumbled into it. And as of right now, that's the track I'm on for this year too, because I still don't know. I still don't know where I'm going to end up. You'll see me on a parking bench, on a park bench when you're on your way back to the hotel.
I think it's a great idea. Honestly, like you shouldn't be sleeping a lot of this weekend, right? Like you should be networking, you should be hanging out, you should go to get breakfast, go to lunch, go to the draft night out.
Yeah.
There's so many events. It's hard not to be like out doing stuff. So I'm with you. I just need, like you said, I just need a place to sleep and shower, and I'm back into it.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people in the Expo Discord that are new, that a list of all the goings on, or is there anything in particular you can recommend? And I'm like, dude, just talk to whoever, because everybody will talk to you, and then just like go with the crowd. You know what I mean? I mean, just if they all say, well, we're going every night, we go to this bar, go, okay.
It's a way to be, for sure.
They closed. I heard that one of the bars closed down.
No, Samantha's, the breakfast place.
The breakfast place, Samantha's.
The breakfast place closed?
Samantha's closed down. That was a staple of the Expo weekend.
It was funny. I haven't gone. I really wanted to. That's really important.
I'm trying to beat the glare here in my apartment, but
you got to tilt. There you go.
There we go. These are one of the many things that are being raffled off or auctioned off at some of the live SFP.
I want one so bad.
It does help. It helps if you take it out of the package. You lose the glare.
I've heard that
looks awesome.
God. Yes.
Look at that one.
Oh, God.
Raider colors, Raider Nation.
That one's got the signature. I don't know if you can see it. There it is.
Oh, yeah, we can.
It looks like a fish even.
They told me to pick which color I wanted, and I did not go with the Raiders because I just can't take it anymore.
Scott, how long did it take you to autograph all of those?
I just autograph them as I see them, honestly. I've only done about 6 or 7.
Well, I got to get you to autograph something at the expo. You're going to the expo, right?
I'm going to the expo. Yeah. That's the last ride thing. It's potentially my last expo.
I know. I just want to make sure that we're all clear. You're going to be there, but maybe next year. But I like the last ride. You could do it every year. You could be like, this might be it, guys. Come see me.
I like it. Tease it every year.
Yeah, maybe this is it.
Come out.
Hey, Scott, 50-50 chance. It's your last time.
100%. That's right.
100% that it's 50-50. Yes.
Or 100% correct that it's a 50-50 chance.
80% of the time, it works every time. Yeah.
You think if Samantha sees how sad everybody is, they'll just open up the weekend that we're there?
Do you think we could track down Samantha and get an Airbnb and have Samantha just make us breakfast? Is it a real person,
Maybe.
Samantha? I don't know.
It's worth a phone call. Bob Lung probably knows. Let's be honest.
I'm banking on the person who owns Samantha's looking like Mel from Mel's Diner. And if you're old, you got that reference, and if you're not, you have no idea what the hell I just said.
Work for me.
I'm gonna make this now with my expert graphic design skills. I'm gonna make that.
Mel's Diner, Mel with the Samantha logo.
I'm Googling right now.
Oh, you better believe I'm making this.
Look at what time it is. It's 4:27. So
we blew through that. Yeah.
Before you get out of here, Sam, parting shots.
Parting shots. Draft Luther Burden. It's ridiculous that he's getting so undersold right now. The disrespect is amazing. I know there's a lot of mouths there, but take him. Come check us out, Player Profiler. Check out my articles and the show that I was talking about, Fantasy Whiplash, airs on Profiler now, and it is a redraft show, even though it is under the Dynasty Gens platform. So during the season, we're going to have a hell of a lot of fun. It's myself and Queen Roxanne. And, it's great. So come on by.
Shout out to Queen Roxanne, who I did attend the Denver Broncos Raiders game with last year in Denver, and they won. Not my team, her team. I saw the Raiders 3 times last year. They lost all 3. That doesn't shock you because they don't usually win. I know. Mr. Hall.
I will just say again, go to the expo. Come shake my hand and let me buy you a trunk beer. I think that's the best way to hang out. I think that the trunk beers are always going to be a thing. If I can make that every year, I want to make that every year. So definitely come do that. Again, I think Scott Fishbowl is a great time. I love the way this year where it's kind of like a Superflex every year, like Ultra Flex or whatever they call it, right? Where like you could draft all tight ends, you could draft all running backs, you can go ham with it. I love that. So thank you, Scott. That's a really interesting twist. And I think more leagues need to do it. So
there are so many builds.
Donate, have
fun. So many builds this year. I mean,
there's no wrong
build
way.
A team any way you want and compete.
Yep, I agree. There's no wrong way to draft. Just go have fun. That's the whole point. And it's the same for the expo. Just come hang out at the expo.
Get your guys.
Get your guys. Don't be afraid to reach. Who cares?
All right, boys. We'll see you in a month.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. Sal, water up.
I have, I got plenty of water. I've been drinking a lot of water. Good time for me to remind everybody that the Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. Build your squad, choose your lineups, win cash. At Game Blazers, you can enter free weekly contests to win huge prizes with your inventory. Plus, earn more rewards with roster upgrade challenges and mini games. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, take advantage of the BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack that's in the app now. Buy one pack, get another free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Sign up today. Little known fact, I got the Game Blazer guys started, so I appreciate them coming back and giving back to the Podathon.
That's true. That's how it works.
And never forget that Sal was the first person to say BOGO, to shorten buy one get one to BOGO.
Please do go jump in, go download it, go jump in. We're gonna have a week 1 contest for potential SFB 16 spots, and then raise money. We'll get all of the money from the week 1 SFB contest. But yeah, go try it out. It's kind of fun. It reminds me a little bit like draw poker, Sal. Kind of like you rip a pack, you get your starting lineup for week 1, and you can buy new packs to get better players and swap them out. Which is just kind of fun.
I'm excited to get involved. If you've been following along here all day, which a lot of you have, and you haven't downloaded it, I got one question: what the hell have you been doing aside from watching us? Yeah,
please do. They're it's very awesome of them to support us and Fantasy Cares. Let's show them some support likewise. By the way, I realized I jumped on a half an hour early.
Yeah,
I was jumping.
Don't be so shy with Wyatt.
No, I'm not. I see Wyatt all the time we've seen each other a bunch of times at Expo and whatnot.
Yes.
Wyatt
How's it going, gentlemen?
Great dude I met in Cincinnati last year and had the karaoke moment of the entire weekend, singing "I'm living in kind love." He killed it.
Oh, you just killed it. What are you talking about?
Those notes, you did it live. That was just being like, I know I'm live, but I mean in person in front of people you never met. Yeah. And what a great, in all honesty, I meet a lot of people on these trips now. I had a great time with you, man. You're
awesome. we had a fantastic time. Yeah.
Thanks for coming back.
Of course. It's the best.
Tell us about what you got going on, man.
Well, I already did my draft because Cincinnati Live again this year, which was an absolute blast. It was massive this year. We had 10 leagues going and a bunch of additional people there to hang out. Me, Chris Allen, and Justin Edwards helping out with the food for that was a lot of fun. Chris Edwards drove down his big old smoker. Chris Allen brought his big old smoker, and him and Justin prepared all the meat for that. And then I was doing sides, and John Bosch was doing nacho bar and veggies and desserts. And I know a bunch of people helped him set up the night before. And we got there at the fouling warehouse in Cincinnati. I don't know if anyone's ever experienced fouling before. I had never done it, but it was like a cross between football and bowling and kind of cornhole. There's boards set 50 yards from apart, or 50 feet from each other with 10 pins on them, and you throw footballs at them and you knock them down. and like first team knock down each other's pins wins, which is great because like they just opened up a section of it for everybody that was there. Thank you. But the event was just an absolute blast. Everyone had so much fun. So now I'm just sitting back enjoying watching everybody else and enjoy their Scott Fish Bowl, drafts and whatnot.
I saw pictures of Chris at the grill, and I've seen John Bosch in person sweat like nobody I've ever seen before. So I got to imagine with that grill going, the sweat was flying for Mr. Bosch.
That was a rough day, if we're being honest. We got to the parking lot around 9 a.m. and it was like already 90 degrees. And the way the building was set was it was going east to west with the sun. So we were never away from the sun.
Oh.
So we like pulled our cars up to like the grill so we could like hide behind the cars like as best as we could. And the warehouse that it was at was so big, we have to run, the food from outside to inside over and over again. I did 17,000 steps at the event, just like running food around. And like I was like rarely actually at my draft table. I would just like pop on by, look at the board if I had to make a pick, But it was a blast.
With that said, how did you feel your draft went?
I think my draft went really well. It's super interesting with the way the positions are this year and seeing the way people go. I thought the thing that was going to be the most interesting going into drafts was how people would value quarterbacks, knowing you don't have to play them if you don't want to. And that seemed to be the biggest difference from draft to draft is how aggressive people were on quarterbacks.
It was intentionally double-edged where you don't have to play any, and they were super nerfed. But it's Superflex, so you can start too. So it's Nice
I went into it thinking like I want the elite skill players over the elite QBs, but then once you start going down further, I preferred the QBs to skill players. So like I started off with I picked the 101 purposely. I think I was like the first person to pick a spot for Cincinnati because I was in the first wave and I had my phone in my hand when I got the email. But so I picked 101 because I knew I'd be walking around a lot at the event because I knew I was helping out.
Yep.
But so I started with Bijan and then Nico and then Ladd McConkey and Brees when it got back to me. Felt really good about that start. And then the 5-6 turn still got Caleb Williams and Drake May at QB. So it's feeling good there. And I just kind of like value draft the rest of the time. My division was like very aggressive on running backs to start. And then they were all drafting tight ends. Like whenever I thought I was about to take a tight end at the turn, all the tight ends I was thinking about would go coming up to me. So I just kept avoiding tight end. I only drafted one the entire time, and it was Oronde Gadsden with the second last pick of the draft because every time I thought I was going to take one, they got taken.
Makes sense.
Speaking of sweaty John Bosch, look who just joined us.
John Bosch coming from Pittsburgh, coordinated outfits with me today, I see.
Yeah, Shane killed it in Pittsburgh today. It was awesome. Pittsburgh clearly in second place for the AFC North so far. We've got Baltimore left to go, but obviously, as Wyatt can attest, there's one AFC North champion for SFB Live. Obviously, but Pittsburgh, good showing. Good showing. Cleveland wasn't a bad showing either. There's just some massive advantages in Cincinnati. Might be a little skewed that way.
Yeah, you're probably not even biased at all.
Not whatsoever.
All right, I'm going to check out. I just wanted to pop in and say hi to Wyatt and everybody else that's watching the Podathon. Donate, obviously.
Always
good to see you all. Now I guess I'm very glad I have something to listen to on my drive home. I forgot that it did not start at like 8 a.m, and I had to not have Podathon the drive today. Could have used it.
You could have listened to a replay of last year.
I should have listened to last year's replay. All right, I'll get out of here. I'll let Wyatt have his time back, but I want to say hi.
Yeah,
hi, Wyatt.
Okay, you can say as long as you want.
There's some old falafel episodes he could have replayed.
Oh God, it's some good ones too. I've gone back and found those. They're still available on SoundCloud, by the way. You can find them out there. Man,
I'm going to be back in 20 minutes, so I'm going to pop off too.
See you in a little bit.
I'll be back.
I will say this about my old show. Me, Kevin, and Steve, we hit a nice groove in like 2018. We had such a good dynamic with each other. And then those two idiots went and had kids. And like were raising families and stuff. And it was just like, oh, that's more important than our dreams of talking about fake football. Boo. So I miss those guys. We had a reunion last year on the SFB Podathon where all three of us were together for the first time in quite a while. Steve stayed for a good 12 hours last year, but life is busy for those two guys again. I was holding out hope that Steve would be back with us this year, but he wasn't able to make it. But that gives me time to host with my good friend Russ, my good friend JB, Zach when he's coming up, and have more time for me to shut up and get back to some good Wyatt stories.
What do you want to hear? What do you got going on today?
You do any expo?
Always. I mean, I live too close to not go to the expo.
Yeah.
I live within like 20 to 30 minutes of the expo.
Oh yeah, if you didn't do it, I'd find you and drag you there. I'd be like, all right,
yeah,
go on, do it.
Plus, I mean, apart from Scott Fishbowl live drafts, it's the best thing that happens all year for like the fantasy football community. In fact, I don't want to poo-poo this Scott Fishbowl live drafts, but those are only one day, each time. The expo a whole weekend. We get to see more people. So it's
well. Let me say to you, sir, that I went to Vegas from Thursday night to Sunday night. It was many days.
Yes.
We had a rooftop party. We had a nice big steak dinner at Barry's. So these Scott Fishbowl drafts. If it gets organized the right way, you can have a multi-day event. We did when I was in Cincinnati. We hung out the day before.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We did karaoke and all that stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
By the way, there's always a birthday celebration. There's always a birthday countdown. My birthday is the day before I show up in Canton, August 6th. And for those of you in the New York City area, this year on August 6th, my birthday will be my annual softball game against the Real Housewives of New Jersey. So if you don't know, this will be year 4 of they've done it for 6 years. My hospital that I work for, we play an annual charity game against the Real Housewives of New Jersey. And this year, it's going to be a combination Real Housewives and the Traitors coming. And I've never watched that show, but those are the people that are coming. And I get to enjoy that. And the next day fly out to see my greatest fantasy football friends. So if you're in the area, it's like $30 for a fundraiser to come out, see me play softball, and then some people who are on TV.
Very cool.
You're on TV right now.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Let me put that on TV. Waffle is what led me into larger fantasy space. You're welcome. See, I started the journey. For many people. Yeah, people. I don't think it's definitely a starter point. But I don't think people remember, the influence that the falafel had back in the day. Wyatt, do you remember falafel? Or are you too young of a man for falafel?
I don't know if I'm too young, but I have to admit I do not remember.
Yeah, all right. Go download SoundCloud. It's out there.
How was Vegas though? Because I mean that one does look like they're doing it up big time, obviously.
I think the word they stuck with was magical.
Scott used those words to me before we got on this podcast, and we brought it up. In all honesty, like outside of the expo last year, to your point, it was. I will go every year, and Scott Frankel's in here, and he's taking all the credit. We're not going to give him any of the credit. He's from Brooklyn originally, and he's out there in Vegas now. It's just a different atmosphere. So I've been to Vegas. That was the fourth time I'd been to Vegas. And I've always been up on the new modern strip. I'd never been down to Fremont. And Fremont is like old Vegas. And when I got there, I was like, oh, this is great, including the homeless people. I felt like I was at home in New York City. But the whole energy of everything all weekend, from the event at Barry's, getting together for steak dinner, to the rooftop, which, by the way, I won't get too deep into this. We did talk about it on the Wednesday Night Hangout. There was a swingers party on the same rooftop as us, full-on swingers party.
Unrelated?
And there was things going on. I will leave it at that. To the actual event at Circa, which is an amazing atmosphere, being able to jump in the pool, come out, the scoreboard. UFC was live from some other country because it was later in the day,
right,
on the giant scoreboard at Circa. The drafts went off well. The people were great. Don't Tell Mama, the piano bar that we went to that night, which was a piano karaoke bar. And the level, you think I hit that note before and you hit a note before. the level of people that sang or
Yeah.
or Liz directed me at that piano bar, I cannot tell you what I was so sad to go home for it to end. It was an amazing time. So we should do that as the kickoff to SFB every year, a standalone event, and I implore people to come.
I've never actually been to Vegas yet, so I mean that's as good a reason as any to get out there.
Do it.
We'll see next year, maybe.
Every year. Yes, hashtag swingers. When will I get down to DC? Eventually. I actually have tickets to see Teddy Swims in DC on July 17th. And now I know
awesome.
Seth is going to take me out to dinner. I know it. We're going to dinner. He took me out to dinner on Long Island once.
Have you seen Teddy Swims live yet?
I saw him at Radio City Music Hall in May, second row.
Awesome.
It was the guy, if you don't know who Teddy Swims is, and I'm shocked that people don't, the dude is a legend. He is like built like a fire hydrant.
Yeah.
And he looks like a random chubby white dude, and he sings like gold. It's phenomenal.
I saw him in Buffalo like 3 years ago, before he had like really blown up yet. He was like just starting to do like some larger venues, but like not stadium or anything like that. And we were up pretty close, like on the floor, watching him, and it was fantastic. Yeah, the band he plays with was really good too.
I waited till the day of the show. I had been looking at the tickets for a long time, and they were pretty pricey for Radio City. And I don't like to go to shows anymore unless I sit close. I know that might sound a little bougie to some people, but as I've gotten older, I've decided if I'm going to go to events, then I want to be where I can be up close and see it.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
I waited. The morning of the show, a ticket that was north of $600 dropped to below $300 in the second row, and I bought it immediately. And I went by myself. I knew other people that were going, and I met up with them for drinks before. But yeah, it was quite an experience. I've had a lot of luck with concerts lately. I did the Teddy Swim show at the end of May. I did Post Malone and Jelly Roll at Citi Field, and I was up against the stage there as well. An absolute slammer of a show. And then I had a friend invite me. I had not seen Dave Matthews Band live since my ex-wife was pregnant with my daughter, so 25 years ago. And I went to see them, and they were as good as ever also. So I love live music outside of sports. This guy is still driving, and now we're looking at his I don't know, looking at the roof of his car.
This is great TV.
John, did you want to say something? I saw you pop back in. Or you just here so you can listen to the
I want to know what trainers play softball against you.
I don't have that answer.
Great show.
I don't have answers for you yet, but I'll find out. I'll let you know.
Find out. You're terrible. Goodbye.
I don't know what he said. He said something about people being terrible, but
he said he loves you terribly.
Oh well, that makes sense. I gave John Bosch his start in his business back in the day, so it makes sense. Wyatt, how has your life gotten better since you met me?
I don't know how to answer that, Sal. I don't want to hurt your feelings.
Well, you wouldn't be the first person today. Yeah. Oof. So, are you winning the Scott Fishbowl this year?
It'd be nice. The odds are pretty low, just based on probabilities. But it'd be nice. I haven't made the finals yet. It'd be nice to make the finals. That's all I'm hoping for.
So I got my start in SFB because of Sal for sure. It's not just a theme, folks. It's reality. Well, Mr. Frankel, if you show any of those shirts of me with pictures of me with my shirt off at the pool, there was demand for it earlier.
Sal, what other than Vegas, did you make it to any other live drafts or going to any other live drafts?
Yeah, I was at Chicago last week.
Oh, awesome!
Chicago was great, and I know he just left us, but I believe we broke a record in Chicago for money raised at one event.
Oh, that's awesome!
It was in the neighborhood of $21,000 raised in Chicago last week.
Chicago,
and what a great group and a wonderful place, Maggiano's. I can't remember the name of the place. I want to get it right, so
Maggiano's,
great Italian, old school Italian restaurant with a humongous room that I can only imagine is used for weddings when there's not a live Scott Fishbowl draft going on. And 9 drafts going on all at once.
Yeah.
9 drafts, close to the. Would you have 10 in Cincinnati this year?
Yeah, we had 10.
So it was close to that.
No big deal.
Big deal. Number 1 in drafts, number 2 in money raised. I'm just saying. And Steven Johnson, give him a shout out. He's not on with us today. Steven, not only a tremendous host in his city, like he said to us, hey, you guys want to go to a Chicago Fire game? I could get tickets. I'm like, hell yeah, let's go. I want to go see Soldier Field. It's not the Bears, but I want to go see Soldier Field in my lifetime because I know they're building a new stadium. So, and we only had front row at midfield, legitimately front row at midfield for the Chicago Fire game.
Jeez.
And I took the Fire in the over, and it hit. So, bada boop, bada beep.
What a day.
And then the next day, he put on a hell of an SFB live draft.
Yeah.
With something in the neighborhood of like 82 prizes. And the people showed up and showed out for those prizes. So
very cool.
New York City on July 19th and Philadelphia on July 20th with Mr. Russ Fisher himself.
I thought I was going to get to multiple this year, but it hasn't worked out yet. Maybe I'll still find a way to one more before it's all over. But
still got like 3 weekends.
I'm trying. Everything always gets so busy. I swear, like going into the summer, every summer, it's always like we need to keep some weekends free. And then it never works out the way, whether it's like kids' birthdays or like family event here, family event there. There's always like something happening. It makes it tough.
I had somebody invite me to something that I believe is like sometime in August, like mid-August. And I looked at my calendar. I said and this was like the beginning of June. I'm like, that's the only weekend from now till then that I actually have open.
Yeah.
Between traveling for the drafts and then I did like a work event and then I got concerts and stuff like that. My summer and the expo. Summer is booked and I'm not mad about it. But if you could listen, I know it's not easily affordable for everybody, but if it's something in driving range, as we spoke earlier, 90 minutes, even 2 hours, go to these events. You don't have to be drafting in the event to show up. It's just as much fun if you're not, actually.
Scott Fishbowl Cincinnati was actually on my wedding anniversary.
How did you bring it with you?
It was fun. It was fun. My wife already had plans. So it was funny. Before I knew the date of Cincinnati, my wife had plans to go see a show that I was not going to be going to on that day. So we had already knew that we were going to be together for our anniversary, and we didn't really care. So when John Bosch emailed me about the date of the Cincinnati, he said it's going to be June 22nd. Is that an issue? And I was like, well, it's funny enough. It's my wedding anniversary, but no, it is not an issue. I will be there to help.
Yeah, I mean, fantasy. It won't be the first marriage fantasy football ruined. I'm just saying. No, many more happy anniversaries and celebrations to you and Mrs. Wyatt.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Brooks, I don't think I could pronounce. How do you say your last name?
You can say Bertolone or Bertolone.
Oh,
Bertolone is the extra Italian way to say it.
That might have been easier for me to see if I actually put these on. Maybe I was looking at it going, wait, is that what I do? I got the readers now as I get a little bit older.
Yeah.
But, Russ has them on full time. Not me, not yet. I won't admit to it.
Yeah, the fun story is that my last name ends in an E, but it originally ended in an I, pronounced Bertolone, when my family came over from Italy. And so at Ellis Island, they said Bertolone, you should have an E at the end of it, and then changed it. And then over time, people started saying Bertolone because when you look at it in English, that's the way it looks.
So you're saying Americans took something from Europe and ruined it? I can't. It's hard to believe.
Who would have thought?
I love this country. Don't listen. I do. I don't always believe it's perfect, but I do love the country of my origin, and I am happy to be here. Well, we're getting close. We're getting close to 5 o'clock. So a couple of things I want to remind people is at 6 o'clock, we will switch over to the other link. We are here for 24 hours, but not on the same link. And if you're following Fantasy Cares on YouTube, you don't have a problem because you're going to get an immediate notification that says, well, if you have those notifications on, and if you don't, you're a fool, because Fantasy Cares is running stuff multiple days a week. They're giving away stuff. If you wanted to get into Scott Fishbowl, you'd be paying attention because they gave away multiple slots and prizes and shirts and Lions and Tigers and Bears. Oh, my. Follow Fantasy Cares on YouTube. We'll be here all day until noon tomorrow. And I want to remind people one more time that this entire 24 hours being brought to you by the Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy football team. Make your contest lineups even stronger by amplifying your inventory on Game Blazers. Play mini games, complete roster upgrade challenges, and level up your Battle Pass for Boost, contract extensions, and franchise tags that'll make your team even better. And when you sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, you get a special BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack with every dollar going to Fantasy Cares. Download the Game Blazers app today. And as you can see, it's like hour 5. I'm starting to fumble over those reads a little bit. I was nailing early. I was like, woo, nailing those. But now it's, I got to stretch the jaw out a little bit. Russ might have to start reading those soon. But why?
I'm sure he'll help you.
Tell us what do you got in store for the upcoming year? What are you working on? And where people can find you and keep up with the day-to-day?
Sure. So starting early spring, I joined Player Profiler and Fantasy Alarm over at Player Profiler. I started doing press coverage, the show for them, and I write articles over there. Started writing articles for Fantasy Alarm as well. That's in addition to Dynasty League football. On my Twitter, YP_FF, I have a link, like an all my links thing that will take you to everything that I do if you're interested in any of it. But yeah, I'm just continuing to do all that stuff.
Is there any truth that Howard's making everybody move to Juneau, Alaska if you want to stay with Fantasy Alarm?
I am unaware.
All right. It's rumors out there. He was on with us earlier. Rumors are out there that it's possible.
Well, I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Russ, if you were told that you could work full-time in the fantasy space with a nice, hefty living, but you had to move to Juneau, Alaska, would you go?
I'd have to ask my wife because that's, the one that really matters. And no matter what that hefty sum is probably not as much as what she makes anyway. So no.
Yeah, I've met Mrs. Outhouse many years ago now in the city of New York. And she is, she's definitely counting the weight over there. So that's true. That's true for sure.
It's true.
All right, Wyatt. Well, we will see you, my friend, about a month from now in beautiful Canton, Ohio. And I can't wait to give you a big hug, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for always being a supporter and coming back.
Yeah, of course. I appreciate you having me here. And just everybody out there, if you can, donate to your favorite charity, whether that's Fantasy Cares or one that's close to you. And if you can't, just do your best to spread the word because that's just as good.
Cool, brother. See you soon. Bye. Ooh, we are getting there. We're almost a quarter of the way home, I think, right? How many sixes are in 24? Yes. I think we're almost a quarter of the way home. Yeah, donate. I don't think it could be said any better than what Rick is saying here. And I was on Rick's show 2 weeks ago. Great guy, fun guy, and another guy who's older than me. So right away moves to the top of my rankings of people I like in fantasy football. So, here's another guy who's older than me. I love this, Bob Harris. I was told there would be no math, and that's why, because back in Bob's day, they used an abacus to do math, and and they told time based on the sun. Is that slightly? Oh boy! All right, so I know who our next guest is. You're listed as one of them.
I am. I'm a guest now.
Well,
you have to be nice to me now because I'm a guest.
Yes. No. I mean, have I been nice to all the guests? Have you not been here?
Not the whole time.
Well, Rick is just informed he turned 67 a few days ago. So first of all, happy birthday, Rick, who does a great show weekly about giving back through the fantasy space. And also, you do not look 67, my friend. So as much as I tease you, you look fantastic. I'm jealous that you're retired, though. It sounds like you're probably living a better life than me at this point. Oh, look at this guy who's probably just been in the background all day. Hey, the man in his chair. Bob Gilchrist.
Yeah, I don't ever move. I didn't just have to go to a 6-year-old, 7-year-old birthday party.
By the way, on Rick's podcast, I did talk about all you guys and the wonderful stuff you do for Fantasy Cares, and I did make mention that Bob has the personality of a rock. So Rick can verify that I did say that. And you know,
because I'm on a roll, because I rolled on them.
Sure, and maybe those jokes are what keeps you in the background. I don't know.
No, it's definitely. I came from the 7-year-old birthday party.
We are.
I get the squirt gun. I had the squirt gun, and I was chasing the kids. I mean, I had two of them crying.
That's what you were just doing? Is that what you said?
Yeah, my son had to go to a birthday party. And,
nice. You're over here working. This guy's having a birthday party. Did they have food?
I got 2 new people to sign up for Fishbowl while I was at the birthday party. So, you know,
always working.
Did you?
I had the stream on the iPad, and they were watching you guys.
And nobody was scared when they saw me.
They said, "Who that?" I can't say it on air, but
they said that man has the look of a man who's been snipped. We are awaiting. We're awaiting the 2024 Scott Fishbowl champion Chris Charles to come and join us, and
it wasn't me.
He must think he's Lawrence Jackson because he's showing up like right on time if he shows up at all at this point. He said, "Oh, he did it! Look, boom, 5 o'clock,
right on time.
5 o'clock," and he walks in like, "The champ is here." Oh, that's awesome.
Gotta represent.
That is right out of the LJ playbook.
And there's the man himself. We have all the fishy boldness going on right now. Chris, welcome to the show, my friend.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it very much. This is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, all you needed to do was win a 5,000-person tournament to get on. That was no big deal.
That's it. Yeah.
No big deal.
I was only 4,000 last year. Come on.
No. How many years have you played in the SFP?
That was my first year.
Holy Jesus! So
you didn't want to retire? Just like
I mean,
walked in and walked out.
Like no.
Hey, let's not do that.
He thought something went wrong. Yeah. No, Sal booted you. You got kicked out.
Yeah.
My hands were here. I never touched the computer. That was Bob Gilchrist.
So I kind of feel
I'm happy to take the blame for it. I'm happy to.
I get not giving up. Like I got second my first year playing in SFB. So
there was 12 people.
Yeah, so
12 people.
It was an actual.
It was an 8-person league back then.
Fantasy football league. Just a regular fantasy football league back then. And it was won by, I think it was won by Mike Clay. Was that correct?
Yes, it was.
Mike Clay won the first, and then he big timed us this year and did not want to come on a Podathon. But no, we love Mike. Mike's been
on vacation this week.
Yeah, no, it's a tough time of the year because a lot of people, it's 4th of July week and kids are starting camp and you're getting those vacations in before camp. And so, Chris, first year in the Scott Fishbowl, you win the whole damn thing. That doesn't happen. I will let you know right now, you will not repeat. You will not win back-to-back. And if you do, I can guarantee your invitation will get lost in 2026.
I'll retire if I win this year. Hands down. I'll have to.
You should. How many years have you played fantasy football?
Since like
if he
20.
Said one, I'm leaving.
No, since like 2008. So it's a good amount of time.
Good amount of time. 17-ish years. And have you ever won anything in your life before the Scott Fishbowl?
I won a mirror league to get into the Scott Fishbowl, so how to do
your
that?
way in.
He might just be good at this thing.
You earned your way in, and then you won it. I know that's a good story. I mean, we generally interview the champion every year. I met the champion from 2023 in Cincinnati last year. He had the trophy with him. I think it was 2023 that he won, but he had the trophy with him. Did you receive the $50,000 prize?
That got lost in the mail, I think.
Oh, okay. Wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
That was a test to see.
Yeah. My wife asked the same thing. She's like, "What'd you win?" I'm like, "It's for charity, babe. Nothing. Clout."
Clout and a trophy that you will receive at the Orlando Live event.
Yep. That's coming up this Saturday. I'm excited for that.
That's cool. Did you draft live last year?
No, I did not. No, I just drafted on Sleeper. So I was like, this year, I have to do it. I have to do it live.
Have we had a live draft to win it yet, Scott?
No. We've multiple times had someone win it and then go to a live event the next year, but not win it from a live, I don't think.
So, Chris, when you enter something like this, something of this magnitude, sometimes not having a strategy is the best strategy. But what was your strategy going into last year's draft?
So I read the rules, number one, which I don't think a lot of people do. And if they do, they don't read them that well. I was the number one pick, and I knew it was a super flex. And I was like, I generally don't draft a quarterback in the first round of super flex because I feel like you can just get so much value later on. But because of the rushing aspect of it as well, too, for the scoring and the third round reversal, I didn't feel like I could get a rushing quarterback if I didn't go Josh Allen, that's why I drafted first overall pick. So I went with that. And then the third round came and Jaden Daniels was there. And I was like, can't really pass on him either. So I just banged those out. And then I just kind of started doing the well, you only had to roster one running back, I believe, last year. So I was like, I drafted Kyron in the 4th. And then I think Trey McBride was there. TEP. I was like, okay. I kind of just took what the board gave me and kind of went from there. And I knew there were special teams aspects too. I knew Debo always did a lot of kick returns. That kind of solidified me in the playoffs as well too, especially in the final round there. And I like to draft backup running backs who also played special teams as well too. So that and a whole lot of luck. Nobody really got injured as well. So all that combined, and I ended up winning the whole thing.
Being this is my I think 11th Scott Fishbowl that I played in. You have to have a certain amount of luck. I mean, I've had success one year. I won the Al Bundy division one year when it was TV characters, I took first place there, and I did make a run to the overall semifinals, but I got injuries in the semifinal week that put me out of it. So having a luck of no injuries is big. Last year I can remember I did draft live in New York City, and I generally pick 12 innies, and there's a third round reversal. So I did go with Kyler Murray in the second round, and I expected to get Trey McBride the third round, and he got taken at the 215. I'm sorry, 215. The 212 right before I picked again, which killed me. Nice. I really wanted that there, but sounds like you built yourself a nice squad. Have you ever played third round reversal before, and were you prepared for that?
So I have played third round reversal before. I like it personally. I could see why some people don't, but I kind of enjoy it just for the aspect that there's not a huge disadvantage of being, pick 10 or pick 12 because you do get that third round reversal. So it makes it more, strategic, and I just kind of like it because I think it's more of a balance when it comes to those first couple rounds. So I was all for it, but you got to really think about who you want to pick in that first round, because if you're number 1, number 2 at the top, it's going to be, tough for somebody else to come back at.
What's your draft? Which slot are you in this year? You back at number 1?
No, I was at 2.
You're at the 2, and
yeah.
Did you read the rules this year because they're different?
Yeah, I read the rules this year.
You don't have to give too much. You don't give away who you're hoping falls to you at the 2 spot, but unless you really want to say that name out loud. But you have a different strategy this year, or any kind of strategy for this year?
Yeah, I have a different strategy this year because there's the value generally that I think generally what I do with drafts, or what I've seen mostly, is at least the last 3 or 4 years, is wide receivers has generally trumped, running backs as far as that. Generally, I'll have 70% wide receivers, 30% running backs. This year, it might be kind of flip-flopped just because of the pure volume aspect that you guys are doing this year with the rules. So, and the fact that, it's all flex spots, which is insane, and I love it. So that will be a different strategy than I'm used to in drafts, which will be a lot of fun. So, yeah.
Nice.
Well, I like listening to guys like Chris because they're not, polluted by all the wannabe fantasy analyst stuff that we get polluted by, and you actually sound educated with some real thought process. And I'm just like, I like this guy. I'm going to pick him again this year. That's usually my draft strategy, and it never works. So yeah, awesome, man. Well, let me be the next in line to say congratulations, because this is something people, they try to win every year and they come in with strategies that don't work.
Yep, that's incredible. Incredible, you got to win this thing. I'll never know what it's like.
So, and I'll never know what it's like to be Scott Fish.
No.
He doesn't have to make a set your lineup joke. Maybe you will.
Did you hear about that, Chris? Last year I made the playoffs, but because of a code bug on my site, when I searched for my own name, it wouldn't show up. So I didn't think I made the playoffs, and I didn't set my lineup, and I advanced. And then I didn't set my lineup again, and I advanced again.
No way.
I made it to the third round of the playoffs by missing setting my lineup 2 weeks in a row.
This is the first time I'm hearing that, and now I feel even worse about my planning.
That's why I got banned. That's why I'm banned from SFB, is because I made the playoffs and failed to set 2 lineups.
Ian Fish is playing.
Yeah. That would be a feat. Can someone calculate the odds on winning a 4,000 team tournament and then a 5,000 team tournament back to back?
Yeah, I want all those statistics.
I'm going to ask more than 1%.
Yeah, I want that for the record.
Before this PowerPoint ends, Bob, I want those statistics.
I love that he's doing his phone calculator thing, and when he gets done, he's going to say, your odds were 50-50.
50-50. Either you win it or you don't.
You can, well, it would have been 50-50-50.
Just
I remember.
Jonathan Siegel, I put the comments up myself, so just know I put that up, even though you said that about me.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I was going to try to pull up the goat meter real quick, but I don't have it. So,
listen, Zach, you're a little late. I said that Bob Harris used the abacus, so you don't steal my jokes and use them on my show, pal. All right. By the way, Zach will be joining me shortly as one of my co-hosts.
Goat meter. Yeah, Zach will be here at 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, by the way, when we change over to the next link on the Fantasy Cares YouTube. Chris, have you been following along today with the SFB Podathon? A busy Sunday?
Busy Sunday with I have a 3-year-old daughter, and mom had some stuff to do, so she was whooping my behind all day today. So I was like, you got to be home before 5. Told the wife, I was like, I got something important I have to do. So they're out back in the pool, and finally got a chance to obviously come on, but I'll be following the rest of the night.
Yeah, just put it on in the background. We want the numbers. We're climbing. We've steadily climbed all day. We have not dipped, which is nice, and we'll be charging along. Usually we have to pick it back up when we switch over to the other feed. There's a little bit of time to correct that, but we love what we're seeing out here today. Bob, I feel like you have something to say. You look very, oh, that's just your look. I thought your screen was frozen.
He's still trying to calculate the odds, I think. I think that's what he's doing out there. I asked a very difficult question, it seems.
Chris, I traveled.
How about this? It's less than it's way less than 0.00079%.
Wow, that seems very low.
So it's like the Powerball. All right.
Yeah, I mean it's literally like winning the lottery.
But if anyone can do it, Chris, it's you. We have faith. We have faith. We will see you on the show next year as a 2-time reigning champion.
What Scott meant by that is if anybody can do it, it's you, because you won last year. Nobody else can actually do it.
Yeah, we can't say that. I think it would be pretty insane to see any of the previous 14 winners get a second. Like that would be insane.
It seems like it's getting harder every year too.
I know.
There's more teams, Bob. That's the math. That's how the math works.
Bob's trying to sound smart, Sal. Just let it happen.
All right. Well,
thanks for explaining the dad joke.
Well, we have 14 winners. We'll have 15 after this year. A few of them just don't play. They're not in fantasy anymore. I bet we can put together a 12-team division with all the champions of a previous year.
Now that's a solid idea. I like that, Scott. Bob, put that to work, please. We come up with the ideas. We put Bob to work. That's how it works around here. No, Chris.
Better yet, let's have that draft in Vegas. Send the 12. Have the 12 champions meet in Vegas. I stopped myself short of send them all to Vegas.
Everybody, just one big Scott Fishbowl draft, all in Vegas.
Yep. Have all 12 champions in Vegas.
You know, Chris, very often people get involved in fantasy football and they win a league. They win a league of this magnitude, and they decide to start maybe doing some work in the fantasy space. I don't know what it is that you do for a living, what regular Chris's job is, but has there been any thought of, countering on my Scott Fishbowl championness and jumping on board of the analyst bandwagon?
That'd be a dream come true. Actually, that'd be awesome. I mean, that wouldn't be a job,
Yeah, I mean, we've all done it at some point. Jumped in. I mean, that's not what I do full time. There was a point where I had to make a decision. Should I go follow this direction? And then I decided I like money, so I went back to my real job and kept doing that. But I love the ability to hang out with these guys, and I've started doing the live draft tours and meeting people, and it's a great space. And you'll get to be in Orlando next week, and there'll be a ton of people excited to meet you because you did win this. So, have you been practicing your signature for that day, or?
I'm gonna wing it.
Yeah. What about posing? Yeah, like a go-to. I recommend you do two figures like this, and you can make a scissor out of it down the road.
Maybe finger guns. I don't know.
Oh,
nice.
Do the Jonathon
pew,
pew, pew, or whatever.
Is he going to be signing the fishbowl helmets and saying champ and
the Shooter McGavin, whatchamacallit, part 2 is coming out to Happy Gilmore. It's a good time to jump on the finger guns.
Michael Madsen had a good finger guns too. Rest in peace.
Yep.
And
Rest in peace, Michael Madsen. I did not realize that guy was 67. He hung on to looking great for his age at 67. I thought he was in his late 50s, but yeah, we lost another good one there. It's a shame of life. We live long enough to see a lot of people go. It sucks, and some of us are getting closer. So,
yeah. Russ, thanks for uplifting the pod here for a moment.
Raise me up, Russ. If you were to win anything in life, what would your celebration be?
Let's see. When I got married, I kissed my wife, so that's probably my celebration because that's the one thing I won was the wife lottery.
Nice.
God damn, that was well played, man.
Just make it in case she has her ear. I had.
She's definitely listening.
Should I cut that soundbite?
If she's in a room, blink twice.
Are you kidding? She would not. Go have fun, dear. She's upstairs.
I will cut the soundbite for you, Russ, for the day that you get in trouble.
Yeah, there's a good point made up there, Chris. Let me pull this up here. You could become a volunteer at Fantasy Cares. In fact, going forward, the champion's going to be responsible for working for Fantasy Cares for the following year with no compensation. And going wherever we tell you to go. Like Boise, Idaho. Somebody requested a Boise, Idaho draft earlier. And
Idaho? Again?
Seeing
how can Idaho make this show twice in one day?
Wait, what?
Idaho made this show twice. Liz is there, and now we're talking about Idaho.
Yeah, and earlier I mentioned how I'm taking Genty 101 because of how much I love Boise, Idaho.
Exactly.
It's 3 times in this show.
Another click on the Abacus.
If anybody was paying attention,
what are the odds on that one?
To the bonus word today, it's clearly Idaho, and you could have won something. But no, Liz, she's a veteran of Idaho, so we'd have her host it. Hey, Liz, we're sending you to the SFB live in Idaho this year, not Vegas.
Weirdly, she just texted me one word. No, we didn't even text her to tell her.
It was I thought it was 2 letters.
Chris, you have any favorites in the fantasy football space that you follow that you've that have helped you win anything in the past? People you get information from?
They're all good. Everyone's so good. This community's so great. I really just enjoy all the analysts out there and all the volunteers, especially for Scott Fish. So I like to just grab a little bit of piece from everything, consolidate that, and then kind of form my own thing. But everyone's so great. This is so fun. I love this.
You'd be perfect for this space with that answer.
Such a political answer.
Yeah, it's perfect. You're hired. I don't know what I can pay you, but
hey, sign me up. I'll sign up. Yeah, let's go.
I'm getting all the. Have you ever come across John Bosch? He's a sweaty ogre of a man, but his heart is bigger than the Grinch. So
it's a medical condition. He has to take it easy, otherwise things, get a little troublesome. But no, okay.
Yeah, I got to challenge this here, Jordan, because while you say he has a future in politics, Chris seems like far too decent of a human being to get into politics. And damn it, we said no politics on this show. But Chris, anything you want to add that we have not drummed up about your run to success in the SFB?
No, this is great. I'm just super stoked to be a part of it. Getting the golden ticket last year was really insane, and just to win it I was like, oh my gosh! I was like, I don't even know if I want to win this. I was like so nervous.
The final,
yeah.
The final Monday night, how was that for you? I feel like you kind of walked away with it, where we've had a lot of close ones. If I remember correctly, you just kind of had that one under control by Monday, or by late Sunday or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I knew I made the playoffs, and I'm like, okay. And then I checked next week, and I was like, oh, I made the second round. Cool. Like, I didn't really think much of it. And then I'm like, oh, I made it again. And I'm like, okay. So I start really focusing, and I'm like, no way, I just made the final. Like, there's no chance. There's no chance. So then I'm sitting there watching the game at night, and then I'm watching Scott Fish, and you were interviewing Lewis Wood, I believe.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, we had Wood on.
I chimed in. I was just listening to what you guys had to say while I'm watching the TV, while I'm looking at my phone, going nuts. And I'm like, telling my wife, like, I might win this. Like, this is insane. Like, I'm going nuts. And you're telling Lewis, like, yeah, I hope you win. I hope you win. I'm just like, hi. You're like, oh, are you Chris? And I'm like, yeah. You're like, well, we hope you win too.
Yes. Yeah, that's the second I realized that, I'm like, oh, we got two of them in the chat to root for, because I think that's kind of what you do, that you see people supporting and in the chat and hanging out. That's awesome. Yeah, it was a very cool moment. It did feel like at some point late in that game, it just started to be like, Chris is winning this thing.
So you walked into
the third quarter, he had it wrapped up.
SFB Podathon theme is UFC this year. So basically, it was like a 5-round title fight. You won the first 4 rounds. You could not lose. So in the 5th round, you just dancing in there, maybe throwing a couple of jabs, sticking and moving, and just hoping no big knockout came in, right? And that's what happened.
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh. So, yeah, no, it was really cool. This is really cool. I'll do this until this doesn't happen anymore, which I hope never does. So I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to do this last year. I appreciate the winnings. I appreciate everybody that supported me and said, hey, that's, good for winning. And everyone's it's a really great community. You guys are doing awesome. And I appreciate you guys very much.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
That's awesome. We appreciate you. Well, let me ask you this before you go. Did this spawn off any friends or family members of yours that now want to do this, so want to be a part of it? So do you have other friends that play in the Scott Fish Bowl?
So I have other friends now that sign up for minor leagues to get in.
So
I was like, you gotta start from the bottom, bub, just like me. Like, no free rides here.
Will you bring the trophy to your home league draft?
Oh, 100%.
And just
100%. I might sleep with it. My wife's gonna hate this thing soon. I'm taking it everywhere with me.
You have to buy a fish after that. You get it though, right?
I got fish tanks already. Yeah.
No, I would just get a chain and hang it from your neck. I mean, that's the thing people are doing now. Anyway, Trophy Smack has those things. Get a chain from them and do that. All right, Chris.
She's lucky it's not a championship belt, or else I'd never take it off.
I mean, you can treat yourself to one. You can treat yourself to one.
That could be cumbersome. I won't lie. We haven't passed champions that will take the belt off. Gary Hattle brought his belt to Las Vegas. I got to see that belt from the year he won. So we've had some great champions. You are the current champion, Chris. More power to you. Enjoy it. You got about, I don't know, another 7 months left of that, and then maybe a repeat. If you repeat, I think we end it now. It's like what are those leagues?
Empire League.
Or just end the whole thing.
SFB's now Empire League.
We start back in what 96.
That's when the switch happens. It goes to IFB, Ian Fishbowl, and we'll just keep moving on.
And then after someone wins that twice, it's the MFB because it goes down to Malcolm.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out from there. But the first step is Chris winning this year. So
let's go. I'm just happy to be involved. I appreciate you guys very much.
All right, pal. Good luck. Good luck in Orlando next week. Have a great time. You got some great people coming out to work that event. Have a great time.
Awesome. Appreciate you guys. You guys have a good rest of your night.
Thank you too.
All right.
So are you going to Orlando and then just said, are you going to Orlando?
I was originally supposed to go to Orlando, but there were some work things that were
okay.
doing that.
I thought you were calling yourself great people coming to work that event. I thought you were making a comment about yourself.
I don't know if you know this, but the Orlando event was never as good as it was until they heard I was coming. So
yeah, and then it got better, and now it's gotten slightly worse again.
I will tell them until Friday I'm not coming. That way they don't have time. They don't have time to get bad.
Oh man. But Bob's going. Zach's going. McDowell, I think, might even
Ryan's
go.
already there. Ryan's waiting.
Yeah, Ryan's waiting.
We got a few minutes till the next group comes on, and I'm going to tell you guys to carry it like it's a Wednesday night because I'm going to step out for my second bathroom break of the Podathon, and just don't put Bob in charge while I'm gone.
Is that allowed, guys? I thought he was part of the rules. He couldn't go for 30.
Well,
24.
at first we said that, and then all of a sudden, a bottle left his table, and we heard some noises, and we just like, you know what? Take the bathroom break, man. Just take the bathroom break.
Yeah, I guess that's okay. That's okay. I will say, we're gonna be changing over to the other stream in about 34 minutes. Maybe I'll make a vanity link for it, but if you check the social media posts, we have all 4 links. If you got the newsletter this morning, there are all 4 links in there. I'm sure we will, talk about the link for the next segment, which it'll also be on our YouTube, our at FantasyCares.org YouTube. Just want to make sure y'all come over and see us there as soon as we switch over at the top of the hour here. That's never a fun moment when they make us do that because we can only be on for 6 hours on this segment. But hope most of you join with us. That'll be fun. The next 3 segments, I think we're probably gonna start replacing some of these people that haven't logged into their leagues yet.
Ooh.
And so if you have friends that might want to get an SFB, or you are not an SFB and you're supporting us in the chat here, we're gonna have some spots available. I'm not exactly sure when we're gonna start doing that, but time's up on a lot of these people. We've been contacting them this week, and some of them just haven't logged in yet. So that's what we got to do. And yeah.
Subscribe to the YouTube channel, and you don't have to worry about it, especially if you hit that bell so you get the notification every time we go live, because the second we go live, you'll get that notification. You'll know exactly where we are and where you need to be.
Oh yeah, I just shot them a message. They're out. I already removed them. So no, I wouldn't do that. Mike.
Yeah.
No, I sent them a message. They'll get logged in when they get logged in. I'm not worried about them. They play every year, and they've just a busy time, and come pick 5, they'll be in there and they'll get their pick made. We have a few of those that play every year, and it's just they're going to show up. We know they're going to show up. It's fine. What's it going to be, McFly? Are you in it? I like that. I like that index. I just created the Matthew Berry League chat on X because part of being in that league with Matthew Berry, which we will give away the final spot in tomorrow morning between 11:30 and noon Eastern. There's a chat on X with Matthew and everybody else in the league. That's where y'all hang out and chat, and it's a fun time. So I just created it, and it is like a scroll right now of people excitedly chatting. I like to see the excitement of SFB the day before and the day of. How about you, Russ? Do you hate it or do you like it?
Oh, it's the worst. Excitement. Gross. Just keep it down. Calm down.
Hush now. Let's make this thing trend tomorrow again. Like tomorrow and the invite first wave are big days to try to make it trend, and so that I mean it sounds stupid, but it brings awareness to what we're doing. They're like, what is this thing? And then they find our charity and find what we do. And it's really helpful when people use that hashtag SFB15 and put messages out there and try to promote it, try to get people, Jesus, try to get people to, notice what we're doing. Promotion is one of the easiest, best ways you can support a charity without money. You know what I mean? Such a good thing you can help us out with. John, I love it.
Scott, one of the things that gave me the idea of creating Podathon is how much it was trending on Twitter in those early years, 2016, 2017. I think it was 2017 when it was trending neck and neck with Tim Duncan retiring from the NBA. Like one of the all-time greatest NBA players is retiring, and the fishbowl was neck and neck with it on Twitter that day. And I was like, oh, we got to do a show around this because this is a phenomenon waiting to happen. And I think I launched Scott Fishbowl after that. I think Scott Fishbowl is
It's because of you. It's because of you, Sal. That last year we were trending above Taylor Swift. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense. By the way, I am standing now because I just need to. The legs have got to stretch. I got to get the blood flowing.
It actually looks kind of bad, Sal. It looks like that's a shower curtain behind you, and you have your phone set on the back of the toilet. That's kind of what it looks like right now.
Hold on, wait. I'm gonna unplug this here to show people that it is still my living room. It's still there's the TV. USA Mexico coming up soon. There's the balcony outside over there. I am not in the bathroom, although it may get used as a bathroom later if push comes to shove. We'll see. I just ordered some dinner. I got food being delivered shortly.
Oh, nice.
Nice. And while we're here, me, I don't know who else has these reads, so I'm going to continue to do them.
I got it if you need it.
Yeah, you want to do one, Russ? Go ahead.
Do you have a number that matters, or should I just go? Number
Number
6? Sell high, buy low, and stack your squad with the perfect pieces for your weekly lineups in the Game Blazers marketplace. And use your inventory to win cash prizes and free contests every week. Download Game Blazers now and sign up with the promo code SFB15. When you do, Fantasy Cares gets a donation for each pack you purchase. Plus, check out the special Scott Fishbowl BOGO pack. You'll get 2 packs for the price of 1, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Download Game Blazers today.
Fantastic, one of the best ever. So I'm being asked what kind of food. I got a local gourmet bagel place that makes a grilled chicken Caesar hero that is just delightful. They put so much chicken on there, and it's grilled, and it's good, and it's lettuce, and it's green, and then I ruin it with the carbs. But yes, no, it's not a random shower curtain in my living room. It's actually a real curtain that I use to divide the living room up because, as we saw earlier, I have all my gym equipment is behind there. So just answering these questions. I'm gonna watch regular lifestyle while driving. I know Johnny's a big soccer fan. He watches with his daughter. So drive faster, John. Well, let's get these guys in. I don't want to make them wait. Well, one of these guys was here earlier, so we can make him wait. But we want to get Evan in, who out at the Chicago Live last week. And, of course, for his return engagement, it's Lou Brunson. He's back. What's up, gentlemen? What's going on?
Good to see you again, Sal. Sorry we didn't get a chance to talk much last week. I was kind of overwhelmed by everything going on, by being my first Scott Fishbowl. But just like you right now, I got my standing set up. I'm just trying to copy Pat McAfee, but I'm kind of doing an okay job at it.
Nice. Yeah, you got no sleeves on like Pat, so you're trying to bring that, and you're showing.
I don't have his guns though, so.
Yeah, or his money. That man is doing great. Shout out to Pat McAfee, who's watching. We know Pat's in the chat. He's a big Scott Fishbowler. So, all right, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna sit back down.
I'm gonna jump off again for a second. I'll probably be back soon, but I gotta jump off for a minute.
All right, Scott.
Thank you, sir. Seeing you again, Evan. It's been almost a full week.
A long time no see, right, Scott?
Right? Absolutely. Nice to see you, Lou. I'll be back later.
Hey, good to see you, Scott.
Yeah, the people are noticing. What do you change shirts?
Well, I'm channeling my inner Sal. How could I not?
I mean, I have so many of these. I could change a shirt. I probably could do it every segment for 24 hours.
And yet you didn't. The people want to know why.
Well, if you go to a Cincinnati live draft, John Bosch changed his shirt about a dozen times during a live draft, and they're all Scott Fishbowl shirts, and they're all sweaty and disgusting.
One for each ongoing draft, right?
Yeah, no, one for every time he sweats through them, which is often. So listen, you guys are closing out the first quarter of the SFB Podathon, the first 6 hours. You're wrapping it up, so I just want to remind everybody that when this segment is over, we will be switching over to live stream number 2 on Fantasy Cares YouTube network. You should already be following Fantasy Cares on YouTube, so if you're not, do it now. Put on your notifications because there are multiple shows throughout the week, multiple giveaways, fun contests, and stuff all the time around Fantasy Cares and the Scott Fishbowl. And just make sure you stay with us. We're approaching 2,000 live viewers as we speak right now. We've had steady live viewers throughout the whole day, and we want to carry that over for the next 18 hours. See that? I got my abacus out. I did the math. But while you guys are here, tell us about we had other Optimus guys on today, including Lou, but and ladies. Tell us about what you're doing over there. And Fantasy Now, of course, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm also a member of Fantasy Now Plus. Those of you watching who don't know me, hi, my name is Evan Sather. I'm the host of Monday Night Mock Drafts with Evan on the Optimus Fantasy channel. We've been doing Scott Fishbowl mock drafts every 2 times in a row, and then we take a break, and then we do another 2, and then we take a break. So the last one I'm going to be doing this season will be tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Optimus. So if you're not already, give them a subscribe. I've gotten a lot of praise from Lou, and sometimes it's too much for me to handle, but behind the scenes, he's a real one.
Aw.
Brothers can't change. This brother's got a hug.
Oh, I look forward to the day when I can give him a real hug. Yes, as you know, I'm involved with Optimus, and I actually just got involved in the fantasy football industry last season, thanks to Mike McGregor and Draft Buddy. He had been looking for help on Twitter and that sort of thing, and I happened to reach out, and he was gracious enough to give me a chance, despite the fact that I had absolutely no official writing, well, I'll say skills at that point, because he's helped bring the best out of me in that regard for sure. And I wouldn't be nearly what I am today without Mike. I'm very incredibly and eternally thankful to him.
Well, he's in the chat. He's very excited to hear that.
Awesome.
And that's awesome. I mean, that's a lot of what this community is about, right? Is others giving opportunity to some people who may have had no experience before, and then and holding on to that and saying it back to people. I mean, so many people thank me for the start I've given them in fantasy football, as that's a running theme here. And I say that so jokingly. The person who gave us the first opportunity was Matthew Berry. Like, we were on a Fantasy Life app back in 2015, and it was in beta version, and we were on there, and we created the Falafel chat, which grew exponentially, and Matthew came in. I remember he came in on Christmas Day 2015 and said, I just want to thank you guys so much for what you do for this app. And we were like stunned. And other people found out he was in our chat, and the chat blew up even more. And we decided to do that podcast in early 2016. And he was, I think it was show 5 or show 6. He came on, and we were terrible. Like, we were so terrible. It was, you think I sound like a New Yorker now. You should have heard what I sounded like back then before I eliminated some of this daily accent, which you cannot get rid of. We were 5 people, too many voices. We trimmed it down to 3. And within 2 years, we had a nice group going. We had sponsors. And so I look back on Matthew doing that with us early, and I mentioned it before. Matt Harmon came on. Liz Loza came on. Mike Wright came on. Scott Fish came on. We had so many, like, who's who back then in 2016. And to see what it's grown into now, and folks like yourself getting the opportunity. I want to say the new younger generation, but that might only be Evan, Lou. I don't know. I can't tell. I can't tell.
I'll be honest with you, Sal. I'm going to be 40 in 2 months. So
this son of a bee is looking young and dapper. I didn't be older than Lou. I might have insulted Lou for no reason.
No, you're good. You're good. I am young compared to some. Let me put it that way, and older than plenty.
Compared to me, I would say I'm a solid 5-0 right now. So, you said last year was your first foray into the industry. Yeah. But how long had you been playing fantasy football and home leagues and all that stuff?
Oh my goodness. Brian Westbrook was my first fantasy football draft pick ever, actually, over the coming off his 20 bazillion touchdown year. Sean Alexander out here in Seattle, I should say. And people thought I was absolutely bonkers. Oh, you're new to this. You don't know what you're doing and that sort of thing. And of course, that was the year that, Andy Reid and, unlocked the full power of Brian Westbrook catching 107 balls. And of course, this was a PPR league, which was still relatively unknown about as far as the ins and outs and what that actually meant. So, I get to claim that. Don't get me wrong. The rest of my team was an absolute mess, but he was my first draft pick. I'm very proud of that.
Do you want to know who my first draft pick was? 1994. It was a quarterback, because back then people, quarterbacks went very quickly.
Sure.
And my future ex-wife at the time, who I was dating, she was in love with this guy. So Dan Marino was my first.
I was going to guess Dan Marino.
Dan Marino, and my second round pick was Herman Moore, wide receiver for the Detroit Lions, and my third round pick was Thurman Thomas. And I was balling. I loved that team.
Oh yeah,
that was a good team.
Was that the 100?
Yeah. Was
that the Herman Moore 122 catch year?
No, I think I might have taken him that early because he had 122 catches, but I didn't win in 2004. I did win my first championship in 2008, and that team was quarterbacked by Brett Favre. It was Marshall Faulk the year before he was traded to the St. Louis Rams. Keyshawn, Jamal Anderson in the Dirty Bird year that they went to the Super Bowl. A little-known guy, Marvin Harrison Sr. It was just a loaded team, and I cruised to the championship in 1998, and I'll never forget that. You don't forget the first championship and the guys that took you there.
Especially when it's your only.
Yes, and it was my home league, and it was my older cousins. Like, when I started in 1994, I think I just said 2001. When I started in 1994, and that championship was 1998, I was 20. I was 20 years old, and I was at a graduation party with my cousins from Jersey, and I'm a New York guy, and we were never super close growing up. They were Flyers fans, and we were Islanders fans, and we used to fight about that because the Islanders beat them in the Stanley Cup in 1979. I'm just saying. And my cousin's like, oh, I used to play the Daily News game, and they're like, we have a real league. You got to come join the league. And South Jersey Fantasy Football League, 1994. I was hooked immediately. Immediately knew that I loved. If I could have bought stock in fantasy football, I would have. If I would have been smart enough to become an analyst back then, just by proxy of being around for 125 years, people would have thought I was something, but I didn't. But I love it still to today in all its iterations. And that league went to 2020, COVID year, before ending. and it never stopped being pen and paper. I've told that story, but for those of you who have not heard it, it was pen and paper right up to the end. And my cousin would not take any statistics from anywhere but the New York Daily News. That was it. Yeah.
Wow.
So,
That's
Evan,
awesome.
what about you?
Harrison Senior. We are all old.
Yeah. Evan, when did you start playing fantasy football?
I did my first Yahoo Free League sometime about 2004, which was my freshman year of college. I didn't really know anything about the game back then, and I wasn't really taking it all that seriously because I was just busy with college. I was a Division II cross country and track guy, so I was busy enough with that in addition to my bachelor's degree path in computer science. I did it again in 2006, and that was Marquez Colston's breakout year, if I'm not mistaken. And that worked out for me. I think I took 4th or something like that in this 12-team league. I wasn't taking it seriously at all. And then I didn't do any fantasy football leagues for about 10 years until an old group of friends got a group text chat going, wondering if we'd be interested in an 8-team league on Yahoo with just us friends. So naturally I said yes, and we all drafted, and I was dominating the league for about the first 15 or so weeks until the playoffs came, and I lost and took 3rd because that's how it works. When you lead the league in the standings, that's the kiss of death, right?
Yeah. Absolutely, 100%.
Every time.
And then after that year, I got offered a spot into my first ever Dynasty League for the 2017 season, and that was when I just got completely hooked from there. So this is basically my 10th year in a row that I've been taking this seriously, and now I'm just at the point where I'm just trying to help people win their leagues and pick the right players as much as I can. I became a Dynasty fanatic from there out. I've tinkered a little bit with keeper leagues. This was another private league that I won this league 2 years in a row, and then it folded last year because I think they just got sick of me beating them.
Yeah, I think that's what they did in the Dummies Falafel or Funhouse podcast network. Russ, we had a league, a Dynasty league there, and my team was stacked, and I would win. I came in first place like 3 years in a row, no contest, most points regular season, and I would get eliminated in the first round of every playoffs every single year. There was a bye week, I would get eliminated in the second round, but only because there was a bye week. And then I woke up one day and that league was gone, and I was like, "This was my year."
No, it wasn't.
It was.
It never was.
No, you
was
had a
never
50-50 chance.
50-50 chance.
Yeah.
Either you win or you don't.
Oh, but did you, Sal?
No, I passed on Jim Thorpe or Jim Brown. I don't know.
There you go.
Same year, but hold on. Let's get all the Sal old jokes in. Sal started playing fantasy baseball and drafted George Howes of the Yankees.
Hey, that's a draft pick you want to hang your hat on, though. I mean, I'm not biased or anything as a Bears fan. No, why would I be?
Well, at what point did Evan? Did you realize you had a really good voice for radio? Not a great face for TV, but a good voice for radio.
Well,
shots fired. Goodness.
I mean, if that's how you feel about it, geez.
Look, I need to say, this man's face is on my TikTok. Like every third scroll is Evan's face from Optimus.
Sorry.
It's a good looking face.
sorry.
I'm kidding.
So to answer your question, Sal, I'm going to be honest with you. Until I started doing stuff like this, even before I started doing content for Optimus with the Monday Night Mock Draft show, I was posting my own content on my Barely Fantasy YouTube channel, which I'm not as active on there anymore now that I'm doing Fantasy Now Plus and Optimus, but I had people like Lou telling me that your voice is amazing, and I'm just like, get out of here. You guys are just saying that. Up until I'm 39 right now, and up until age 39, nobody has ever told me that I have a great voice. I'm just learning this now. So I'm wondering if I just missed out on a broadcasting career when I was in college.
Yeah,
100%.
I had a major in computer science. Go me.
By the way, that was the doorbell, and my food is on its way up to the 9th floor as we speak. So if you see me get up, I'm just going to get my dinner. Don't mind. Talk amongst yourselves.
That's the privilege of living in the city. It takes 45 minutes to get anything delivered here.
So JV brought up something earlier that I should also mention as well. Fantasy Now Plus is also doing Super League, which is its own separate best ball tournament with waivers. And there is still time to register if you go to fantasynowplus.com/about, which should take you to the, you'll see the Super League link on the website. Still time to register if you guys are interested.
Everybody should go register immediately.
And there he goes.
Now, like, here's the real thing. Everybody sit quietly until Sal gets back.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he can eat his food in the bathroom.
Just sit perfectly still like we're frozen.
It's in Sal's contract. If he's not here, we need to be completely quiet because nothing can happen on the show without him.
I think I can remove him. Like, just kick him out of the stream.
He's back. Shh. Everybody, shh.
He's back. All right, we're allowed to go back now.
The show.
Okay.
It's like
There's so
Johnny
much dead air
Carson.
with him gone.
Yeah.
What? Remind us what you ordered, Sal?
Well, I'm going to show you what I ordered, everybody. Hold on.
Here we go. Let's do this.
This is a grilled chicken Caesar sandwich. And if you're in Brooklyn, Sunset Bagel in Brooklyn.
Is it a wrap or a
sandwich? And
Is it a wrap or a sandwich?
Hold on. Look at
Well,
this.
it's wrapped in the brown paper, so you know it's quality.
Goodness.
Yeah.
All this grilled chicken goodness. I mean, this is just, yeah. Don't eat the wax paper at home, kids. Don't eat the wax paper.
It's extra fiber. It's okay.
You know, I am older than everybody else on the screen. I know Bob looks older, but I'm older than everybody on the screen. And I decided 2 years ago I wanted to live longer. I talked about this a little bit earlier, not full in depth, but on a serious note, like, yes, lots of protein, Brad. I decided I needed to exercise more consistently. I needed to eat better. I eat about 200 grams of protein a day. My morning breakfast is like 100 grams of protein just to start the day. So eat protein. Get a lot of it in your diet. Move, get out, stretch. As you get older, you need to stretch every day.
There's no protein in iced coffee.
Old, right? You're just not stretching enough. And work out. Lift weights. Lifting weights actually burns more calories than aerobics. Is this your coffee?
There is 1 grab of protein in his iced coffee.
How many iced coffees a day is what I'm hearing.
How many do I need to
drink? Zach, I did not get a cannoli because it's not part of the protein regimen. I was in Chicago last week with Bob and Evan. You saw him. He's built like a man who gets 1 gram of protein a day. He is built like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah. Nobody's off limits here, Lou. Don't worry about it.
Apparently not.
Yeah.
Did you guys catch
glad I'm out here in Seattle.
Wait till the next time Sal and I go to dinner. See what happens. See how short my arm gets.
Did you guys get? Oh yeah. Wait a second. Now you get that. Did you got? Well, Bob. I mean, I went to eat lunch with Bob. He dropped pizza roll over his lap. We were there 2 minutes. He made.
I lost protein there. I lost the protein down right on the floor. That was sausage on that.
Did you guys catch the last segment with the defending Scott Fishbowl champion?
Which part?
Just any part of the fact that this guy is in the league 1 year and won it.
Wow. Yeah. That's just how it works, right?
No, that's not how it works.
You're supposed to toil and scrape your way to the championship. You're not just supposed to be like, "Oh, this is easy. I got whatever." Like he thinks Scott Fishbowl is easy.
If it makes you feel any better, I was very much the yin to his yang because while he was first time in, went to the very top, the pinnacle of Scott Fishbowl. It was my first time in. I decided to lean into returners and finished. If I wasn't dead last, I was just dancing on top of dead last grave because I was real close to the bottom.
Well,
you see,
we're proud of you.
Jamie coming here with the truth, where it is all luck. I mean, about 4,999 of us aren't gonna win, so you might as well just have fun while you're doing it.
Exactly. I mean,
It's all about the prep. It's about the mock draft.
I've looked up the stats.
Yes, Bob has actually looked up the stats, and he is like 7-7.
No, 8-8.
Yeah, right. Wrong numbers. Like he is like the definition of average, and that's really my goal. My goal every year in Scott Fishbowl is to be top half.
50%?
That's really I call that a successful season. It's like in your normal leagues, like in my dynasty leagues, like making the playoffs is the definition of success, because once you hit the playoffs, it's luck.
Yeah. If you make the playoffs in the fishbowl, you're in the top 50%.
Exactly. Like, so that's my goal. My goal is making the playoffs. My goal is making in the top half. Anything that happens after that is just gravy. I made it to 2 years ago. I was 168th. I finished. And that number is going to forever be ingrained in my brain until I do better than that.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
But
I think we need a 50-50 chart.
50% chance I'll win it this year.
Yeah.
My goal with every fantasy football league every year is just finish around 500. Not good, but not bad. Finish around 500 because that's when your team peaks. You accidentally get the last playoff spot, and that's often the team that always wins it all. So that's my unreasonable goal. Just finish at 500, and then that's the ticket to winning. It's always when you're at the top of the standings, that's like the kiss of death.
I love that strategy. I am the king of mediocrity, so
It's all about managing expectations.
I've heard that about you, Sal.
So just a reminder, as we climb to 1,900 current live viewers, in 5 minutes we'll be switching over to the next link. Fantasy Cares on YouTube. You should be following it already. But I'm going to jump out, and I'm going to let Bob and Russ take this segment home with Lou and Evan, and I'm going to go get the other one set up as I shove the rest of this food in my mouth.
The other part of protein?
Yeah. So, and Scott's jumping on, I think, too, before we close out. So, Lou and Evan, from me, thank you both for coming. Enjoy the last 5 minutes with these guys. I'll see everybody on the other side.
Take care, Sal.
All right.
Real quick, someone in the chat asked, this is a 3D printed. It's not a real SNES cartridge. It's like this big. It's The Adventures of Batman and Robin, and it's signed by Kevin Conroy, the guy who did the voice for Batman.
Nice.
So and you asked what the significance is. That's the significance, the fact that it's signed by Kevin Conroy. You know, he's my Batman.
That is phenomenal.
Yeah, it makes me happy. But that's not what we're here about. We're here about you guys right now. So as we're coming up to the end of your little segment, why don't you guys remind everyone who you are, what you do, where they can find what you do.
Lou, you want to go first?
Yes, Lou, go first because he went first.
Okay, I'll go first. Yeah, so you can find me, and all my work is on Optimus as well as Draft Buddy. You can find me on Blue Sky. My handle is BrewPython27. We had hinted a little bit earlier when the Optimus crew was on that we've got big things coming and that sort of thing. We are actually moving into beta testing tomorrow for all of our tools that we're going to be debuting this season. Prior to draft season is to get you up and running and in every little sort of way that your little heart could desire. I've been able to sneak peek these several times as they're being built, and they are absolutely mind-blowing, and I cannot wait to debut them full-time.
I've seen them. He's right. So just as a reminder, everybody, my name is Evan Sather. I am the host of Monday Night Mock Drafts with Evan on the Optimus Fantasy YouTube channel. I tend to do a lot more show stuff on the channel right now. That'll change as we get into the season. And I also, on Fantasy Now Plus, I help make some shorts. And I will soon be a co-host of Dynasty in 30 with Will Urian. And later in August, I'll be a co-host with Sean Evans on Get Tilted with Fantasy Now Plus. That'll be a separate YouTube channel. We'll announce it on social media when that's ready. Fantasy Now Plus is also doing Super League, which is a best ball with waivers tournament benefiting Extra Life for the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Goes to a great cause. There is still some time to register. FantasyNowPlus.com. You'll find the link on there if you want to grab a last-minute registration link. Should still be posted on the website. We'd love to have you.
All right, thank you very much, you guys. Bob, we got 3 minutes left. You go. Talk for 3 minutes.
Okay.
He was frozen, everybody.
No, he wasn't.
Nope.
That's just how long it takes for Bob to think of something to say.
I said okay.
Okay, well, thank you again, guys. We are going to shut this down and hop over to the other stream as well. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for being awesome. Thanks for taking part. Thanks for everything, and we'll catch you guys later.
Thank you guys so much. Take care.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Love you all.
All right, good. They're finally gone.
That was not. I mean, you haven't even ended the stream.
No, just messing around. All right, everybody. So yes, please go head over to the other stream. It'll be starting in exactly 1 minute and 40 seconds. I don't have anything entertaining to say for the next minute and 30, 32, 31, 30, 29.
I have less than a minute here on my clock.
Well, on the real clock, yes, but on the live clock, because we started about a minute late, that's the one I'm looking at.
Oh, but we actually get 8 hours, don't we?
Oh yeah, we do. So we're not coming up against the actual, but they're not going to start until 6 o'clock. That's why I'm saying let's just sort of mess around for a little bit until we hit that time, so they can actually start.
Well, I mean, there is exactly 1 minute on the video.
I know, that's what I said. That's how I started. This was with a literal countdown of how much time.
I don't listen to you when you talk.
I barely listen when I talk either. It's fine. All right, everyone. We are gonna hop out of here for now. Go hop over to the second stream at FantasyCares.org on YouTube. If you're following, if you're not subscribed yet, subscribe. Hit the thumbs up for this stream. Hit the thumbs up for the next stream. Hit the bell so you get the notification whenever we go live, so you can just.
50-50? I need a 50-50 emoji.
It'd be something just like that. Oh yeah, you remember Street Fighter the movie where Zangief did the thumbs up like that? At the end of the movie, it was like a big thing when he was just like, yeah. Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Game of Thrones too, right? Oh no, it was the Gladiator.
Yes.
Gladiator. They had it.
All right. Bye, everybody.